Chapter 782. Zhang Xiaohua returned to the alchemy room. Everything was as usual. The elixir in the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace was still in the process of forming the pill. The process seemed to be going smoothly. Zhang Xiaohua checked the furnace and took out a praying mat. She placed it in front of the furnace and sat down. She took out 2 primeval stones and began to do her homework for the day. While Zhang Xiaohua was cultivating, a tall figure hidden in a cloak appeared behind Yan's room like a ghost. The black figure was extremely fast and landed without a sound. Even if it passed by right in front of someone's eyes, they might not be able to notice it. The black figure stopped and looked left and right. It tilted its head and listened carefully. Then, it floated away and landed on the side of the roof. In the room, under the faint yellow light, Yan was still sleeping. Although her face was thin and not as plump as before, under the light, her eyelashes were long and slender. Her skin was pale. She was exactly the model of a sleeping beauty. In front of Yan's bed, a long-haired woman was lying on the edge of the bed. She had already fallen asleep due to exhaustion. Wasn't that Qiutong? The black shadow stared at the room for a long time and listened carefully. Finally, he took out a black bottle that was half the size of the jade bottle. It was hard to tell what it was made of. He opened the bottle and muttered something in a low voice. It was unknown what he was muttering, but his muttering had a rhythm. It was as if he was singing. After a while, the black shadow extended his other hand from the cloak. It was slender and fair. He raised his 5 fingers and made some unknown movements. He pointed at the bottle. A wisp of faint black mist suddenly appeared from the bottle without the bottle stopper. As the black shadow pointed his finger at the room, the mist immediately scattered in 4 directions. Because it was separated into 4 parts, the mist became even thinner and was almost invisible to the naked eye. If Zhang Xiaohua was beside it, she would definitely be vigilant. The movement of the black figure's fingers was actually 30% similar to the hand seals he made. However, there was no true qi coming from the fingers and no real hand seals were produced. Instead, it was the chanting that produced a slight fluctuation. It was the fluctuation and chanting that caused the black mist in the bottle to move. When the 4 wisps of mist had gone to different places, the black shadow put the bottle back into its bosom. Then, it rose again and fell into the room like a leaf. Only the sound of the wind caused the lanterns to flicker slightly. When the black shadow steadied itself, it immediately pointed a few more times at Qiutong's major acupoints. It was the legendary air acupoint sealing technique. After everything was done, the black figure slowly walked to Yan's bed and sat on the edge of the bed. She stretched her hand and placed it on Yan's pulse. After a moment, she seemed to have sensed something. And a strong wind. And hit. A somewhat aged and surprised voice sounded. It seemed that everything in front of him was inconceivable. He stretched out a slender finger and gently stroked Yan's forehead. After a while, he said in a low voice, "What kind of acupoint sealing technique is this? How come this old man has never seen it before?" Therefore, the finger continued to point and changed a few different acupuncture point techniques. Still, there was no effect. The black figure finally put a finger on Yan's forehead. No one knew what he was thinking. The whole room was very strange. After a long time, the black figure said to himself, "I was wondering why this Yan had always been living an ignoble life. I underestimated the strength of the Misty School. I originally thought that it was just a declining gang and that it would be a piece of cake. Who knew that it would be such a big deal? Heh, this Miss O is really lucky. She was going to die a few days ago, but she's still alive today. However, what can you do with this unique acupoint sealing technique? You can only live for a few more days. But, who is the one who sealed the acupuncture point technique? Is it the few doctors on Lingxiang Peak? Which disciple of Misty Hall? It's a pity that I can't find out." The black figure thought for a long time and laughed involuntarily. Why would I think about him? The Misty School is a big sect that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. It would be abnormal if it didn't have any secrets. Even if the sect leader of the Misty School came back to life, what can he do to me? It's just a simple acupuncture point technique. After saying that, the finger left Yan's forehead. He waved his hand and chanted again. The mist in the four corners of the room flew to his side. The black figure took out a bottle and was about to send the mist into it. However, his eyes fell on Yan, who was lying on the bed. He pointed his finger and a few invisible black spots in the mist instantly separated and went straight to Yan's forehead. When the black spots disappeared, the black figure said to himself, "I want to see how long this unique acupuncture point technique of yours can last." After saying that, he sent the mist into the bottle and his body went out of the window. When the person was about to leave, he moved his finger slightly and a few gusts of wind shot out and unsealed Xiao Tong's acupuncture point. That black shadow disappeared into the darkness, and no one knew where it went. This black shadow was wearing a cloak, and from the beginning to the end, it did not reveal its face. Not to mention that it was late at night, and no one could see it. Even if they saw it, they would not know the identity of this person. It was late at night and the few disciples of Lingxiang Peak were guarding Yan's mountain villa. Not to mention that Zhang Xiaohua had escaped into the alchemy room above them. The black figure had entered the villa as if there was no one there. They had no idea what he did. It had to be said that this was a great mockery, a mockery to the inner disciples of the fragrant religion. The sun rose from the east and the warm sunlight shone into the room, illuminating the window. Xiao Tong's tightly shut eyes moved slightly and she immediately woke up. She looked at the bright room and then looked at Yan. She got up and closed the window, muttering to herself, "I remember to close the window well last night. How did the wind blow it open?" She then extinguished the lights in the room and walked to the bed. She carefully tucked Yan in, but when her eyes landed on Yan's face again, her heart skipped a beat. She rubbed her eyes and took a closer look. Her face was filled with panic and bewilderment. Last night, young Miss Shi's complexion was still slightly rosy. But now, in just one night, how did she become so pale? Could it be that the past few days, was it the final radiance of the setting sun? Xiao Tong had obviously lost her composure. Seeing Yan in such a state, it was needless to say that her condition had worsened. How could she control her emotions? Thinking about how her heart was filled with hope for the past few days, it was as if it had been doused with cold water. That hope immediately turned into tears and fell. After crying for an unknown period of time, she heard a cry of surprise. "Big sister Xiao Tong, what are you doing? Could it be that young miss is?" Hearing that familiar voice, wasn't it Zhang Xiaohua who came every morning? When Xiao Tong heard that voice, it was as if she had heard a heavenly voice. She turned around and cried out, Xiaohua, hurry and come take a look. Young miss, her complexion is terrible." Hearing Xiao Tong say that Yan's complexion was terrible, Zhang Xiaohua finally relaxed. He had already emerged from the ground and saw Xiao Tong crying. He thought that Yan was already, big sister Xiao Tong, don't worry. As long as young miss is still breathing, I will definitely save her. Xiao Tong's words were firm, but her tone was not firm. After all, Zhang Xiaohua was not some so-called divine doctor. "You, hurry and come take a look." Xiao Tong tugged on Zhang Xiaohua's sleeve and dragged him to Yan's bed. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to delay and immediately released his divine sense. Before he could observe anything, he immediately sensed that Yan's vitality was fading faster than yesterday. What's going on? Zhang Xiaohua was very surprised. Yan's condition had been stable for the past few days. Even when he came yesterday, it was normal. Why would there be a sudden change today? Following that, Zhang Xiaohua channeled his true energy into Yan's meridians and circulated it. He then placed his finger on her pulse and listened carefully. He did not find any abnormalities. There are no changes to her body. The acupuncture points on her head are also sealed. There shouldn't be any changes, right? Zhang Xiaohua could not figure it out. He had no choice but to use his divine sense to enter Yan's Naiwan Palace. Yan's Naiwan Palace was pitifully small. Zhang Xiaohua casually scanned it with his divine sense, but he did not find anything special. Zhang Xiaohua was a little troubled. He did not find the source of the illness and only used his true energy to seal Yan's acupuncture points to prevent her vitality from fading. Now that her vitality was fading faster, he did not know where to start. Xiaohua. Young miss. How is she? Qiu Tong looked at Zhang Xiaohua anxiously. She was her only savior. Zhang Xiaohua was extremely embarrassed. He said embarrassedly, "Big sister Qiu Tong, please wait for a moment. I will see if I can salvage the situation." After he finished speaking, he activated his genuine qi and tapped a few more acupoints on Yan's head to repair the acupoints that he had tapped previously. However, in his divine sense, the loss of vitality slowed down a little. The effect was not as obvious as when he tapped the acupoints earlier. This. Zhang Xiaohua muttered in his heart. Needless to say, sealing the acupuncture points with his true energy was not very effective. How is she? Qiu Tong quickly asked when she saw Zhang Xiaohua stop. Zhang Xiaohua forced a smile and said, "Fortunately, big sister Qiu Tong, there is no big problem for now." Young Mrs. face is pale. She has been sick for many days and her body is weak. Wait a few more days. I will get the pill and consume it. She should be fine. Is that so? Qiu Tong was a little hesitant. Where did you get the pill? Why? It has been so many days and you still haven't. Mrs. body is so weak, I don't know if she can hold on. Can you quickly bring the pill over? Zhang Xiaohua felt extremely helpless in his heart. If he was facing an enemy, he would have used all his means and thrown them all at the opponent. But he just couldn't find the root of the illness. He could only watch as Yan's life force slipped away. He had some magical powers, but he couldn't do anything about it. Chapter 783. A sense of helplessness instantly filled Zhang Xiaohua's entire body. It was just like when Zhang Xiaohua and his family saved Lu Qian in Lu Town. Zhang Xiaohua had been trampled under the feet of a bully servant. He could only watch as his father and brother were beaten to death. He wanted to reach out, but he couldn't do anything about it. It had been many years since Zhang Xiaohua had felt this way. Ever since Zhang Xiaohua achieved success in his cultivation of immortality, his arms had become extremely strong. No matter what opponents he encountered, he always had unpredictable methods to deal with them. Many times, he passed through them calmly. Even Huang Feng and the Blood Wolf King, who had killed countless people in the Orchid Evening Refinement, were defeated by him. Although Zhang Xiaohua had always reminded himself that mid-stage qi refinement was just the beginning, and there were still many talismans that he couldn't comprehend, let alone higher-level spells and artifacts. However, the smoothness of his journey gave rise to a sense of pride in his heart. It was the pride of a qi refinement cultivator. However, at this moment, he truly felt that there was a limit to a person's strength. Not everything was under his control. Not to mention the future, just now, he was at a loss. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. He reached out to pat Qiu Tong's shoulder, but his hand stopped halfway. He only said softly, "Big sister Qiu Tong, don't worry. I'll do my best." Qiu Tong raised her teary eyes. The disappointment in her eyes was self-evident. "Yes, you'll do your best, but will your best be enough to save Yan's life?" Zhang Xiaohua knew that even if he stayed here, it would be useless. Qiu Tong's crying only added to his frustration. He subconsciously said, "Big sister Qiu Tong, I'll go first. Tomorrow. I'll come back." However, he couldn't finish his sentence. He wanted to say, based on my judgment, the young lady's life force shouldn't be extinguished before the spirit awakening pill is refined. However, the other meaning of this sentence was that Yen probably didn't have many days left to live. Wouldn't Xiao Tong be even sadder after hearing this? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua leave, Xiao Tong nodded dejectedly and didn't look at him again. Zhang Xiaohua silently walked out of the small house. He heard familiar footsteps outside the courtyard. It was undoubtedly Elder Yu. However, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't be bothered to meet him. He formed a hand seal and rushed out to the pill room on the mountain peak. The spirit awakening pill was the only way to save Yan's life. Zhang Xiaohua had to give it his all. However, when he arrived, he saw that Xiao Tong's spirit awakening pill was refined of the heaven's furnace. And Zhang Xiaohua stood silently in front of the alchemy furnace. In his mind, he recalled the usage of the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace, as well as the alchemy technique. He wanted to find a way to shorten the incubation time, but no matter how hard he searched, he could not find any suitable method. In fact, this purple gold furnace could refine dozens of medicinal herbs at the same time. It already took a lot less time than normal pill furnaces. If he wanted to shorten the time even further, he could only start with the method to refine the pill. There were also some subtle methods in the jade slip that could slightly increase the speed. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to casually try them. Moreover, these methods were very complicated. With his current level of refining pills and the true qi in his meridians, he still couldn't control them as he wished. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua could only follow the previous steps and watch the pill liquid gradually form into a pill. He didn't dare to interfere at all. After a long time, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't calm down and cultivate talismans and the heavenly Tao. Thus, he left the pill room. Although the sun was shining and the wind was blowing on the Shixin peak, it couldn't blow away the depression in Zhang Xiaohua's heart. Going down from the top of the mountain, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry. He slowly walked along the mountain path. From time to time, he thought in his heart, what's the matter with Yan's illness? There were many medicinal fields on the Shixin peak, and some were barren. Since Zhang Xiaohua talked about the deal with Aunt Qin a few days ago, the disciples of the Misty Hall were mobilized by their deputy hall master Qin. At this time, many male and female disciples were busy on the mountainside. Seeing the medicine boy of the pill opening hall walking slowly on the mountain path, many disciples were slightly surprised. But then, some male and female disciples pointed at him and whispered. They were actually talking about something. If it was a normal day, Zhang Xiaohua would have already known. He would probably hide on one side and eavesdrop on what they were talking about behind his back. However, at this time, he was absent-minded and didn't want to pay attention to it. However, when he walked past the shadow of a tree, trouble came to him. He saw a voice coming from not far away, Ren Xiaoyao, stop right there. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He stopped in a daze and looked back. He saw a valiant figure running from there. Looking carefully, it was Song Zhiyong who blocked him halfway a few days ago. If it was a normal day, Zhang Xiaohua would probably cup his hands and give him a hypocritical smile. He might even call him senior brother Song. However, today, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have the leisure to be carefree. He immediately stared at Song Zhiyong's arrival with a cold face. Before Song Zhiyong arrived in front of him, he shouted, Ren Xiaoyao, you are really shameless. How dare you deceive me? When did junior sister Xiao say such shameless words to you? Fine, I'll just take it that you're trying to protect your flower. I don't want to lower myself to your level, so I only exchanged a simple punch with you. You know how powerful I am, so I beg you, please don't harass me anymore. Besides, I was talking to you to give you a chance to get close to your junior sister Xiao, but you can't chase after me like this, using me as an excuse to get close to your junior sister Xiao, right? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua rushed forward. Without waiting for Song Zhiyong to land, she grabbed his neck. When Song Zhiyong saw that Zhang Xiaohua was about to make a move, he immediately stretched out his hand to stop her. He had suffered in the hands of Zhang Xiaohua before, so of course, he was prepared. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua didn't even look at his hand. Her right hand continued to grab his neck. Song Zhiyong was one step ahead and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's wrist. It was where her pulse was. He was overjoyed and immediately circulated his internal energy, wanting to embarrass Zhang Xiaohua. However, wherever Song Zhiyong's internal energy went, Zhang Xiaohua's arm was like a stone pillar. It was hard and he couldn't feel it at all. Before Song Zhiyong could be surprised, Zhang Xiaohua's right hand grabbed Song Zhiyong's neck as if there was no obstruction. Zhang Xiaohua was slightly taller than Song Zhiyong and her arms were slightly longer. With a little force, Zhang Xiaohua immediately lifted Song Zhiyong up. Ah, 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 ah. Song Zhiyong couldn't say anything else. His mouth was like a duck's and the words he said were like a duck's. However, his face became increasingly pale and gradually turned green. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was also gritting her teeth. Her expression was ferocious and there was a trace of fierceness in her eyes. Her iron-like arms were firmly extended in midair. She looked coldly at Song Zhiyong, who was continuously kicking out and grabbing Zhang Xiaohua's arms with both hands. Song Zhiyong was struggling with all his might. The strength in her hands was also gradually increasing. There were many disciples in the surrounding herb fields. When they saw this terrifying scene, they were momentarily stunned. There were even a few young female disciples who covered their mouths with their hands and almost cried out in shock. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's slightly taller figure stood there steadily. Her hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. She was like a demon god, scaring everyone so much that no one dared to move. As for Song Zhiyong, who was being held in Zhang Xiaohua's hands, his face had already turned green and his tongue was slightly sticking out. His legs that were kicking forward had already lost their strength. Now, he was struggling up and down. His two hands were weakly placed on Zhang Xiaohua's arms and his eyes were filled with the fear of death. And Zhang Xiaohua, who usually looked very gentle, did not seem to have any signs of stopping. Senior brother Ren. Senior brother Ren? A timid voice sounded from behind Zhang Xiaohua. This voice was not loud, but it was unusually clear. It was a voice that Zhang Xiaohua was slightly familiar with. This voice immediately woke Zhang Xiaohua up from her anger. When she regained her senses and saw Song Zhiyong's appearance in her hands, her heart trembled. She immediately loosened the strength in her hands and casually threw him aside. Song Zhiyong landed on the ground. For a moment, he was unable to get up. He could only open his mouth and take in air with all his might like a bellows on fire. When Zhang Xiaohua turned her head, she saw a young disciple of the ethereal hall. It was Mu Tangchun, whom she was familiar with in her early years. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua turn her head, Mu Tangchun obviously quivered and took half a step back. Zhang Xiaohua coughed twice and asked, "Junior brother Mu, you. What's the matter?" Mu Tangchun's face was a little pale. He seemed to have mustered up his courage and said, "Senior brother Ren, I don't know how senior brother Song has offended you. But, seeing that you fought with me that day, I know that you are a reasonable senior brother. You can talk things out face to face, but, please don't take someone's life because of some small matter." Towards the end, his voice became softer and softer. Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath and closed her eyes to calm down. She squeezed out a smile and said, "Junior brother Mu is right. I have lost my composure today." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's smile, which was not much better than crying, Mu Tangchun's heart warmed. He nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. He could not say anything. Zhang Xiaohua turned her head and said coldly to Song Zhiyong, "I have only met your junior sister Xiao once. I think she must have told you clearly. What I said earlier was just a joke because you blocked my way in the middle of the night. Don't take it to heart. Actually, how should I say it to you? Can you use your heel to think? If you and your junior martial sister Xiao are in love with each other, wouldn't I have no chance to interfere? But if you two were not in love, even if I didn't interfere, wouldn't others have a chance? I was a little reckless today. Please don't take it to heart. Don't find trouble with me in the future. I can't guarantee that I will be in a good mood the next time I see you." After saying that, she bowed slightly to Song Ji-young and left. Chapter 784. After teaching the brainless Song Ji-young a lesson, Zhang Xiaohua walked on the mountain path. She had already calmed down a bit. Thinking about her actions just now, she felt incomparably regretful. Song Ji-young had only wanted to ask her a few questions and show off his heroic spirit. It was fine if she ignored him, but there was no reason for her to treat him like that. Her actions just now could be described as losing her mind. She was in a bad mood, but there was no need for her to vent her anger on Song Ji-young, an unlucky guy who didn't seem to have the strength to fight back. Thinking about how that guy struggled in the air, he really was pitiful. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua sighed in her heart, the cultivation of my mental state is still not enough. Actually, this was normal. The cultivation of the mental state had always been the focus of cultivation for Qi practitioners. Previously, when Zhang Xiaohua encountered Nie Qianyu, she was unwilling to lend a hand because of the problem of her mental state. It was the same in Lutown as well. Afterwards, Zhang Xiaohua comprehended the heavenly Tao and made great progress in the aspect of mental state. She had never caused any trouble for him. However, Zhang Xiaohua was still a 17 or 18-year-old youth after all. Her experience was still somewhat lacking. Her divine abilities from the path of immortality were vast again and again. In addition, she had killed quite a few wild beasts in the Yulon Grand Canyon. For Zhang Xiaohua, this was also a kind of tempering. She gradually felt that something was wrong. Afterwards, because she met Zhang Xiaohu, the joy of reuniting with her family covered up this uneasiness. She was not discovered by Zhang Xiaohua. At this moment, she was unable to save Yen. She was filled with divine abilities, but she was unable to discover the source of her illness. She could only place her hopes on the spirit awakening pill she was currently refining. This feeling of powerlessness and pressure made Zhang Xiaohua's uneasiness even more obvious. Fortunately, after Song Ji-young's disturbance, Zhang Xiaohua could be considered to have vented the gloominess in her heart. In the mountain wind, she gradually recovered her calm state of mind. Slapping her forehead, Zhang Xiaohua's back was slightly covered in cold sweat. Her myriad of emotions condensed into a single sentence: "My God, why am I competing with this idiot? It's a disgrace to my status as a Qi practitioner." Entering the residence of the disciples of Misty Palace, Zhang Xiaohua didn't disguise herself this time. Instead, she directly walked towards Zhang Xiaohu's residence. However, when Zhang Xiaohua's figure appeared, some pretty female disciples immediately smiled at the sight of her. They lowered their heads and whispered to each other. Sometimes, they even raised their heads slightly and looked at her with a smile. Why was that? Could it be that when I got angry just now, I actually became handsome? Zhang Xiaohua very conceitedly rubbed her nose and thought. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but mutter, something must have happened. However, he was worried about Yan's condition and the effect of treating He Tianxu's injuries yesterday. How could he possibly care about it? When he stepped into Zhang Xiaohu's courtyard, he realized that there was no one in the courtyard. Sigh, as expected of the chief disciple. So many things have happened. If it was any other day, where else can I go? Zhang Xiaohua mumbled and entered the backyard. In the small house in the backyard, He Tianxu's acupoints were still sealed and he was lying there quietly. Zhang Xiaohua quickly walked forward and impatiently channeled her Jinqi into He Tianxu's meridians. Following the meridians, she checked on his dantian. Not long after, the corners of Zhang Xiaohua's mouth curled up into a smile. After a night of mending, He Tianxu's meridians had already been mended by 10%. Furthermore, the meridian nourishing pill still had quite a bit of medicinal energy left. It should be able to last until the mending was complete. As for the hole in his dantian, although the speed of mending was slower than the speed of mending his meridians, it was still in the process of mending. As long as there was enough time, it would definitely be mended. The result of mending his dantian was that Tianshu would be able to cultivate the internal energy of the Misty School. His original martial arts would also be restored one by one. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and left. The gloominess in her heart from the morning was unknowingly swept away. Zhang Xiaohua stretched out her hand and opened He Tianshu's acupoints. He Tianshu opened his eyes and the first thing he asked was, "Where is your second brother?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and thought to herself, why didn't she ask about his dantian and meridians? Why is she asking about my second brother? Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said, I also just got here. I didn't see where my second brother went. You just got here? He Tianshu frowned and said, don't tell me it's already the next day. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, team leader, he is wise. Your youth has already passed. There's no need to reminisce. Pay. He Tianshu heard Zhang Xiaohua's words and his heart relaxed. He said, quickly tell me, how is the mending of my meridians? Zhang Xiaohua tilted her head and said, I thought you didn't care. Why didn't you ask just now? Instead, you asked about my second brother? That's strange. If I didn't ask about your second brother's whereabouts, why would I ask you? Do you know how the mending went yesterday? Oh right, your second brother must have told you. You brat, quickly tell me. He Tianshu woke up and looked at Zhang Xiaohua anxiously. Your meridians and dantian are in your body. Can't you see for yourself? Zhang Xiaohua was still smiling. Nonsense. My dantian has been exposed. Where would I get the vital energy? He Tianshu looked defeated. How do you want me to check? Forget it, I won't talk to someone like you who has practiced the frenzied bull strength. You should quickly call Zhang Xiaohu over. Seeing He Tianshu's face of distrust, Zhang Xiaohua was happy instead of angry. She originally wanted He Tianshu to think that it was Zhang Xiaohu who healed his injuries. Now that she saw it, she really did have the talent to act. There's no need to call him. Team leader He, when I left last night, my second brother had already mended your meridians and dantian. Zhang Xiaohua said, I don't know how he did it, but looking at his pale face and sweating like rain, he must be exhausted. He Tianshu smiled bitterly. I know Xiaohu is tired. You don't have to say this. I am grateful to your second brother for the rest of my life. And, even if he wants me to teach you Arhat Fist for the rest of my life, I am willing. You should tell me the result of the mending. This. Zhang Xiaohua hesitated. Her tone was subtle. He Tianshu's heart skipped a beat. Following that, he asked, why? Is it different from your second brother's thinking? My dantian can't be mended? I won't be able to recover in the future? Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua sighed deeply and said, second brother said that your meridians and dantian are heavily injured. In a short period of time, it is impossible to heal, sigh. He Tianshu also sighed, I knew it wasn't that simple. The methods of the lingering fragrance peak's inner disciples are not something that we can easily mend. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's following words sounded, maybe after resting for 10 days to half a month, there will be a slight effect. He Tianshu was still secretly depressed. When he heard these words, he almost didn't believe them. He stretched out his arm and wanted to grab Zhang Xiaohua. But Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were sharp and her hands were quick. She immediately held him down and laughed, if team leader he moves, my second brother's painstaking efforts will be wasted. Bah! He Tianshu laughed and scolded, you little rascal, you can't even finish your words in one breath. You deliberately want me to do it. Sigh, your second brother said that there will be a slight effect after 10 days to half a month. Tell me more specifically, can my inner strength be recovered? Zhang Xiaohua raised her chin and said proudly, who is my second brother? This is just a small matter. How can he not be able to handle it? Last night, second brother said that team leader He's inner strength can definitely be cultivated again. Healing is just a matter of time. After a month or so, your dantian should be repaired. Really? He Tianshu couldn't believe his ears. Destroying one's dantian to cripple one's martial arts was the cruelest method in Jianghu. He had never heard of anyone being able to cultivate their martial arts back. Oh no, there were so many disciples on Shishim Peak who had their dantian crippled by the fragrant cult. For so many years, none of them were able to recover. Even this Zhang Xiaohu had never heard of him having any method. But who would have thought that he could use such an ingenious method to repair his dantian? This isn't a dream, right? Thinking about it, He Tianshu couldn't help but bite his tongue. Ouch! A sharp pain came, reminding him that this was indeed reality. Martial uncle where does it hurt? A voice sounded. Zhang Xiaohua raised her head with a smile and saw Zhang Xiaohu walking in. Without waiting for He Tianshu to speak, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's nothing. Team leader, he asked me about the condition of his dantian and meridians. I told him what second brother told me last night. It's just that he has already started to repair them. In a month's time, it will be repaired." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu's eyes lit up with joy. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua in shock. He Tianshu asked, "Xiaohu, don't lie to me. Xiaohua, is what he said true?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly and thought, "Nonsense, of course what he said is more true than what I said." However, he continued to say, "Congratulations martial uncle congratulations martial uncle Martial nephew did not fail you and repaired your meridians and dantian. When the time comes, I will definitely be able to help martial uncle regain your martial arts." Hearing Zhang Xiaohu's confirmation, He Tianshu was so excited that he couldn't hold back his tears. The tears flowed from the corners of his eyes and fell to his ears. Zhang Xiaohu looked to his left and took a towel from the side. He walked forward and wiped away the tears around He Tianshu's temples. He smiled and said, "I've never seen martial uncle act like a girl before. Today, I've learned something new." He Tianshu said embarrassedly, "You don't know the pain of losing one's martial arts. Let's not talk about me. If your master doesn't cry after hearing this news, my surname isn't he." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and did not argue with him. He only said, "Martial uncle there are many spies in Shishim Peak. You have to be careful in the future. Don't let them see any flaws. There are many disciples like you in our Misty School, and I want to cure them bit by bit. You don't want me to be discovered early, do you?" Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips at the side. I wonder if Big Brother has the talent to sing operas? Chapter 785. After settling down the somewhat agitated He Tianshu, Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua returned to the hall in the front yard. The two sat down and Zhang Xiaohu anxiously asked, "Xiaohua, is what martial uncle said true?" "You." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she wasn't happy and said, "What do you mean, Captain? He said it. It should be me who said it." Okay, Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, what you said, is it all true? Martial uncle will be able to recover his dantian after another month of cultivation?" Yes. Zhang Xiaohua nodded affirmatively and said, "This meridian soothing pill seems to have a better effect than the bone congealing pill. The bone congealing pill will probably take more time to heal the crushed joints. However, Captain He's meridians and dantian have been injured for a longer time, so he will need more medicinal power. I don't think he will be like you and be able to increase his power by so many years after taking the meridian soothing pill." That's good. Zhang Xiaohu stood up and rubbed his hands, saying, "It doesn't matter how many years of power they gain, as long as they can cultivate their inner strength again, this is much more important than any power." "Oh right, Xiaohua, when will you be able to help me repair my master's dantian?" Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, "Actually, any time is fine, as long as you don't think it will attract lingering fragrance piques attention." But what? Zhang Xiaohu couldn't help but ask, I've been paying attention recently. Lingering fragrance peak's attention towards our Misty School's direct disciples has decreased. Last night, when I followed my master to visit Martial Uncle Lu and Martial Uncle Shui, I didn't see any spies. Besides, my master is different from Martial Uncle He. His hands and feet are fine, only his dantian was damaged. If you repair his dantian, as long as he doesn't reveal his inner strength, no one will be able to tell. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohu was so long-winded and wasn't very enthusiastic about her buts, Zhang Xiaohua could only explain, actually, other than the good news about Captain He, I might also tell you some bad news. Zhang Xiaohu was obviously taken aback. What? Are you out of pills? No. Elixirs are just external objects. You can still refine them after using them. Yeah, like I said, there are thousands of disciples in our Misty School. Even though you have a lot of pills, it's not enough. The bad news is that Miss O's condition has relapsed. I'm afraid I can't save her. Oh. Zhang Xiaohu frowned and said, weren't you full of confidence the day before yesterday? How? Zhang Xiaohua explained Oh Yan's situation with a sad face. Zhang Xiaohu was also sad after hearing it. Yes, they couldn't find the root of the illness and could only pin their hopes on pills. How could they be at ease? Does Hall Master Yang know about this? Zhang Xiaohu asked tentatively. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. I don't know. From what Big Sister Chiotong said, Miss O doesn't want her to know. I know. You already said it a few days ago. What I mean is, Miss O seems to be terminally ill. Hall Master Yang is her only family member. If she does this, alas, Zhang Xiaohua still sighed. This is other people's family matter. Let's not get involved. Although Leader O committed suicide, but after all, she was forced to die by the fragrant cult. Hall Master Yang is an inner disciple of the fragrant cult. Although it's difficult to avenge her brother, it's impossible for them to not have any grudges. Can't you tell Hall Master Yang? Zhang Xiaohu still didn't give up. Second brother, are you crazy? How can I tell her? Zhang Xiaohua was more and more puzzled. He had never seen Yang rupying in the Misty School. His impression of her was limited to the Hall Master of the fragrant cult. He didn't have any special feelings for her. Hall Master Yang has worked hard these years. Zhang Xiaohu looked out of the window and said, on one hand, she is trying her best to manage Shixin Peak. On the other hand, she has to resist the encroachment of lingering fragrance peak. Sometimes, many ethereal sect disciples even have to resist her. Maybe, Zhang Xiaohua shrugged. I can't understand if one doesn't take the position. But second brother, you'll be the chief disciple of the Misty Hall in the future. Maybe it'll be harder for you. Oh, right. Xiaohua, when you repaired Martial Uncle He's dantian yesterday, I went to Master's place. I heard from Master and two Martial Uncles that the position of chief disciple doesn't seem to be as simple as we thought. Zhang Xiaohu then told her what happened yesterday. Finally, he said, I just went to the Misty Hall and told Hall Master Yang and Deputy Hall Master Qian about the difficulties. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, what did the two Hall Masters say? Zhang Xiaohu shook his head and said, Deputy Hall Master Qian naturally doesn't need to say anything. He doesn't care about martial ancestrally and thinks it's unnecessary. This is the chief disciple of the Misty Hall of the Lingering Fragrance Cult, not the chief disciple of the Misty School. Hall Master Yang is also helpless. Ever since Martial Ancestor Li and Martial Ancestor Lu came to Shixin Peak, they have always been alone in the middle, never seeing any guests. Hall Master Yang has also never seen them, so, she doesn't have any good suggestions. Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said, I'm sorry, second brother. Martial Ancestor Li and Martial Ancestor Lu, who are they? Zhang Xiaohu's face was full of disbelief. But after thinking for a while, he knew that Zhang Xiaohua only knew O Peng and Zhang Qingyue from the Misty Hall. Even if Zhang Xiaohua wanted to know the others, it was not very likely. So, Zhang Xiaohu told her the situation of Li Jian, Lu Qingyang, and the Misty Six Tigers. Oh, so they are the senior and junior brothers of gang leader O. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, I did hear about Grandmaster Li wielding a sword beam and showing off his might in ethereal peak. It's just that I can't match it up. In that case, you really have to make a trip to Grandmaster Li and Grandmaster Lu to find out their intentions. Yes, I'm also thinking about how to go to the Misty Mountain Villa and how to tell the ancestors about this. Misty Mountain Villa? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Huh, Zhang Xiaohu laughed and said, it's the place where Martial Ancestor Li and the others live. Well, the thousands of ordinary disciples whose martial arts were destroyed and whose joints were crushed, I told you before, all live with Martial Ancestor Li and the others. They call it the Misty Mountain Villa. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously again, then, the place where Miss O lives. Of course it's called the Huanxi Mountain Villa. Zhang Xiaohu answered with a smile. Gosh, Zhang Xiaohua patted her forehead and said, then your Shixin Peak might as well be called the Misty Peak. Zhang Xiaohu said, but because they live there, we can't call them by that name. We don't have a specific place name, so we just call them by that name. Oh, I see. Zhang Xiaohua understood and said, then when will you go to the Misty Mountain Villa? This. To be honest, I haven't thought about it yet. I'm insignificant in the eyes of Martial Ancestor Li and the others. Hall Master Yang doesn't like me even if he goes there, let alone me. They have a villa of their own, and only the disciples of the Lingering Fragrance Peak look after it. If not, I wouldn't tell Deputy Hall Master Gao about this. Hearing Zhang Xiaohu's words, Zhang Xiaohua thought of something and said, Second brother, you said that in the Misty Mountain Villa, there are only the original disciples of the Misty School whose martial arts have been destroyed, and there are no spies of the incense cult. Of course, there are all my old friends of the Misty School. There are no new faces. How can there be spies? Can't the original disciples be bribed? Even if they are bribed, they should bribe the young disciples of the Shixin Peak. These are all useless people. What's the use of bribing them? Besides, Martial Ancestor Li and the others will know what the disciples do after they leave the Misty Mountain Villa. How can they be bribed? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. There is nothing certain in this world. Zhang Xiaohu frowned. Xiaohua, what are you thinking by asking so many questions? Yes. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. That's what I'm thinking. Since you have the intention to restore the martial arts of these thousands of disciples, why don't you take advantage of this opportunity to see Grandmaster Li and tell him that you can help them recover their martial arts? Seeing that you have such an ability, will they still have objections to you being the chief disciple of the Misty School? Zhang Xiaohu somewhat understood, but he still hesitated. Xiaohua, the problem is that I don't know how to do it. Only you have this ability. Didn't you say last time that there are thousands of people? I don't know how long it will take. Moreover, they are in the Misty Mountain Villa, under the close protection of the disciples of the Lingering Fragrance Peak. If I go, of course, there will be a legitimate reason. How can you, a disciple of the Pill Tower Hall, go? Previously, I was only thinking about it. To truly implement it, I still need to think about it at length. Zhang Xiaohua smiled mysteriously and said, you don't need to worry about going in and out of the Misty Mountain Villa. I have my own ways. Don't forget how I went in and out of the Huanxi Mountain Villa. Zhang Xiaohu slapped his head and said, isn't that right? I almost forgot. That day in the Yulon Grand Canyon, you often disappeared in the blink of an eye? Since it's like this, then it's easy to handle. How about this, I'll go get the Hall Master token now. You come with me right now and explain this matter clearly to Martial Ancestor Li and the others. While you're at it, let them make preparations so that I can start treating their internal injuries. When it came to helping second brother, Zhang Xiaohua had never refused. He only thought for a moment and calculated the time needed for the awakening pill to be produced. Then, he nodded and said, I'll listen to second brother's instructions. However, I think it's best that you don't mention the matter of the chief disciple to Martial Ancestor Li for now. First, let them recover a few of their skills. At that time, when they are indebted to you, will they not agree? Zhang Xiaohu clapped his hands and said, that's how it should be. Xiaohua, I'll have to trouble you again. Hee, second brother's matter is my matter. Besides, I'm helping the Misty School. How dare I disobey? Okay, then I'll go to the Misty Mountain Villa now. Presumably, Hall Master Yang and Vice Hall Master Qin are still discussing matters there. Are you waiting for me here? Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, you go first. I have to go back to the small courtyard of the Pill Tower Hall to take a look. I'll come back in the afternoon. After saying that, the two left separately. Chapter 786. From the Misty Hall to the foot of the Shushin Peak, there was an inconspicuous fork in the road. It was rugged to the north, slightly turned around a few hillsides, walked through a messy thorny forest, and came face to face with a clear stream. Zhang Xiaohu stood behind the thorny forest, looking at the single plank bridge over the stream with a somewhat complicated expression. This single plank bridge was very simple and crude. There was only a thick tree that had been pulled down and it was placed above a small stream that was not very wide. The stream was also very shallow and one could easily wade through it. However, behind the single plank bridge, there were two disciples dressed in the ethereal sex attire. They stood upright as if this was the memorial archway of the ethereal mountain villa. Their expressions were solemn. But their clothes had long been worn out, far less bright than the clothes and armor Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua had when they first came to the Misty Mountain Villa. Zhang Xiaohu was not in a hurry to walk over. He first observed for a moment, and then looked left and right for a while. Second brother? Are you looking for me? Zhang Xiaohua slightly poked her head out of the thorny forest and asked with a smile. Yes, I walked all the way and did not see you. I thought you lost me. In front of us is. Before Zhang Xiaohu finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohua whispered, someone is coming, probably a disciple of the lingering fragrance peak. Then she retracted her head into the thorny forest, but couldn't see it. Zhang Xiaohu's heart trembled, and immediately changed the expression on his face, slightly frowning, and walked through the thorny forest. Stop! A clear shout came from the left side of the sky. Zhang Xiaohu pretended to be surprised, and looked up, only to see a middle-aged man in white jumping down from the big tree over there, using his qinggong to walk in, and coldly asked, Who are you? Why did you come here? Zhang Xiaohu cupped his hands and said, Excuse me, are you the senior brother on duty of the lingering fragrance peak? The middle-aged man was obviously disgusted by this senior brother. He frowned slightly and unhappily said, I am. Who are you? Seeing that his disciple didn't even announce his name, Zhang Xiaohu knew that the other party was unhappy. He just sneered in his heart, but said, I'm Zhang Xiaohu, a disciple of the Misty Hall. I'm going to the Misty Mountain Villa under the order of the Hall Master. Senior brother, please do me a favor. Misty Mountain Villa? The disciple snorted coldly and said, There is no Misty Mountain Villa on Shushin Peak. There's only a nameless valley here, there's no place like you said. Hee. Senior martial brother, please understand. I want to go to the nameless mountain that you mentioned. Please make it convenient for me. As she spoke, Zhang Xiaohua took out the token of the Misty Hall from her bosom. The disciple reached out and took it. He looked at it up and down and said disdainfully, Is this the only token? Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, What's the difference? However, I remember that the hierarch on Lingering Fragrance Peak said that this nameless valley can be unimpeded with only the token of the Misty Hall. Senior martial brother, what other tokens do you want to see? What a joke. The disciple curled his lips and sneered. He threw the token of the Misty Hall back to Zhang Xiaohu and said, Of course you can go unimpeded with the token of the Misty Hall. But you can only go to this thorny forest. If you want to go sightseeing, I won't stop you. You can play to your heart's content. I won't interfere even if you bring along your female disciples. Then he looked sideways at the stream and sneered, but if you want to go near the stream, don't blame me for being rude. Zhang Xiaohu sighed in his heart. He took out another token from his bosom and handed it forward, saying, "This is the token of the Deputy Hall Master of the Misty Hall. Please check it." Deputy Hall Master Gao? The disciple was stunned and said in surprise, "Isn't the Deputy Hall Master of the Misty Hall Master Zhong? Why is it suddenly changed?" However, he still took it and checked it carefully. While the disciple checked it, Zhang Xiaohu sneered and said, "Deputy Hall Master Zhong has made great contributions in the Misty Hall. He was called back by the hierarch and put in an important position. Deputy Hall Master Gao just came here yesterday." Hearing this, the disciple nodded and handed the token back. He said thoughtfully, "So Senior Martial Brother Gao just came to Shixin Peak yesterday. No wonder." "No wonder what?" Zhang Xiaohu asked in surprise. The disciple didn't seem surprised and casually waved his hand. "This junior brother, you don't need to put on an act with me. A few years ago, your hall master Yang sent some disciples here to negotiate, but gradually they stopped coming. Last year, a disciple from your Misty Hall named Zhao Jian came on the orders of Vice Hall Master Zhong, but he also returned with his tail between his legs. Do I even need to ask why you came here?" After that, he moved aside and said, "Go and come back as soon as possible, but don't lose your face. The people here are all loyal disciples of the Misty School. Although you are devoted to the incense cult, you used to be a disciple of the Misty School. You have to lower your head when you see them. This task, tut, is really a bit difficult." Seeing the disciple's face full of pity and sympathy, Zhang Xiaohu was confused. He didn't know what the disciple was muttering about. However, from these words, Zhang Xiaohu knew that there must be something that he didn't know before. But, did this have anything to do with him? His mission here was completely different from Zhao Jian and the other disciples. How could the old disciples of the Misty School embarrass him? Zhang Xiaohu smiled and cupped his hands at the disciple. He looked left and right secretly, trying to find traces of Zhang Xiaohua. Unfortunately, it was normal in the past. Even the disciples of the Lingering Fragrance Peak nodded slightly and didn't have any other reaction. Zhang Xiaohu walked to the front of the single-plank bridge. Taking a deep breath, he slowly walked over. Now that Zhang Xiaohu's injuries were mostly healed, the internal energy in his body was advancing rapidly under the dual cultivation of yin and yang. The effect of 1 day of cultivation was equivalent to 10 days of cultivation for others. The disciples at the stream had already seen the disciples of the Lingering Fragrance Peak blocking Zhang Xiaohu. When they saw Zhang Xiaohu being let go, one of them immediately picked up a bow and arrow from the ground and casually shot a whistling arrow. When Zhang Xiaohu slowly walked across the single-plank bridge, several people were already holding weapons and ran over. However, these people's footsteps were heavy and didn't seem like people who practiced martial arts. Zhang Xiaohu sighed in his heart. He walked past the stream and didn't go any closer. He only said in a clear voice, "This is the disciple of the Misty Hall, Zhang Xiaohu. I am here to pay my respects to Martial Ancestor Li and Martial Ancestor Lu under the orders of Hall Master Yang." When the disciples of the Misty School heard this, they didn't let down their guard. One of the older men walked over with a Qi Mei staff in his hand and said coldly, "I only know the disciples of the Misty School and not the Misty Hall. Little brother, you should go back and wash up and sleep. Don't play around here." Zhang Xiaohu didn't get angry. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "I am the disciple of the Misty School's direct disciple, Wenhai. I came here today because I have something important to discuss with Martial Ancestor Li and Martial Ancestor Lu. I hope this Martial Uncle can make things easier." Direct disciple? When the man heard this, his eyes clearly lit up. His attitude was somewhat relaxed. However, he immediately looked up and down at Zhang Xiaohu and said, "Junior brother Wen's age seems to be older than you." Before he finished speaking, a disciple beside him walked over and lowered his head to whisper a few words in his ear. When the man heard this, he couldn't help but smile and said, "I see. I really didn't know about this matter." Zhang Xiaohu, I heard from Junior Brother Wang that you really are Junior Brother Wen's direct disciple. However, words alone have no proof. Even if you are a direct disciple, this place is no longer the Misty Hall of the past. If you don't have any proof, as your martial uncle, I still can't let you in. Zhang Xiaohu also looked as if he had expected this. He slightly turned his head to look at the lingering fragrance-peaked disciple who was hiding somewhere. He took out a token from his bosom and said with a smile, "Please examine it, martial uncle." It was a black token that was 3 inches in size. The front was simple and unadorned. There were 2 strange large characters written on it. It was misty, and on the back was the character, Hai. If this wasn't Wenhai's direct disciple token, then what could it be? When the man saw this token, he immediately became respectful. He carefully took it and looked at it carefully. He smiled and said, "It really is Junior Brother Wen's token. Martial Nephew Zhang, my surname is Bai. You can call me Martial Uncle Bai. Please don't blame me. A few years ago, many disciples came to find Martial Uncle Li. If it wasn't for this matter, then it was for that matter. How could we not know their intentions? We had no choice but to do so." After he finished speaking, he handed the token back to Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, No, Martial Uncle Bai is too polite. Martial uncles and martial uncles have noble character and unquestionable integrity. Martial nephew really admires you for guarding a pure land here. Martial Uncle Bai smiled and didn't say anything. He pointed to a disciple and said, "Martial nephew Zhang, I still have to be on duty here. This is Martial Uncle Zhou. Let him take you to see Martial Uncle Li." Zhang Xiaohu nodded and cupped one hand in the other before his chest. He said, "Please take care of me, Martial Uncle Zhou." Martial Uncle Zhou was missing an arm, so he only used his left hand to carry a padao. He smiled and said, "I haven't seen the direct disciple of our Misty School for a long time. Martial nephew Zhang, you don't have to be so polite. Please follow me." Martial Uncle Zhou led Zhang Xiaohu through an uneven mountain path and went up another mountain ridge. What came into view was a rather large kernel. However, when Zhang Xiaohu saw the scene in the call, he was stunned and involuntarily stopped. Martial Uncle Zhou, who was leading the way, saw him stop and said with a smile, "Martial nephew Zhang, it seems that this is the first time you have come to our Misty Heights." Zhang Xiaohu was stunned for a long time. With tears in his eyes, he murmured, "Yes, Martial Uncle Zhou, it is indeed the first time for me to come here, and it is also the first time for me to know that the ethereal villa is actually so difficult." It turned out that the ethereal villa was not like the Huanxi villa, which only had some low thatched houses. Many of the houses were simply built with trees. Looking from the mountain ridge, it was even inferior to the Guozhuang house, let alone the Huanxi villa. Martial Uncle Zhou understood what Zhang Xiaohu was referring to. He smiled and said, "It's nothing much. It's just that the brothers don't want to receive the grace of the fragrant cult. They have no choice but to do everything themselves, creating something out of nothing in this valley." Creating something out of nothing? Although it was easy to say, it would be extremely difficult to do it. Chapter 787. Zhang Xiaohu walked down a small path and Zhang Xiaohua appeared from a pile of rocks not far away. Looking at the simple and crude village in front of him, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. He had followed Zhang Xiaohu underground and arrived at the mountain before Zhang Xiaohu. Martial Uncle Zhou's explanation just now happened to fall into his ears and swept away all his doubts. He's really a man of iron in the Misty School. No wonder he's sect leader O's senior and junior brother. Zhang Xiaohua had a good impression of Li Jian and Lu Qingyang, the 2 grandmasters whom he had never met before, as well as the thousands of disciples of the Misty School who had been crippled by the fragrant cult. He felt that they were the backbone of the Misty School. If he wanted to help them, he would definitely help them even if they weren't related. Well, of course, it would be best if he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. What if he could kill 3 birds with 1 stone? 4 birds? wouldn't that be even better? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but start scheming again. Zhang Xiaohu followed martial uncle Zhou into the small mountain village. The first thing he saw was a simple and crude archway. Although it wasn't tall, there was a plaque with the words Misty School written on it. Although the words weren't as elegant as those on the archway of the Misty Mountain Villa outside Pingyang City, it didn't have the same awe-inspiring aura. However, when paired with the thick wooden archway, there was a hint of unruliness. Zhang Xiaohu walked to this place and couldn't move his feet. The words Misty were not uncommon in the Misty Hall of Shixin Peak, but it wasn't as pleasing to the eye as here. Zhang Xiaohu couldn't help but tidy up his sleeves and bowed deeply. Martial Uncle Zhou watched from the side without saying a word. He only nodded slightly at the disciples standing on both sides of the memorial archway as if this was a common occurrence. However, Zhang Xiaohu did not notice this expression of familiarity. After passing the decorated archway, there was a large open space. It was much larger than the square in front of the original Misty Mountain Villa. It was already afternoon, and the weather was somewhat stuffy. In the square, many disciples were either in groups of 3 or 5, or in groups of 10. There were also many who were alone, and all of them were practicing martial arts. Zhang Xiaohu had already seen this and was puzzled. Weren't the disciples here crippled long ago? But when he got closer, Zhang Xiaohu already understood that these disciples were practicing fist techniques, sword techniques, and so on. There were even many disciples who were using stone weights to train their strength, but none of them seemed to have internal energy. It was exactly the same as when Zhang Xiaohu first entered the Lotus Escort Agency. Heaven's movement is vigorous, and the gentleman will never stop striving. Not only Zhang Xiaohu, but also Zhang Xiaohua, who had escaped into the ground, saw this lively scene, and this sentence flashed in their minds. Yes, these disciples of the Misty School were indeed crippled and their joints crushed by the experts of the fragrance cult. However, the fragrance cult could only cripple their martial arts. Their unyielding hearts and unyielding fighting spirit could not be wiped away in any way. Suddenly, a kind of reverence spontaneously arose from the bottom of Zhang Xiaohu's heart. Thinking of his own actions in the past few years on Shixin Peak, he could not help but blush with shame. At the same time, he was extremely glad. Fortunately, he had discussed with Wenhai and the others before coming to this place that was almost forgotten by the disciples of the Misty Hall to seek guidance from martial ancestrally, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to know everything that happened so close to him. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohu immediately understood why the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak were so strict with the disciples who came to the Misty Mountain Villa. Not only did they have to have the token of Misty Hall Master Yang, but they also had to have the token of Lingering Fragrance Peak's Deputy Hall Master. If the young disciples of the Misty Hall knew that there were thousands of old, weak, sick, and disabled people practicing so hard without caring whether their practice was effective or not, then they would definitely feel nostalgic. The sense of belonging that the fragrant cult had cultivated with great difficulty would definitely be swept away. The young disciples of the Misty Hall knew that there were thousands of old, weak, sick, and disabled people around them who were practicing so hard without caring whether their practice was effective or not, then they would definitely feel nostalgic, and the sense of belonging that the fragrant cult had cultivated with great difficulty would definitely be swept away. The fragrance cult certainly did not want such a thing to happen. Along the way, Zhang Xiaohu and martial uncle Zhou saw that what they saw was no different from the original Misty School. There were disciples on patrol, disciples practicing, and everything was in good order. However, no matter what kind of disciples they were, no matter how calm their expressions were, their clothes and weapons were the old clothes and weapons of the former Misty School. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohu also noticed that martial uncle Zhou was also wearing old clothes. Zhang Xiaohu frowned and wondered whether he should ask. At this time, martial uncle Zhou spoke first. Martial nephew Zhang, our communication with the Misty Hall is not very smooth. Thinking about it carefully, we haven't had any disciples come here for a year. I don't know how our young disciples are doing on Shixin Peak. Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and said with a smile, everyone is doing well. Many things have happened in the past year. I will tell you in detail when I meet Martial Ancestrally later. It's just that. Zhang Xiaohu looked around at the simple thatched huts and said apologetically, but, we disciples don't know that martial uncles and martial uncles are living so simply. This disciple. I don't know what to say. Martial Uncle Zhou glanced at Zhang Xiaohu. For some reason, there was a trace of contempt in his eyes. He only smiled and did not say anything. Zhang Xiaohu asked again, this disciple has a question, but I don't know if I should ask it or not. Martial Uncle Zhou raised the corner of his eyes and said with a smile, go ahead. Zhang Xiaohu pointed to the low thatched huts and wooden huts around and said, everything in the Misty Hall is done by ourselves. Then. Martial uncles and martial ancestors' clothes, have they always been wearing in the Misty Hall? Martial Uncle Zhou snorted and said, Martial Nephew Zhang, aren't you asking the obvious? If not, why would your hall master send you here? Zhang Xiaohu was confused. He cupped his hands and said, this disciple doesn't know what Martial Uncle Zhou is talking about. However, I think Martial Uncle Zhou has misunderstood. This disciple has come here for an extremely important matter. It's just that I can't tell you in detail for the time being. Martial Uncle Zhou looked suspicious and said with a frown, forget it. Anyway, this is your martial uncle's problem. I just need to bring you here. Then he thought for a moment and said, didn't I say just now that we, the old, weak, sick and disabled of the Misty School, didn't want to come to the incense cult? We only wanted to be buried in the Misty Peak with sect leader O. However, we were forced to come by the disciples of the incense cult. Our people are here, but our hearts are still in Pingyang City. Therefore, not only do we live in a place built by ourselves with a piece of stone and a piece of wood, even our food and other necessities are taken care of by ourselves. Our clothes. Martial Uncle Zhou said proudly, of course they are from the past. We don't even have a single thread of the incense cult. The ancient said, Boyi and Shuchi don't eat grains of zhou. Martial uncles, you are of noble character and unquestionable integrity, not inferior to the ancients. This disciple is really impressed. Zhang Xiaohu was in awe again, but then he hesitated and said, but weren't the disciples of the Misty School forced to change clothes by the disciples of the incense cult? How did the martial uncles? Martial Uncle Zhou shook his head and said, we aren't even afraid of death. Why would we be afraid of their coercion? Even if we don't change our clothes, they can't force us to change our clothes, right? Zhang Xiaohu was a little ashamed. If you want me to change my clothes, I will die in front of you. I'm not even afraid of death, why would I be afraid of your coercion? Although it was easy to say, if you really did it, it wouldn't just be the contact of lips, it would be the price of blood and life. As they spoke, they arrived at a spacious area. On the other side of the spacious area, there was a rather large wooden house. Above the house was a simple plaque with the words, Meeting Hall, written on it. Martial Uncle Zhou looked at the wooden house from afar with a longing expression and said with a smile, Martial Uncle Li, if you don't have anything to do, you should be in the conference hall. Martial Nephew Zhang, please. Martial Uncle Zhou, please. Zhang Xiaohu nodded and then he thought of something and said, I wonder if Martial Ancestor Lu, oh, right, and Martial Uncle Shernyo, are they doing well? This. Martial Uncle Zhou's face was a little gloomy and said, it's still the same. It has been many years. No matter how much we tried to persuade him or think of other methods, it was useless. This heart disease needs to be cured by the heart medicine, others are useless. Martial Nephew, why are you suddenly asking about this? Zhang Xiaohu said, this disciple knows a little about the two grandmasters. Before I came here, Master told me again and again to bring him to take a look. Maybe he can say something. Is that so? Martial Uncle Zhou thought for a moment and said, your master has a message for Shernyo? Or Martial Uncle Lu? Zhang Xiaohu saw that Martial Uncle Zhou had misunderstood and was about to explain. Suddenly, he thought of something and said with a smile, actually, both of them are fine. If it's not convenient for Martial Ancestor Lu, then Martial Uncle Shi can come over. Martial Uncle Zhou nodded and brought Zhang Xiaohu to the conference hall. He walked to the front of the conference hall and bowed respectfully. He said loudly, "Martial Uncle Li, the ethereal school of Shushin Peak sent someone here. He said he has something to discuss with you." After a moment, a cold voice came from inside. "What can it be?" "Yang Ruping brought her young disciples to her misty sect, while I brought a group of old, weak, sick, and disabled people to my misty sect. We will never interact with each other. So, why should I hope that I will be able to get along with them? There's no need to meet this person. Tell him to go back. Tell him that no matter what the conditions are, this Li will not agree. Tell them to give up as soon as possible." Then, he muttered, "It's been a year since a fly came to harass us. Why is it that after a moment of peace and quiet, there are people coming? How noisy." Martial Uncle Zhou looked at Zhang Xiaohu, thought for a moment, and reported, "Martial Uncle Li, this person is junior brother Wen Wenhai's direct disciple. He said that he has an important matter to discuss with you, and he also has a message for senior brother Shernyo and Martial Uncle Lu." Direct disciples? The person inside was a little surprised. Aren't they all dead? Chapter 788. Hearing this, he was surprised. Direct disciple? Didn't they all die out? Zhang Xiaohu's face showed a bitter smile, but he was still respectful. Then, he heard a sound of footsteps, neither fast nor slow, coming from inside. When he reached the door, Zhang Xiaohu looked over. It was Li Jian, dressed in a green robe, with white hair on his temples. Li Jian's face was wrinkled like it was carved by a knife. Other than his temples, his head was also white. Only his waist was still straight, and the spirit in his eyes was even sharper than before. Zhang Xiaohu did not dare to neglect. He immediately went forward and bowed. "Disciple Zhang Xiaohu greets Master Li." Seeing Zhang Xiaohu, Li Jian also frowned. He thought for a moment and hesitated. "You are the old disciple that Ahai took in?" Zhang Xiaohu nodded. "Yes, I am." "Ai, it's been hard on you. You entered my misty school for only a few years, but you met with such a big change. You didn't even enjoy the preferential treatment of a direct disciple." Zhang Xiaohu was embarrassed. Disciple doesn't dare. Under Master's guidance, disciple has already practiced the ethereal divine art for several years. It can be considered a small harvest. Ethereal divine art? Li Jian stared at him for a long time and mocked, "A small harvest? You dare to say this? Although this old man has lost all his internal energy, I still have eyes. You have only practiced internal energy for several years, and you dare to say that you have a small harvest. I'm not afraid of hurting you, but you haven't even found the threshold. Shameless boasting." Then, he continued, "This is simply a stain on the profound ethereal divine art. This." Zhang Xiaohu was sweating profusely. He heard that Master Li had always been cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Why did he give him such a show of strength when they met? Zhang Xiaohu didn't dare to refute. What Li Jian said was also right. He was currently practicing two types of internal energy at the same time, and his maturity was only at the level of a few years. He could only bitterly smile and say, "Martial Ancestor Li's teachings are correct. This disciple will definitely practice martial arts diligently in the future, and will absolutely not tarnish the reputation of this ethereal divine art." Li Jian ignored him and said to the disciple surnamed Zhou, "You go and call your martial uncle Li and senior brother Shi. We have been in Shushin Peak for 4 or 5 years. This is the first time that a direct disciple has come to persuade us. It's better to meet them. Maybe Ahai has something to say." Then, he glanced sideways at Zhang Xiaohu. "Come in." Zhang Xiaohu followed Li Jian into the hall and looked around curiously. This was a wooden building with ventilation on all sides. There were no walls around it. Inside the so-called hall, there were several chairs. Zhang Xiaohu counted them and found that there were 6 of them. When he looked up, there were 3 memorial tablets placed at the top of the hall. There were also 3 incense burners. There were several incense sticks that were slowly burning. Zhang Xiaohu's heart trembled. There was nothing to say. Weren't these the names of O Peng, Shangguan Fenglu, and Su Peihua? He didn't dare to be negligent. When Li Jian sat down on a chair, he hurriedly went forward and knelt on the ground, kowtowing 3 times. Then, he stepped forward and respectfully lit 3 incense sticks for each of the memorial tablets. After that, he stepped back and stood opposite Li Jian. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu kowtowing respectfully, Li Jian only looked on coldly. He wasn't moved by these actions and didn't even have any expression. What a joke. This was Zhang Xiaohu's grandmaster, and the spirit tablet was right here. If one didn't go up and offer incense, then it would be surprising. However, if this was enough to make Li Jian reveal a look of relief and nod his head repeatedly, then it would be even more laughable if he was moved by Zhang Xiaohu's actions. And, presumably, Zhang Xiaohu's previous disciples were also this hypocritical. Zhang Xiaohu stood there and waited for a while. Then, he heard Li Jian cough and say, "Zhang Xiaohu, since you are a direct disciple of my Misty School, then I won't be polite. Tell me the truth. What conditions did the Temple of Fragrance offer to make us submit?" Zhang Xiaohu was at a loss. He raised his head and said, "Martial Ancestor Li, this disciple didn't come here for this matter." Li Jian waved his hand and said, "He, if it's not this matter, what else can it be? Didn't you send a few disciples here to talk to me about this matter? Moreover, they didn't use this as a banner? Forget it. They actually sent you here this time. They are really at their wits' end. First, tell me about the changes in the Misty Hall this year. Tell me everything, no matter how big or small. As long as you know, tell me everything." Zhang Xiaohu thought for a while and said with a smile, "Yes, Martial Ancestor Li." After that, he stood there and recounted everything that happened in the past year. When he was about to finish, Martial Uncle Zhou pushed a huge simple chair and brought a man to the meeting hall. Zhang Xiaohu stopped talking and looked at the drunk man on the chair. Wasn't this the majestic stone cow from the Misty Peak? But at this time, Stone Cow was actually a little fat. The threatening aura on his body had long disappeared. His body was slumped on the chair, leaving only a decadent smell of alcohol. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu come forward and salute, Stone Cow only slightly opened his drunk eyes. He squinted for a while and then closed them again, ignoring him. He heard Martial Uncle Zhou say, "Martial Uncle Li, Martial Uncle Lu is still drunk and can't come. I have already told the disciples on guard. If Martial Nephew Zhang hasn't left, when Martial Uncle Lu wakes up, tell him." Looking at Stone Cow's appearance, Li Jian coldly said, "Zhang Xiaohu, continue talking. When Stone Cow wakes up, you can talk to him." Thus, Zhang Xiaohu continued to tell him about the recent situation of the Yulan Twilight refinement. This time, Li Jian was beaming with joy as he slapped the table and said, "Delightful, delightful, truly delightful. What kind of monster is this Yulan Grand Canyon? Why did it only kill a few thousand ordinary disciples? Why didn't it come out and kill all the disciples of the fragrant religion?" Zhang Xiaohu was sweating profusely. When he heard that Zhang Xiaohu saved Zhang Xiaohua, Li Jian unconsciously let out a cold snort from his nose. "Soft-hearted, he's just a kid from the pill-expanding hall, what's there to save? You have to remember, the fragrant religion destroyed our Misty School. They killed a lot of Misty School's disciples that year." Zhang Xiaohu was speechless. Even Zhang Xiaohua, who was hiding at the side, was displeased. Although he saw the Stone Cow being pushed in, his heart was filled with sorrow. He lamented that the brave and fierce man had fallen to such a state. But now, he was being scolded by Li Jian. He couldn't help but feel disdain for Li Jian's narrow-mindedness. When Li Jian heard about Zhao Jian's deranged actions, he couldn't help but feel a little dejected. He said, "This brat came last year and looked refined. He even burned 9 sticks of incense. How come I didn't see him being so sinister? He even wants to harm our own disciples?" The ancient said, "An orange in Huainan is an orange, while an orange in Huaibei is an orange." If Zhao Jian was in our Misty School, he would never do such a heinous thing. Damn, Zhang Xiaohu secretly cursed, he only offered 9 incense sticks and you think so highly of him. It seems that I didn't offer enough. But martial ancestrally, this disciple really doesn't know the rules. After Zhang Xiaohu finished speaking, Li Jian looked at the sky and said, you've said what you should say. I've also said what I should say. You must remember that you are a direct disciple of the Misty School. Although your martial arts are low, your status is still there. Don't be confused by the small favors of Yang Rupiing and Lingering Fragrance Peak. They can only give you some external things. But the honor of being a direct disciple of the Misty School is not something they can give you. Go back and tell Yang Rupiing that I will not agree to what she said. Although our Misty School disciples don't have martial arts, we have strength. If we don't have food, we will plant it ourselves. If we don't have houses, we will build them ourselves. If we don't have clothes, we will wear animal skins. Anyway, we have nothing to do with the Misty Hall. Thank her for her concern. Let her be the inner disciple of Lingering Fragrance Peak and be the Misty Hall's hall master. After listening to Li Jian's words, Zhang Xiaohu somewhat understood that this proud and aloof martial ancestrally must have regarded him as the Misty Hall's lobbyist from the moment they met. Whatever he said would only make him feel conflicted. Fortunately before I left, Xiaohua had already discussed with me. Let's not talk about the chief disciple first. If I say it now, wouldn't she misunderstand my intentions? How would she agree to let me be in that position? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohu bowed deeply and smiled. Martial Ancestor Li's words, this disciple has already brought it to Hall Master Yang. However, this disciple has not come for the matter that Martial Ancestor has said. Li Jian was also surprised and sneered. What matter can there be that Yang Rupiing would trouble you, a direct disciple, to come here? Zhang Xiaohu looked around and was somewhat cautious, saying, Martial Ancestor Li, this matter is quite important. Please allow this disciple to report it alone. Li Jian gave him a sidelong glance, saying, I only have disciples from the Misty School here. There are no disciples from the Misty Hall. You can rest assured that nothing will be leaked out. Zhang Xiaohu still shook his head. Please forgive me, Martial Ancestor Li. This matter is too important. This disciple also hid it from Hall Master Yang. The others, only the original Medicine Hall's martial uncle he knows about this matter. I haven't even told my master. Please reconsider, Martial Ancestor Li. Even Hai doesn't know? That Li Jian was surprised, saying, then I can't let Bai Mufeng go. Who knows what you want to tell me? A disciple from the Medicine Hall can know, but when Wen Hai, a direct disciple, can't know? Seeing that Li Jian was so stubborn and didn't trust him, Zhang Xiaohu was also helpless. He could only sigh, saying, since Martial Ancestor Li doesn't want to know about this opportunity to revitalize the Misty School, then this disciple won't say it. Revitalize the Misty School? Li Jian's face was full of disbelief. Zhou Mufeng is my Misty School's disciple. If I can't even trust him, how can I talk about revitalizing the Misty School? Then you'd better not say it. Go back to your Misty Hall as soon as possible. Chapter 789. Seeing Li Jian being so stubborn, Zhang Xiaohu was rather depressed. After pondering for a long time, he smiled bitterly and said, although Martial Ancestor Li is open and aboveboard and doesn't bully others, you're making things difficult for this disciple. Forget it. Who asked me to be a direct disciple of the Misty School? If I don't go to hell, who will? Li Jian coldly looked at Zhang Xiaohu and did not say anything. He seemed to be very dissatisfied with what he had just said. Zhang Xiaohu used the ethereal divine art and checked the surroundings of the cottage. After confirming that there was no one in the cottage, he lowered his voice and explained that he was able to cure the broken dantian of the Misty School's disciple and the broken joints. Li Jian's expression was very interesting. First, it was a look of disdain. Then, it was shock. Then, it was a kind of realization. Finally, it was an expression of contempt. After waiting for Zhang Xiaohu to finish, he respectfully stood up. Li Jian said, Are you done? Hearing Li Jian's cold tone, Zhang Xiaohu curiously said, reporting to martial ancestor Li, I have finished. Good, then you can leave. What? Zhang Xiaohu almost couldn't believe his ears. He was full of hope and didn't talk about his personal matters. Instead, he revealed this shocking secret. Who would have thought that it would actually be exchanged for such simple words from Li Jian? Martial ancestor Li. Don't you believe in me? Zhang Xiaohu stuttered. Humph, Li Jian coldly snorted and said, Not only do I not believe. If not for the fact that you are Ahai's disciple, this old man would not chase you away. Otherwise, this old man would have already told you to scram. Zhang Xiaohu sighed. It seemed that this Li Jian's vigilance was not ordinary. However, this was still related to the fate of the Misty School. Zhang Xiaohu did not dare to be negligent. Even if he was wronged, he could only endure. He cupped his hands and said, Martial ancestor Li, empty words naturally have no basis. Can this disciple give it a try? Don't. How can you make this old man believe such an illusory thing? Forget it. I don't care what your intentions are. You should return to the Misty Hall as soon as possible. Right at this moment, the stone cow beside him called out, Martial Uncle Li, don't be anxious. Zhou Mufeng was also agitated. If it weren't for the difference in status, he would have stepped forward a long time ago. Li Jiani frowned. He turned to Stone Cow and said gently, Stone Cow, I know you want to try, but do you think it's possible? In the pugilistic world, there were only rumors of martial arts being crippled when one's dantian was broken. However, there had never been anyone who could recover their martial arts after their dantian was broken. This Zhang Xiaohu has received a lot of benefits from the incense cult. He actually used the identity of a direct disciple to come here and mislead the public. We can only accept it calmly. Don't fall for the incense cult's trick. Stone Cow also smiled bitterly, Martial Uncle Li, you are the backbone of our Misty Hall. This disciple will definitely listen to you. However, look at this disciple. He is just a cripple who is paralyzed in a chair. Since Zhang Xiaohu said that there is a way, even if this Zhang Xiaohu is not right, even if this disciple's life is taken, what harm is there in letting him try? Li Jian frowned slightly. Stone Cow's words were correct. He had been paralyzed in a chair for many years. Unlike himself, he was living a life worse than death. Now that he heard that there was someone who could cure him, it was like a drowning person seeing a floating log. How could he not fight for it with all his heart? Even if it was grass and not wood, Stone Cow would not give it up. Moreover, he did not seem to have the right to choose for Stone Cow. After hesitating for a moment, Li Jian nodded slightly and said, Since you are willing to try, then let's try. However, Stone Cow, you must think carefully. If there is really a way, Stone Cow smiled and said, Martial Uncle Li, don't worry. Although Stone Cow is slow-witted, I have been in Shixin Peak for so many years. It is also a kind of training. How can I not know the key point? Moreover, Zhang Xiaohu entered the Misty School. I also heard from Ahai about his past. In the early years, when he did not know martial arts, he was able to stand up for justice. How bad can he be now? What is his brother's name? Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile. Yes, it is Zhang Xiaohua. I remember that when he went south with Miss O, he was also able to sacrifice himself to save others. With such a brother, how bad can Zhang Xiaohu's character be? Zhang Xiaohu blushed and said, Martial Uncle Stone Cow, I do not deserve such praise. Who is praising you? I am just speaking the truth. Stone Cow shook his head. Zhou Mufeng couldn't hold it in any longer. He took a step forward and said, Martial Uncle Li, disciple has the same thoughts as Shernyo. Since he said that he has a way, disciple feels that it's better to let him try. Let disciple give it a try first. If he succeeds, it'll be a great fortune. If he fails, disciple can be considered as a substitute for the other disciples of ethereal sect. You guys? Li Jian was a little anxious. In fact, he also wanted to recover his martial arts. But, this was indeed too inconceivable. How could a tiny third-generation direct disciple possibly possess such heaven-defying methods? Martial Uncle Li, both Stone Cow and Zhou Mufeng called out. Li Jian thought for a moment, then turned his face to Zhang Xiaohu and said, Zhang Xiaohu, I know that you have martial arts, so I cannot do anything to you. However, if you have any evil thoughts and harm Stone Cow and Zhou Mufeng, I will not forgive you. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, Martial Uncle Li, you are both my martial uncles. If I have any evil thoughts, even if you don't pursue it, do you think I can face my master and the other disciples of the Misty School? I hope you are not lying. Li Jian finally agreed. Zhang Xiaohu looked around and said, Martial Uncle Li, this is not a small matter. We cannot make a big commotion. If we attract the attention of the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak, my life is a small matter, but reviving the Misty School is a big matter. You don't want such a situation to happen, right? Nonsense. Li Jian believed in Li Jian even more. Then, I hope Martial Uncle Li will keep this matter a secret. And, I hope Martial Uncle Li can find a quiet room for me. Li Jian thought for a moment, then pointed out the window and said, There are a few huts at the plaza. There is no one there. You can go there. It is close to my place and we can take care of each other. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu nod, Zhou Mufeng pushed Stone Cow and led Zhang Xiaohu to the thatched hut. After entering the thatched hut, Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, Many thanks to the two martial uncles for believing in me. I will not disappoint you. Before I start the treatment, I will seal your acupoints. Martial uncles, Stone Cow and Zhou Mufeng smiled and said, No problem. Since you have agreed, we will leave it to you. Zhang Xiaohua followed the instructions and sealed their acupoints. She then looked around and whispered, Xiaohua? Xiaohua? Hearing Zhang Xiaohu's call, Zhang Xiaohua popped her head out from the corner of the thatched hut and smiled. Second brother's acting is indeed good. This little brother is full of admiration. As she spoke, her gaze landed on Stone Cow's body. She stretched out her finger and poked a few times. When Li Jian saw Zhang Xiaohua's head popping out from the ground, he immediately jumped in surprise. When Zhang Xiaohua jumped out from the ground and sealed Stone Cow's acupoints, Zhang Xiaohu subconsciously went forward and touched her head and arms. He asked curiously, Xiaohua, how did you come out from the ground? Don't tell me you are Tu Xing's son. Before Zhang Xiaohua could explain, Zhang Xiaohu continued, This martial art, when can you teach me? Zhang Xiaohua almost fell down. She pushed Zhang Xiaohu's hand to the side and said, I want to teach you this martial art, but you have to be able to learn it first, right? Wait for a while, wait for you to master both the Suhuan Sutra and ethereal divine art. I will think of a way then. You are indeed a good brother. I will remember what you said. You must teach me in the future. Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, Second brother, can you be more mature? It's just a few techniques. If you have the opportunity, you might not even be interested in these divine arts. All right, let me take a look at Stone Cow's injuries. You actually said that you can cure it in the time it takes to eat 2 meals. You really dare to say that? Didn't you treat Martial Uncle He in the time it takes to eat a meal? I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to find you, so I gave myself some extra time. Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything. She walked forward and looked at this Stone Cow who had fought against the black-clothed men with her in the past. She thought of the Stone Cow's bravery in the past, and then looked at the Stone Cow's current helplessness. Her heart couldn't help but ache. When she poured her Jinqi into the Stone Cow, she looked at the Stone Cow's crushed joints. Her eyebrows unconsciously tightened. When Zhang Xiaohu saw this, he asked with concern. How is it? Martial Uncle Shi, is his injury very serious? Is it hard to cure? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and then nodded. This made Zhang Xiaohu's head full of confusion. He shouted, can it be cured or not? I made a promise in front of martial ancestor Li. If I knew that you couldn't, I would have found someone else. Didn't I know that you were thinking about Stone Cow, so I helped you find him? Zhang Xiaohua bitterly smiled and said, second brother, don't be anxious. It's not that it can't be cured. It's just that I don't know what kind of external martial arts this Stone Cow practices. His bones have also been tempered. Although the tempering isn't enough, it's still several times harder than a normal person's. And, even if the joints were crushed and then crushed again, it wouldn't be an easy thing to do. Don't even talk about curing his joints one by one. One bone congealing pill probably won't be enough. Zhang Xiaohu let out a sigh of relief and said, I was wondering what it would be. If one isn't enough, then two. Either way, you're refining it yourself. You don't need to ask anyone for help. What are you afraid of? Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes. She looked at Zhang Xiaohu with displeasure and said, second brother, do you think this bone congealing pill is easy to refine? The spirit herbs needed to refine it. Zhang Xiaohu waved his hand and said with a smile, Xiaohua, don't cry poor in front of your second brother. You took 30% of the transaction between Shixin Peak and Bai Yifeng. Second brother doesn't want this 30%. I'll leave it all to you. That's all right. Zhang Xiaohua shrugged her shoulders and mocked, it's just ordinary spirit herbs and elixirs. Why would I care about them? If you give me your 4 carts of spirit herbs, I can consider it. Hee, those spirit herbs, don't even think about it. Our Misty Hall still has them for exchange. Zhang Xiaohu was stunned when he said this. He seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, Xiaohua, can you refine the Yuhuandan pill? Zhang Xiaohua also understood and said with a smile, not only the Yuhuandan pill, but also the spirit awakening pill, detoxification pill, blood replenishing pill and blood congealing pill. I can refine them all. Why do you think of me now? Do you want me to refine spirit pills for your Misty Hall? Don't forget, my price is very high. Zhang Xiaohu patted his forehead and said, why didn't I think of it earlier? You were looking for a pill room and refining some spirit awakening pill for Miss O. I didn't look for you, an expert in pill refining, but why did I look for the pill expanding hall? If these spirit herbs fall into their hands, they will take most of them. Now, I'd rather let my brother take advantage of them than let them be happy. Don't you think so? Fine. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand, you mean to drag me into a free job? I won't do it, Zhang Xiaohu said with a calm face, let's talk about this later. We're brothers, what's so hard to talk about, right? Cough, cough, you'd better see how Martial Uncle Shi will treat him first. Zhang Xiaohua sighed helplessly in her heart, these spirit pills were refined for nothing. I didn't even take a single pill. I've done second brother a favor. Alas, from today onwards, second brother will reserve all the spirit pills I need to refine in the future. Then, Zhang Xiaohua checked Zhou Mufeng's condition again. Her expression became more relaxed, and she said, second brother, Martial Uncle Zhou's injury is not serious. Although his dantian was broken by the monks of the Great Forest Division, his meridians are not damaged. I think 1 spirit pill is more than enough. Well, then you can give him half a spirit pill. Half a spirit pill? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. The outer layer of the spirit pill was protected by an innate formation. If one wanted to take it, one had to take the whole pill. How could one take half a spirit pill? She waved her hand and said, forget it. 1 spirit pill it is. Anyway, he'll be a disciple of the Misty School in the future. If he becomes stronger, he'll be of help to second brother. After she finished speaking, she reached out and sealed all the major acupoints on Shernyo and Zhou Mufeng's bodies. She smiled and said, second brother, I'll fix Martial Uncle Zhou's dantian first. You can watch from the side. Don't disturb me, and don't let anyone in. Zhang Xiaohu nodded and quietly waited at the side. Zhang Xiaohua also sat down beside Zhou Mufeng. She took out a meridian nourishing pill and put it in Zhou Mufeng's mouth. Then, she channeled her true qi into his body. The medicinal power of the meridian nourishing pill flowed along his meridians and into his dantian. Zhou Mufeng's dantian was slightly bigger than He Tianshu's, and the hole was also much bigger. Zhang Xiaohua channeled her true qi into the hole and spread it evenly around the hole. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, under the stimulation of the meridian nourishing pill's medicinal power, Zhou Mufeng's dantian slowly began to heal. Zhang Xiaohua nodded slightly. She didn't send the rest of the medicinal power to his meridians. Instead, she withdrew her true qi and opened her eyes. She said, "Okay, second brother, Martial Uncle Zhou is done." "Ah?" Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously, "So fast? He's already recovered his internal energy? How can it be so fast?" "It's just the beginning of healing his dantian. We don't have to worry about the rest. We just have to wait. Didn't Captain He explain it to you this morning?" Zhang Xiaohu rolled his eyes at him again. "Didn't you say it? Otherwise, why would I ask you?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything. She sat down beside the stone ox again. First, she channeled her true qi into the stone ox's broken joints one by one. Although the stone ox's acupoints were sealed, his bones had been tempered by the bone-strengthening pill. When Zhang Xiaohua crushed the bones, she used more strength than He Tianshu. The pain was needless to say. The stone ox was also sweating more than He Tianshu. However, the smell of alcohol and the sweat made Zhang Xiaohua extremely unhappy. When the stone ox's joints were crushed, Zhang Xiaohua was also sweating. She opened her eyes and looked at Zhang Xiaohu. She bared her teeth and said, "This stone ox is really a cow made of stone. These bones, tsk, they're really impressive. Xiaohua, if you're tired, you should rest first." It's still early. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohu to finish speaking, Zhang Xiaohua deftly wrapped the stone ox's joints with branches and cloth. She then took out a jade bottle from her chest and poured out the bone-solidifying pill. She put it into the stone ox's mouth and smiled. The first spurt of energy, the second spurt of energy, the third spurt of energy. It's better if I finish early. As Zhang Xiaohua sent her true qi into the stone ox, the effect of the bone-solidifying pill was left in the joints. Zhang Xiaohua's face became even paler. Zhang Xiaohu, who was beside her, felt his heart ache. Although he didn't want to let Zhang Xiaohua off, this was under the premise of ensuring Zhang Xiaohua's safety. If his brother got hurt because of this, Zhang Xiaohu would be the first to disagree. Just as he was thinking, he heard Zhang Xiaohua say to herself, as expected, "It's not enough." Finished speaking, she fed the stone ox another bone-solidifying pill. She closed her eyes again and sent the new medicinal effect to the remaining joints. 2 meals passed in the blink of an eye, but Zhang Xiaohua still didn't open her eyes. It could be seen that the stone ox's injuries were serious. Seeing the bean-sized beads of sweat dripping from Zhang Xiaohua's forehead, Zhang Xiaohu was a little anxious. At this moment, a roar suddenly came from outside the thatched hut. "Where's the stone ox? Where did the stone ox go? Didn't someone say they were looking for me? Where did that person go?" Zhang Xiaohu was surprised. "Isn't that Lu Qingyang, one of the 6 misty tigers who has always been known for his recklessness? Why did he come at this time? Don't you think it's a coincidence that he came a little late? Presumably, Xiaohua has already finished and there's no risk of qi deviation. Looking at Xiaohua's appearance, there's still some time before she's finished. But if Zhang Xiaohu went out now and stopped Lu Qingyang, wouldn't that mean that he wasn't the one who cured the stone ox? But if he didn't stop him, wouldn't he be watching Lu Qingyang barge in and disturb Zhang Xiaohua?" At this time, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have heard the shouting outside and her brows were slightly wrinkled. Zhang Xiaohu was even more anxious. He quickly walked to the door of the thatched hut and took a stance. Although the person who came was the grandmaster of the Misty School, the person inside the hut was his own brother. Zhang Xiaohu would rather offend Lu Qingyang than let his brother go crazy because of him. Of course, Zhang Xiaohu cared too much about his brother. Zhang Xiaohua was definitely not as serious as he imagined at this time. He just felt that this Lu Qingyang was so loud that it was really uncivilized. However, this was also the time to test whether Li Jian of the Misty School cared about Zhang Xiaohu. If Li Jian allowed Lu Qingyang to barge in and cause trouble, needless to say, Zhang Xiaohua might just leave. After all, respect was mutual. If you didn't respect me at all, why would I waste money to give you the elixir for free? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohu unconsciously clenched his fist. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 790. Sure enough, before Lu Qingyang could approach, a cold snort was heard. Junior brother, what are you doing? What am I doing? Looking for Shernyo? Lu Qingyang seemed to be still drunk. I heard that Shernyo was pushed into the meeting hall. I haven't had enough wine yet. Of course, I'm looking for him to drink. Although he couldn't see Li Jian's expression, from Li Jian's tone, he could hear a kind of concern, anger, and regret. Junior brother, if there's nothing else, it's better to strengthen your strength and focus more on martial arts. No matter how much you drink, it will only harm your body, and, second senior, you didn't say it for 1 or 2 years. Do you think it's useful? I listened to you earlier, but what happened in the end? What else can I do but lie on this recliner? I can't even stand up. What martial arts can I practice? Second senior, you all practice internal strength. You don't know the pain we have to go through. Your dantian is broken, so you may be able to move like a normal person. But what about us? How do you know the techniques of those dead experts at Lingering Fragrance Peak? My joints are all crushed. It's impossible for me to move even if I want to. Seeing that Li Jian was silent, Lu Qingyang continued, I know that second senior brother is also frustrated, and there are many things that I haven't told you. These disciples of mine have all been crushed. Their lives are difficult, and they are better off dead than alive. Li Jian sighed. Fifth junior, do you think I don't know? Although I manage the disciples who practice internal strength, how can I not know your pain? It's just that. Speaking of this, Li Jian let out a long breath and continued, so, you and Shernyo drinking too much, I basically don't care. Hearing the 2 words, Shernyo, Lu Qingyang shouted again, right, where is Shernyo? Wasn't he called over? Where did he go? Speaking of the stone cow's whereabouts, Li Jian's expression was strange. Although he did not trust Zhang Xiaohu very much, the stone cow and Zhou Mufeng had been in the cottage for a long time without any movement. If the situation was not right, they should have made some noise long ago. However, even if there were some problems, he had already promised Zhang Xiaohu to try. Of course, there was no reason for Lu Qingyang to disturb him. Thinking up to this point, Li Jian's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this cheap direct disciple really has a solution? Unknowingly, Li Jian's tone became a little faster. His tone was also different from before. He smiled and said, I still need to tell you about today's matter in detail. Don't be noisy. Stay here and wait first. It's almost time. Wait for a meal's time. Perhaps I will let you witness a miracle. Miracle? Lu Qingyang couldn't help but laugh. Second senior brother, I'm not a child anymore. You're trying to fool me with that so-called miracle. If you let the stone ox walk 2 steps in front of me, not waiting for Lu Qingyang to finish, Li Jian mysteriously said, Fifth brother, as the ancients say, everything is possible. What you think may not be impossible. What? Hearing this, Lu Qingyang woke up from his drunken stupor and said excitedly, Second brother, are you telling the truth? Li Jian smiled and didn't say anything. He turned his head and said, "Little Chu, you go down first. Don't tell anyone what you just said." A voice was heard, "This disciple understands." After a long while, the surroundings quieted down. Lu Qingyang asked again, "Second senior brother, what's going on? Could it be that the Lingering Fragrance Peak's godly doctor came? I heard from the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak that they have a godly doctor who can heal our joints." "Hee, don't listen to the nonsense of those little bastards. I asked clearly that day. After your joints are crushed, they can't be healed. Those godly doctors can only let you walk with crutches. Even ordinary people can't compare. Rather than that, it's better to be paralyzed first and preserve your reputation. Our dantian has been exposed. Their so-called godly doctors are simply helpless. They want to use this to tempt us to surrender. It's too easy for them." Then where did second brother get this miracle?" Lu Qingyang was quite puzzled. Shu Li Jian seemed to put a finger to his mouth, indicating Lu Qingyang to calm down. But how could Lu Qingyang hold back? After a while, he couldn't help but whisper, "Second brother, what are you doing? If you have something to say, can't you say it clearly?" Li Jian glanced at Lu Qingyang and said, "Words can be said clearly, but this wine can't be drunk anymore." Lu Qingyang shook his head, "Second brother, you also know that I'm addicted to wine. I can't be without wine every day. How about this, if you can really cure me, I'll be like before every day." Hee, this is what you said. I didn't force you. Don't take it seriously. Don't, second brother. I, old Fifth Lu, have never said this before. Since I've said it today, I naturally have to keep my promise. Lu Qingyang argued. Zhang Xiaohu was about to continue listening when he heard a voice next to him, "Second brother, this Grandmaster Lu is quite interesting." Zhang Xiaohu was delighted. He turned around and said, "Xiaohua, are you done?" Wasn't it Zhang Xiaohua who was standing next to him? She also pricked up her ears to listen to the conversation between the two Misty School's grandmasters outside. It's all done. This stone ox is really hard to cure. It's probably related to the external cultivation method he cultivates. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. It's estimated that it took about the same time as Captain He to recover." Then, she clapped her hands again and said, "Second brother, I've finished my business, so I'll go back first. Oh, by the way, there aren't many meridian nourishing pills left. It can't heal a few disciples. However, I think your Grandmaster Li also wants to see the effect of Martial Uncle Zhou's recovery for the time being, so he won't look for you for the time being. Take a look at the time. I have to wait until Miss O is cured before I can find time to refine pills for them." Zhang Xiaohu asked anxiously, "Xiaohua, your body is fine, right? Even if you want to save them, you can't ruin your body." Zhang Xiaohua patted Zhang Xiaohu's shoulder and said, "Second brother, don't worry. I'm just a little tired just now. It's not a problem. I'll go back and sleep. Okay, I'm leaving. You deal with these two grandmasters." After that, she didn't forget to say, "By the way, I've just unsealed the stone ox and the others' acupoints. You should mend them a few more times. Don't miss any flaws." Then, without hiding from Zhang Xiaohu, she made a hand seal and magically disappeared in front of Zhang Xiaohu. Wow, Zhang Xiaohu was completely petrified. He really didn't expect that this little guy who had been following behind his butt since childhood could actually disappear like the immortals in the legends. How was this still some Qinggong? It was still some ethereal steps. That's right, that day in the Blood Wolf Pack, it definitely wasn't some ethereal steps. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu came to his senses. He was really a little slow. Zhang Xiaohu looked at the two people lying quietly on the hay. Following the instructions, he opened the door of the thatched hut. Li Jian and Lu Qingyang were talking. When they heard the door open, Li Jian's face immediately showed an inquiring expression. He wanted to ask, but he didn't dare to. Lu Qingyang said in a rough voice, "Hey, who is this kid?" Zhang Xiaohu walked forward with a smile and saluted. "Disciple Zhang Xiaohu is Wen Wenhai's disciple. I pay my respects to Grandmaster Lu." "Ah, hi? When did this kid take in a disciple? Why did he take in such an old disciple? Is he crazy?" This. Zhang Xiaohu was sweating profusely. "Ancestor Lu, it's fine if I'm old, but you don't have to criticize me like this. To think that I was still thinking about treating your joints." Li Jian hurriedly scolded, "Fifth brother, this Zhang Xiaohu is our Misty School's official disciple. He was taken in at Misty Peak. Don't you remember? You even went to eat his apprenticeship wine. Is that so?" Lu Qingyang scratched his head strenuously and said, "How can I not remember? It seems that I drank a lot at Misty Peak." "Oh, I remember. Yes, it's you. I scolded Ah Hai so much at that time. Why didn't he pick a good Eagle Hall disciple? Why did he pick you, an ordinary one?" This time, Li Jian was also sweating. He hurriedly stopped him. "Little Tiger, Stone Cow, and Zhou Mufeng, the two of them." In fact, when he saw the smile on Zhang Xiaohu's face just now, Li Jian's heart was mostly relieved. However, if he didn't get Zhang Xiaohu's affirmation, he couldn't be at ease. Therefore, he immediately changed his address to Little Tiger. Unfortunately, before Zhang Xiaohu could speak, Lu Qingyang interrupted again. "What? Stone Cow is given to this kid to treat? Second brother, are you crazy?" Li Jian finally couldn't bear it and said angrily, "Fifth brother, shut up. Listen to what Little Tiger says. He has already cured a disciple of the medicine hall in Misty Peak." At this time, Li Jian seemed to have forgotten his doubts just now. His trust was completely on Zhang Xiaohu's side. How is this possible? Lu Qingyang didn't hold back. Misty Peak is full of young disciples. Only a few of the official disciples have their martial arts crippled. Those disciples of the medicine hall who have their martial arts crippled are also here. Who is he going to treat? Huh? When Li Jian heard this, he came to a realization. Although Lu Qingyang's temperament was boorish, he was also meticulous. What he said made sense. Zhang Xiaohu naturally narrated He Tianshu's experience in a neither fast nor slow manner. This guy is indeed vicious and merciless. When Li Jian heard this, he couldn't help but feel resentful. Like I said, there is no good person in this lingering fragrance peak. Back then when I saw that sissy Zhong Pei, I felt that he was somewhat educated and reasonable. Turns out, he has a vicious heart. How can Zhao Jian not turn bad after following such a person? It's a pity that he is still an innocent young man in our Misty School. When he came to Misty Peak, he became a pest. These are the crimes of the lingering fragrance cult, too many to list. Well, this old man was going to go overboard again. Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly smiled. "So, this disciple is also afraid that this method won't work. If something bad happens to my master or martial uncle, I won't be able to explain. So, Little Tiger, you're doing the right thing. Our Misty School's direct disciple, what kind of status is that? If you don't have 100% confidence, of course, you can't do it casually." Li Jian praised Zhang Xiaohu. Lu Qingyang didn't pay much attention to them. He just sat on the recliner and looked at the half-closed wooden door. He raised his voice and said, "Where is Stone Cow? If he was cured, there should have been some movement. Could it be that he was killed by you?" Zhang Xiaohu was embarrassed. He smiled apologetically and said, "Don't worry, Grandmaster Lu. Martial Uncle Shi's acupoints have been sealed by me. He's resting inside." "What? You actually sealed his acupoints?" Not only was Lu Qingyang surprised, even Li Jian looked at Zhang Xiaohu with a strange expression. Chapter 791. Seeing the expressions of the two grandmasters, Zhang Xiaohu's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, "Not good, something must have gone wrong." Sure enough, Lu Qingyang sneered, Xiaohu, my grand disciple, it's not that I'm underestimating your martial arts. When you entered the Misty School, I also attended your apprenticeship banquet. You've only practiced martial arts for a few years, yet you still dare to boast that you sealed your martial uncle's acupuncture points. Do you know what martial arts your martial uncle practices? Well, now he remembered that he went to their banquet. Sure enough, Zhang Xiaohu knew that there was a problem. At that time, Xiaohua said that the stone cow's bones and tendons were much stronger than ordinary experts. Presumably, the martial arts they practice are different. What should I do? Li Jian also said suspiciously, your martial uncle sure is practicing the external martial arts of the iron shirt. Although his weak point is broken and his joints are crushed, his acupoints have been refined for dozens of years. To be honest, without 10 or 20 years of internal energy cultivation, not to mention sealing his acupoints, even, Li Jian couldn't think of a good analogy. He just wanted to explain the difficulty of striking acupoints to Zhang Xiaohu, but at this point, he couldn't say anything. Just as Zhang Xiaohu was about to speak, he heard a voice that sounded like a golden bell ringing. Ouch, it hurts so much. Oh no. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he knew that his sealing of the acupuncture points was useless. Without greeting the two martial ancestors, he turned around and jumped into the thatched hut. When Li Jian pushed Lu Qingyang into the thatched hut, they saw Zhang Xiaohu clenching his fist and hitting the acupuncture points all over the stone cow's body again and again. Looking at the stone cow, its four limbs were constantly twitching. It wanted to move, but it couldn't. Beads of sweat were also dripping down the stone cow's body. What are you doing? Li Jian left Lu Qingyang behind and quickly stepped forward. Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly shouted, Martial Ancestor Li, quickly help me seal Martial Uncle Shi's acupoints. His joints have just been fixed. If he moves them carelessly, all our previous efforts will be wasted. Lu Qingyang, on the other hand, was overjoyed. Isn't it just treating joints? Why is it so painful? Stone cow, you're afraid of pain too? Zhang Xiaohu raised his voice and said, Grandmaster Lu, don't mock me. I had to recrush all the joints in Martial Uncle Shi's body before treating him. This pain is really too unbearable. Ah. Lu Qingyang opened his mouth wide and said, Good boy, Xiaohu, my grand disciple, your hands are really ruthless. Then, he shouted at the stone cow, I'm watching you. If you're a man, then don't move. I want to see what kind of pain can make our Misty School's #1 tough guy cry out in pain. You don't say. Whether it was Zhang Xiaohu or Li Jian who wanted to press down on the stone cow's acupoints, the stone cow actually stopped moving with just a few words from Lu Qingyang. Yes, although the stone cow's hands and feet were still trembling slightly, and its teeth were still chattering, it didn't move anymore. Lu Qingyang proudly said, Like I said, who is our stone cow? This little bit of pain is nothing. We don't even need to wipe away our tears to get through it. Old Willow, laugh all you want. You'll have to suffer this sooner or later. When the time comes, let me see you make a fool of yourself. The stone cow couldn't help but cry out. Of course, he had forgotten the seniority. I-oh. Hearing the stone cow's words, Li Jian's face was filled with joy. Needless to say, since the stone cow admitted that what Zhang Xiaohu did was effective, there was no reason for him to doubt it. Li Jian whispered, Stone cow, tell your martial uncle, how do you feel? It hurts. It hurts like hell. The stone cow replied without hesitation. The three people in the room fainted. Needless to say, anyone who saw it knew. Li Jian patiently said, Other than pain, what else do you feel? Like the joints, or the inside of your body? Yes, all the bones in my body are burning hot, especially the joints. It feels like there's a fire burning inside. It feels similar to when I took the bone-strengthening pill, years ago. It's just that I can't practice martial arts now. Li Jian raised his eyebrows. Zhang Xiaohu muttered, Bone-strengthening pill? What's that? What happened to Zhou Mufeng? His bones weren't crushed, right? Lu Qingyang finally noticed the other person lying on the ground. Li Jian also remembered and walked forward to take a look. He raised his head and said, Xiao Hu, does it hurt to repair your dantian? When can Zhou Mufeng's acupuncture point be unsealed? Repair his dantian? Lu Qingyang raised his head and said, Xiao Hu, my good grand disciple, are you an immortal from the heavens? You can even do this kind of thing to recover inner strength? Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, I've embarrassed myself in front of the two martial ancestors. Actually, martial Uncle Zhang's acupuncture point was only effective earlier. It doesn't matter if I unseal it now. It doesn't hurt to repair his dantian. After he finished speaking, he walked forward and unsealed Zhou Mufeng's acupuncture point with his finger. This technique was learned by the direct disciples of the Misty School. After Zhou Mufeng's acupuncture point was unsealed, he saw Li Jian's enlarged face. He couldn't help but be startled. He immediately covered his chest with his hands and rolled back, Martial Uncle Li. Li Jian frowned and scolded, Zhou Mufeng, how do you feel now? I'm a little cold. Zhou Mufeng said without hesitation. Ha ha ha, Lu Qingyang laughed and said, Xiao Zhou, my second brother is asking you, how is your dantian repair? Oh, Zhou Mufeng came to his senses and muttered, Martial Uncle Lu, please don't blame me. I thought I was sleeping in my room. Then, he scratched his head and said worriedly, Martial Uncle Li, this disciple doesn't have any internal energy right now. I can't inspect my dantian. Why don't you take a look yourself? Li Jian glanced at him and said, Nonsense, do I need to ask you if I can inspect it? Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, Martial Ancestor Li, Martial Uncle Zhou's dantian repair is the same as Martial Uncle Shi's. It takes time. I estimate that it will take 20 to 30 days to see results. Even if he uses his internal energy to inspect it, he won't be able to see anything. So it's like this, Li Jian muttered. Lu Qingyang said loudly, it's only 30 days. It will pass after a few rounds of drinking. Isn't that easy? Zhang Xiaohu looked at the sky and cupped his hands, Martial Ancestors, this disciple came here for this important matter. I hope the two of you can keep it a secret. Martial uncles, other than Martial Uncle Shi who can't move, Martial Uncle Zhou has nothing to worry about. Well, this is all this disciple can do. It's getting late and I have to hurry back to the Misty Hall. If I stay too long, the disciples of the Lingering Fragrance Peak may become suspicious. Xiao Hu, you can't stay one more night, or... At this time, Li Jian didn't doubt this cheap disciple of his and only wanted him to do more. Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly, Martial Ancestor, this disciple obtained this heaven-defying ability by chance. The number of people I can treat in a day is limited. Even if you want this disciple to repair your dantian today, I don't have the ability. You should take a look at the situation of the two martial uncles first. Little Tiger, my good grand disciple, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Stone Cow is already like this. Why don't you stay and drink with me? It'll be a welcome dinner for you. Lu Qingyang grinned. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu said seriously, Martial Ancestor Lu, this wine can be drunk, but how many disciples can it fill their stomachs? Lu Qingyang was furious and was about to scold him when Zhang Xiaohu turned to Li Jian and said, then this disciple will go back. Martial Ancestors, you don't need to move. This disciple already knows the way here. It's not completely dark yet, so this disciple can find his way out. How can that be? You're a direct disciple of our Misty School. It's only right to send you out. Li Jian smiled and led Zhang Xiaohu out. He bumped into Martial Uncle Bai, who was on duty. Martial Uncle Bai frowned and asked, Martial Uncle Li, you didn't see Zhou Mufeng, did you? This kid just sent Martial Nephew Zhang here and didn't go back. He's not a lazy person, why, ha ha ha. Li Jian patted Martial Uncle Bai's shoulder and said, don't look for him. Zhou Mufeng has been requisitioned by me. Now, I'll have to trouble you to send Zhang Xiaohu out of the villa. Yes, Martial Uncle. Martial Uncle Bai didn't dare to ask more. He bowed his head and said to Zhang Xiaohu, "This way please, martial nephew Zhang." Zhang Xiaohu turned around and cupped his hands to Li Jian before leaving. Zhang Xiaohua applied the power of the bone-solidifying pill to the joints of the stone cow. After greeting Zhang Xiaohu, she made a gesture and directly left the misty mountain villa. She came to the mountainside of the Shixin Peak. It wasn't that Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to continue the earth escape, but she had consumed too much of her genuine qi and couldn't support the earth escape. Zhang Xiaohua drilled out of the ground and looked around. She found a pile of stones and hid behind it. She took out a primordial stone from her arms and began to absorb the primordial qi inside. At this time, the sky was getting dark. The mountain was facing the northwest. The afterglow of the setting sun shone over, blocking Zhang Xiaohua in the darkness. Zhang Xiaohua calmly absorbed the primordial qi. In the time it took to eat a meal, more than half of the genuine qi in her meridians had been replenished. However, half of the genuine qi flowed into the delusion breaker magic eye in her left hand, which made Zhang Xiaohua feel a burst of pain. In the past few years, the genuine qi of heaven and earth had gradually become denser. However, it was still not enough for Zhang Xiaohua to directly absorb the genuine qi from heaven and earth into her body. She could only rely on the primordial stone for her cultivation. Although the primordial stone was very durable, it was limited after all. Zhang Xiaohua also wanted to use the limited primordial stone for her cultivation. Using the precious primordial stone to feed the delusion breaker magic eye, which she didn't know the function of, was not Zhang Xiaohua's true intention. Therefore, when the genuine qi in her body was slightly sufficient, Zhang Xiaohua stopped absorbing. When Zhang Xiaohua was about to get up and leave, she heard a burst of footsteps. "Hey, is it second brother? Why did you come out so quickly? Won't Ethereal Height stay for dinner?" Zhang Xiaohua was extremely surprised. But when he released his divine sense, he saw two men walking towards him, one in front and one behind. Moreover, one of them looked slightly familiar. Chapter 792. The two men were both in their 20s and dressed in Misty Hall uniforms. The one in the front had a mustache and yellowish skin. He was taller than Zhang Xiaohu by half a head. The one behind him looked ordinary and disappeared in a crowd. However, Zhang Xiaohua smiled when she saw him. Wasn't he the one who peeped at Huanxi Villa on the top of Shixin Peak that day? The two of them didn't use their qinggong. They just walked step by step along the faintly discernible winding path towards the side of the mountain ridge. They didn't know why they were still here when it was almost dark. Zhang Xiaohua saw that they were disciples of Misty Hall and did not want to be seen by others. When she was about to make an incantation to escape, a sentence floated to her ear. "Senior brother Ding, there is something, I don't know, if I should say it." "What is it?" Senior brother Ding was a little impatient. He snorted and said, "In addition to the matter that Zhang Xiaohu is going to be the chief disciple, what else can you be so hesitant about?" Zhang Xiaohua was secretly surprised. As the saying goes, there is no story without coincidences. It's true. I was just randomly running away, and I still managed to meet second brother's competitor. My luck is really good. Let's see what kind of tricks this guy has up his sleeves. It'll be good to tell second brother about it. We don't bully others, but we can't be bullied by others. Damn. Zhang Xiaohua thought that she would not bully others. She had the nerve to think about it. Sure enough, the disciple behind laughed dryly and said, "It turns out that senior brother Ding has already known it. I also heard it from junior sister E at noon. Oh, look at me. Junior sister Xiao has always admired senior brother Ding. She must have told you this news long ago." Senior brother Ding still snorted coldly and did not stop walking forward slowly. The disciple was bored and carefully followed behind. After a while, as if he couldn't bear the loneliness, he coughed twice and said, "Senior brother Ding, actually. I don't want to say this, but what qualifications does Zhang Xiaohu have to be the chief disciple?" He started to practice martial arts at such an old age, and his kung fu is far inferior to senior brother Ding's. Oh, he is not as good as senior brother Du's. It's just that he was lucky and got the favor of Miss O, so he joined our Misty school. Moreover, Martial Uncle Wen accepted him because of Miss O, but in the end, he soared and became a direct disciple. Senior brother Ding frowned slightly and said nothing. Seeing this, the disciple said again, in fact, senior brother Ding, it's not a bad thing for senior brother Zhao, senior brother Du and you to come to Shixin Peak. You three are the leaders of our younger generation. Who doesn't know your names? The name of the three beauties of Misty Peak is faintly known by everyone. Zhang Xiaohua, who was eavesdropping, almost laughed out loud. She had just heard Zhang Xiaohu talk about the 6 tigers of Misty Peak the day before yesterday, and now she heard the nondescript 3 beauties of Misty Peak. Of course, she felt very funny. But this sentence was refreshing in senior brother Ding's ears. There was a slight complacency on his face, but there was still some unhappiness on his face, so he did not speak. The disciple was observant and knew that senior brother Ding was a little tempted, so he said, think about it, senior brother Ding. When we were in the Piaomiao Peak, although we were of the same seniority and disciples, what was the treatment of the lineal disciples? What kind of kung fu did they practice? What about us? We can't compare. You can achieve what you have today because of your own hard work and sweat. This is the reason why we, the disciples of Misty Hall, admire you. Nonsense, senior brother Ding opened his mouth, junior brother Fan. There are some things that cannot be said carelessly. Direct disciples naturally have the treatment of direct disciples. This is something that you and I knew when we first entered Misty School. Moreover, in our generation, Zhang Xiaohu is the only direct disciple. He was already old when he started practicing kung fu, so it is understandable that he has some special treatment. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohu is equally hard-working. Didn't you see that he has only been practicing kung fu for a few years? You must have seen his improvement. After that, he looked at the setting sun and smiled bitterly. This world has always been unfair. If you only know how to ask the heavens for fairness, you can only blame the heavens and accuse others. You can't do anything, let alone practice the peerless martial arts that are revered by tens of thousands of people. Good. Junior brother Fan heard and immediately gave him a thumbs up. Senior brother Ding, do you know why I admire you? It is because you never admit defeat and never complain about injustice. You always fight for what you deserve with your own strength. Senior brother Ding was a little proud at first, but then he became indifferent. He waved his hand and said, I'm not a talented and intelligent person, and I don't have a proud background. What I rely on is only my own efforts and sweat. Sigh, but there is nothing to be proud of. What do you mean, senior brother Ding? Junior brother Fan was puzzled. I know that although senior brother Du is younger than senior brother Ding, his achievements are not inferior to senior brother Ding's. I don't see him working as hard as senior brother Ding, so he must be a talented and intelligent person. Then who in the Misty Hall can compare with senior brother Ding? Ha ha ha, senior brother Ding laughed. Junior brother Fan, your vision is too narrow. Not to mention that the Misty Hall is only a hall of the fragrance cult, not to mention the Lingxiang Peak. There must be many hidden dragons and crouching tigers among the disciples of the Wuming Hall. We used to be frogs in the well in the Misty Peak. Well, senior brother Ding is right. I didn't expect that our vision cannot be limited to the Shixin Peak. It is good that junior brother Fan has this idea. In fact, there are still many things in the Misty Hall that you don't know. Senior brother Ding changed the topic back to the Misty Hall and said happily, you only see that Zhang Xiaohu is a direct disciple and enjoys different treatment from us ordinary disciples. But have you ever thought about how much pressure he has been under in the Shixin Peak these years? How does he feel in his heart? Don't forget that senior brother Zhao Jian is a person who will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Before he went to the Orchid Dusk Refinement, he had been suppressing Zhang Xiaohu with the support of Deputy Hall Chief Zhong. Moreover, you only see the halo of Zhang Xiaohu's direct disciple, but you don't see his extraordinary hard work. In fact, as early as in the Misty Peak, I have been paying attention to Zhang Xiaohu. After all, he is the only direct disciple. At that time, I was jealous, but he was not surprised by anything and practiced hard. He is not worse than me. When he went to the Shixin Peak, Zhang Xiaohu did not care about the affairs of the Misty Hall. He was not dispirited because he was excluded. He just immersed himself in practicing. Junior brother Fan doesn't know about his progress in the past few years, but I know it clearly. Presumably, Zhang Xiaohu's martial arts now is not worse than junior brother Fan's. What? How is that possible? Junior brother Fan was shocked. Although I am not as hard-working as senior brother Ding, I have been practicing martial arts for more than 20 years. Zhang Xiaohu has only been practicing for 5 years. How can he catch up with me? Even if a genius like senior brother Du is given 5 years, he may be comparable to me in terms of moves. But in terms of internal strength, he must be far behind me. Oh, by the way, Zhang Xiaohu got the cinnabar fruit in the Yulan Canyon. I forgot about it. Then, junior brother Fan said jealously, this Zhang Xiaohu is so lucky. Hey, you can't think like that. Zhang Xiaohu risked his life to get the cinnabar fruit. Who knows how many senior brothers and junior brothers went with him, but they all died in the mouth of the wolves. There is nothing to be jealous about. Besides, didn't Chang'e and Chen Chen also take the cinnabar fruit? He is not the only one who is lucky. But junior brother Fan hesitated. Senior brother Ding, are you going to give up the position of the chief disciple to Zhang Xiaohu? Chief disciple? Senior brother Ding laughed. I'm afraid this is the title that the dead senior brother Zhao always wanted. He racked his brains and did not hesitate to use the lives of his fellow disciples as the price to get this title. What was the result? He ended up being cut into pieces. This empty title, even if Zhang Xiaohu gets it, what can he do? His martial arts are not good, and his ability is not good. How long do you think he can hold it? In fact, I'm not the only one who thinks so. I guess junior brother Du also thinks so. Then, if we let Zhang Xiaohu get this position now, it is obvious that he has the upper hand. It will be difficult for the two senior brothers to fight for it again. So what? In fact, Zhang Xiaohu's performance in the Yulan Dusk Refinement was really excellent. Not only did he bring back 4 carriages of spiritual herbs, but he also rescued 3 female disciples. Well, there were also the disciples of the Tuodan Hall. If I were there, I may not be able to do it. Although I am a little jealous of the Hall Master's reward, I am also convinced. Especially Zhang Xiaohu has won the favor of Lingering Fragrance Peak, so there is no need to talk about it. What can the Hall Master do? Maybe he wants to add fuel to the fire. Later, senior brother Ding took a long breath and said, I know what you want to say, but I have always been open and aboveboard. Zhang Xiaohu is my junior brother. Even if I want to compete with him for the position of the chief disciple, I have to use open and aboveboard means. I just want the Hall Master to give me and junior brother Du a fair chance. Let us prove ourselves with martial arts, so that we are qualified to sit in the position of the chief disciple. Behind him, junior brother Fan chuckled and said no more. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua had some thoughts. She originally thought that these two people were talking about shady things in this remote place and were afraid that they would harm her second brother. However, after listening for a long time, she found that they were actually so open and aboveboard. They didn't want to use any dirty tricks and only wanted a fair chance. However, senior brother Ding is a little persistent. He just said that there is no absolute fairness in this world. How can there be a fair chance now? Zhang Xiaohua thought sympathetically, in the matter of the chief disciple, you no longer have a fair chance. Chapter 793. When it came to the fairness of competing for the position of chief disciple, it was true that all the favorable factors were leaning towards Zhang Xiaohu. Not to mention the support of Lingering Fragrance Peak, not to mention Yang Rupiang's urging to stay, not to mention Zhang Xiaohu's identity as a direct disciple and the support of direct disciples such as Wen Wenhai, Xue Qing, and Lu Yueming behind him. Just the strength of the thousands of Misty School disciples in Misty Mountain Villa after being treated by Zhang Xiaohu was absolutely not something that Ding Chao and Du Feng could compare with. And the martial arts that Ding Chao and Du Feng could rely on were even more impossible for Zhang Xiaohu to give them any fairness. Not to mention the lingering fragrance peak Su Huan Pill and Su Huan Mantra. As long as these internal strength mantras were cultivated for 10 years, their future achievements would definitely not be something that the two of them could compare with. Now that Zhang Xiaohu was simultaneously cultivating the Misty Divine Technique and Su Huan Mantra, these two internal strength mantras with completely different attributes, the effect of cultivating the two together was absolutely not as simple as 1 + 1. Its power was something that even Zhang Xiaohua and the people of Lingering Fragrance Peak could not recklessly guess. And, not to mention the qi-generating pill in Zhang Xiaohua's purse. From the beginning, this fairness did not exist. As for Zhang Xiaohua, she made a hand seal and directly used Earth Escape to return to the pill room. The 8 trigrams purple gold furnace in the pill room was still making some rumbling sounds as it methodically produced the pill. Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to observe for a moment. She could still see the pill liquid and was slightly anxious in her heart. There was still some time before the pill was successfully produced and the pill was pulled out. According to O Yan's situation, she should be able to last until then. However, no one could guarantee that there would not be any other changes during this period. After casting a few hand seals into the pill furnace, Zhang Xiaohua calmed down and organized her thoughts a little. The most important thing now was O Yan's life. Next was the recovery of the thousands of people in Misty Mountain Villa's martial arts. Thinking about thousands of people, Zhang Xiaohua's head was about to explode. How long would this treatment take? Although there was a saying that, as long as you have the time, an iron pestle can be ground into a needle, Zhang Xiaohua was also somewhat unwilling to waste a lot of time on this. Well, of course, saving people couldn't be called a waste of time. However, doing the same thing day after day was also extremely boring. Alas, Zhang Xiaohua sighed and secretly said, it seems that 1 pill furnace is not enough. The thousands of people need a lot of pills. It's better to prepare early. There is only 1 earth fire in this pill room. I have to find another place and preheat the other 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. After refining O Yan's awakening pill, I will start to refine the vein nourishing pill and bone congealing pill. Fortunately, this time I went deep into the Yulon Grand Canyon and collected a lot of spiritual herbs. Well, I can also take 30% of the pill benefits from the Misty Mountain Villa. Oh, this is bad. I previously said that I would give the pill to second brother. I have to find a time to go back on my words. After thinking, Zhang Xiaohua made a hand seal and escaped again to find a new pill room. On the Shixin Peak, Zhang Xiaohua was already somewhat familiar with the place. The places that she had been to before did not have any traces of a pill room. She only chose places that she had not been to before or places that had no traces to search. While she was searching, she heard the sound of swords and sabers. There should be very few people on this mountain peak. The disciples of the Misty Mountain Villa are all in the medicinal field below. Who would come here? Moreover, there is the sound of swords and sabers. Could it be that there's some kind of scheme happening again? Zhang Xiaohua thought as he rode the wind towards the source of the sound. Before she reached that place, she heard a voice, Senior Du, your swordsmanship has improved greatly in a few days. This little brother is really not your opponent. I am ashamed. Then, Du Feng's voice sounded, Junior Wang, I am really sorry. Did that move hurt you? I almost got hurt. I don't blame Senior Du, it's just that these 2 days of swordsmanship have been very tiring. I am a little distracted. I have trouble, Junior Wang. Oh, here are a few blood replenishing pills. Please take them. That move just now might have hurt your flesh. It is better to take them early. It's okay. Junior Wang said and reached out to take the pills. Then, he said, Senior Du, it is not early anymore. Let's go down the mountain early. I know that Senior Du is very hard working in cultivation, but you have to strike a balance between work and rest. Don't make haste, slow down. Oh, I understand Junior Wang's meaning. Junior Wang has been practicing with me these few days. It must be very tiring. You should go back and rest first. I see that it is late at night and it is a good time to cultivate. I want to stay here for a while. This. Junior Wang thought for a while and hesitated. Senior Du. I don't know if I should say something. But, we are senior brothers. I still want to give you a piece of advice. Junior Wang, please speak. Du Feng said neither quickly nor slowly. I know that a few days ago, I heard that Zhang Xiaohu is going to be the chief disciple. I am not convinced and want to surpass him in martial arts. But martial arts is only one of them. Zhang Xiaohu's martial arts are not as good as yours. What you are thinking is probably Senior Ding. But when two tigers fight, one must be injured. Then, won't Zhang Xiaohu be the fisherman who benefits? Alas. Du Feng sighed and looked at the night without saying a word. The three beauties of ethereal sect used to be led by Zhao Jian. Now, Zhang Xiaohu can't be ranked among them. Senior Du, you don't have to work so hard. You should know when to stop practicing martial arts. Seeing that Junior Wang still wanted to say something, Du Feng waved his hand and said, Junior Wang, I appreciate your kindness, but, alas, a person's life is short. What can I pursue? I still want to try my best to fight for it. Junior Wang nodded and cupped his hands to say goodbye. Du Feng waited until Junior Wang had walked far away before he turned around and walked to a slightly steep area. With a leap, he landed on a mountain rock. With his hands behind his back, he stared at the sea of clouds in the darkness. No one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, he let out a long breath and sat down cross-legged. His eyes focused on his nose and his nose focused on his heart. He was actually cultivating his Nigong. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Du Feng for a while and felt touched. Du Feng was the most talkative disciple she met on Shixin Peak. From the way he treated people and the way he handled things, she had a good impression of him. Previously, Zhang Xiaohua didn't think much about it, but now that she thought about the words she heard in the ethereal hall, how could she not know that Du Feng was also one of the most outstanding people on Shixin Peak? It could be said that even her second brother Zhang Xiaohu couldn't compare with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be favored by Aunt Qin and be asked to coordinate the affairs of the ethereal hall and the pill expanding hall. As for martial arts, there was no need to mention it. The name, Three Beauties of Ethereal Hall, was not for nothing. Of course, Du Feng would have some thoughts about the title of the chief disciple. Thinking about it, the Shixin Peak was originally dominated by Zhao Jian, but after Zhao Jian was killed, Zhang Xiaohu suddenly rose up. Except for martial arts, he was better than Du Feng and Ding Chao in all other aspects. In other aspects, these two people couldn't rely on their own strength to equalize in a short time. So, they could only rely on Zhang Xiaohu's obvious shortcomings. Pursuit. Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously thought of Du Feng's words just now, life is only a few decades, but this is the pursuit. Yes, second brother's pursuit is to revitalize the Misty School. Du Feng and Ding Chao's pursuit is to surpass each other and become the top figure in the ethereal hall. What about me? Where is my pursuit? Zhang Xiaohua was at a loss for a moment. Zhang Xiaohu's pursuit, Du Feng's pursuit and Ding Chao's pursuit were not worth mentioning in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. Indeed, as long as he took out the qi-generating pill or the meridians nourishing pill and gave one to Du Feng and Ding Chao, with their many years of experience in martial arts, it would only take a night's effort to surpass all the disciples of the ethereal hall and become the top figure. Even if it was a little difficult for Zhang Xiaohu to pursue, but from the current situation, under the influence of Zhang Xiaohua, Zhang Xiaohu was following the plan in his heart step by step and realizing it bit by bit. He could help others realize their pursuit in life, but who could help him realize his own pursuit? However, even if there was someone who could help him realize it, where was his pursuit? In fact, as early as when Zhang Xiaohua stepped into the path of immortality, and even when he was in the oneness of heaven and man, he had occasionally thought about these things. However, he had never thought about it in detail because he was worried about Zhang Xiaohu's safety and worried about his parents at home. He was still far away from making such a decision. Now, he had found Zhang Xiaohu and everything was fine at home. Zhang Xiaohua did not seem to have any goal to pursue in front of him. Moreover, in this dark night, when he heard Du Feng's voice, he could not help but feel the same and fell into deep thought. Just as Zhang Xiaohua stood behind the tree, frowning and thinking carefully, Du Feng, who was sitting on a protruding rock not far away, had a change. Du Feng's clothes fluttered in the mountain wind from time to time. Above his head, there was a faint white gas that rose to the sky. However, before it could take shape, it was blown away by the mountain wind. His hair that was scattered in the air swept past his red and white face, as if he was preparing to break through. Du Feng's expression kept changing. The white mist on top of his head scattered and gathered, but it still couldn't take shape. Not long after, bean-sized beads of sweat dripped down from his temples, which were then blown dry by the mountain wind. All of a sudden, Du Feng, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He lowered his head and looked at the distant lights at the foot of the mountain. He clenched his teeth, and his cheeks swelled up. Soon after, he closed his eyes again, and the expression on his face became even more solemn. The color of his face also changed even more rapidly. Following which, the white chi above his head actually began to slowly condense. Although it was not as thick and straight as Zhang Xiaohu's in the Yulon Grand Canyon, it had already begun to condense. At this moment, Du Feng, who had his eyes closed, had a hint of joy on his face. He must have worked hard for many days and actually had a breakthrough today. Unfortunately, just as the white gas condensed, a strong mountain wind blew from above the clouds with a hoot sound, blowing the white gas away. Come, there are more chapters. Chapter 794. With a pu sound, Du Feng spat out a mouthful of blood against the wind. As soon as the blood was spat out, it was blown back by the strong wind and covered Du Feng's face. Even the front of his shirt was stained with blood. Following which, his hands and feet went soft. The internal energy that was rushing through his meridians was now like a headless fly, directly running amok in his meridians. Io, what's going on? Zhang Xiaohua was thinking about her own goals and did not notice Du Feng's situation. When she was alerted by the sound of Du Feng vomiting blood and looked up, Du Feng had already shriveled up on the mountain rock, almost without any signs of life. Qi deviation. With a glance, Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood that Du Feng must have tried to force his internal energy to break through but failed. Instead, it caused the internal energy to backfire and caused Qi deviation. N, the legendary Qi deviation. Zhang Xiaohua had always been talking about it. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. In her mind, there was no thought of saving or not saving Du Feng. She immediately pulled herself out from behind the tree and rode the wind to the mountain rock where Du Feng was. At this time, Du Feng was already unconscious. Zhang Xiaohua was not afraid of exposing her identity. She placed a finger and a strand of true energy flowed into Du Feng's meridians. Although Zhang Xiaohua had rushed over the moment he saw that Du Feng had gone berserk, Du Feng's meridians had already turned into a mess in the span of a few breaths. Not to mention the internal energy that had gone out of control, most of Du Feng's meridians had been torn apart by the internal energy. It was not an exaggeration to say that Du Feng's meridians were riddled with holes. Although Zhang Xiaohua did not know what kind of internal energy Du Feng practiced, she had previously repaired the meridians of Zhang Xiaohu and He Tianshu. Thus, she was not unfamiliar with the internal energy cultivation method of the Misty School. With a few more strands of true energy, she easily gathered the internal energy that was crazily flowing through Du Feng's meridians. Even the scattered internal energy that was scattered into the air was gathered into the dantian. Following that, Zhang Xiaohua did not hesitate. She took out a jade bottle from her bosom and placed a meridian-nourishing pill into Du Feng's mouth. Just when Zhang Xiaohua wanted to use her true energy to wrap around the meridian-nourishing pill and help Du Feng repair his meridians, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She thought to herself, previously, when I repaired his dantian and meridians, I was the one who sent the medicinal energy to the damaged areas. This effect is naturally excellent. However, there are thousands of people in the Misty Mountain Villa. If I have to treat them one by one, it won't be a problem. If I give the meridian nourishing pill to Du Feng without my true energy interfering, I wonder how effective it will be. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua sat behind Du Feng and placed a finger on his arm. She used her true energy to feel the effects of the meridian nourishing pill while her true energy did not interfere. After a long while, Zhang Xiaohua discovered that even if her true energy did not interfere with the medicinal energy of the meridian nourishing pill, the medicinal energy still flowed along Du Feng's meridians. When it reached the damaged areas of his meridians, some of the medicinal energy remained and repaired them. However, the amount of medicinal energy was random and was not as precise as Zhang Xiaohua's true energy. After one cycle, the medicinal energy of the meridian nourishing pill had been used up by more than half. The remaining medicinal energy no longer flowed into his meridians and remained in his dantian. Seeing this effect, Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, it seems that as long as Du Feng consumes the meridian nourishing pill, whether or not my true energy helps to refine the medicinal energy will repair the damaged areas of his meridians or dantian. If the meridian nourishing pill is like this, then the bone congealing pill should be the same. It seems that in the future, I only need to pass the pills to second brother and I don't need to do it myself. Just as she was thinking, she felt Du Feng's body move as if he was about to wake up. Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and slapped the acupuncture point on his back to wake him up. She said in a hoarse voice, "Brat, hurry up and circulate your qi. This old man will give you a hand." Du Feng woke up in a daze. Before he could check the condition of his meridians, he was startled by a voice behind him, "Senior, who are you?" "Nonsense. If you don't circulate your qi, this old man will leave." Zhang Xiaohua was rather impatient. To be honest, this person was Zhang Xiaohu's competitor. Even though it was her duty to help, she still felt a little awkward. When Du Feng heard this, he didn't dare to ask any more questions. He immediately gathered the inner strength in his dantian and channeled it along the meridians that he used to cultivate. It went straight to the acupoint that he had failed to break through previously. Just as Du Feng's inner qi rushed to the acupuncture point, he felt a small and unstoppable inner qi appear out of thin air. It supported his inner qi and forcefully broke through the acupuncture point that he thought was unbreakable. Du Feng only felt a rumbling sound in his ears. Soon after, his mind felt incomparably comfortable. His inner qi rushed into a whole new world. Success. I finally succeeded. This was the only thought in Du Feng's mind. I've been trying to break through for 3 years. Just a moment ago, I almost went crazy. I actually managed to break through with the help of a strand of inner qi from this person. Did the heavens specially arrange for someone to help me because they saw how hard I was cultivating? At this time, the rough voice sounded again, "Kid, I have already helped you repair your meridians. In the future, don't be so reckless. There is still some medicinal power in your dantian. You can slowly refine it. It will be helpful for your cultivation." Du Feng didn't dare to look back. He was afraid of offending the senior expert. He could only respectfully say, "I know. I will definitely remember Senior's kindness. I just don't know Senior's name. Please enlighten me." However, no matter how Du Feng spoke, he couldn't hear the voice behind him. When Du Feng mustered up his courage to look back, he saw that there was no one behind him. Du Feng looked at the barren mountain rocks behind him and then looked at the path he came from. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. What kind of qigong is this? It actually didn't make any sound at all. Could it be the inner elder of Lingering Fragrance Peak? But why would the elder of Lingering Fragrance Peak come to Shishin Peak? Why would he give me, a disciple of Misty School, a favor out of nowhere? Du Feng didn't dare to think anymore. He just stood up and respectfully knelt on the ground. He kowtowed 9 times and said loudly, "I am Du Feng of Misty School. I don't know Senior's name. Once again, I thank Senior for saving my life." At this time, he heard a voice at the foot of the mountain, Senior Du, where are you?" It was the voice of a woman. When Du Feng heard this, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He raised his voice and said, "Junior Sister Li, I am here." After saying that, his body rose up. Du Feng's body tilted in the air and barely landed on the ground. Du Feng said, "Oh, this. How did my internal strength increase so much? My Qing Gong is also much more powerful." Following which, he easily flew over. After a few leaps, he directly headed in the direction of Junior Sister Li. Not long after, a faint voice could be heard. "Senior brother Du, it's already so late. Don't be so hard on yourself." Before the voice finished speaking, Du Feng said, "I know, Junior Sister Li." "Do you know?" Then, Junior Sister Li's surprised voice was heard again. Senior Du, congratulations on entering." Her voice was getting lower and lower. On the high mountain, Zhang Xiaohua stood with her hands behind her back. Her face was full of smiles, as if she didn't regret that she had helped her second brother to have a strong competitor. The ancient said, "Mutton stewed noodles, mapo tofu, the matters between men and women. Nothing in the world should be like this. Second brother has Chang'e, Du Feng also has Junior Sister Li, and that senior brother Ding also seems to have Junior Sister Yi with a face full of pimples. But what about my dream? Where is she?" Seeing Du Feng and Junior Sister Li leaving hand in hand, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think of the dream again. The girl he couldn't forget. The blush on her forehead, the big dimples on her face, and the mole on her chin. Everything was engraved in his mind and didn't seem to be destroyed by time after not seeing each other for several years. But, what about Nie Xiaoyu? Is she okay? For a moment, another face seemed to appear in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. Is this my pursuit? In the strong mountain wind, Zhang Xiaohua stood straight. There was no moonlight tonight, and the dark night covered everything. Zhang Xiaohua's figure was not in the darkness, and no one could see him. Although the wind was strong, it couldn't blow Zhang Xiaohua in the slightest. There were not many things in the world of mortals, but they drowned Zhang Xiaohua's thoughts. Pursuit was a very simple yet complicated question, but it actually stumped this cultivator of the immortal path. After a long time, the mountain wind didn't calm down like usual. Instead, it became more and more violent, blowing away trees and sand. On the top of the mountain, Zhang Xiaohua was still as straight as a nail, standing still. His eyes were closed, and his brows were slightly furrowed. There was only one word in his mind: pursuit. Yes, life was only a few decades. What did Zhang Xiaohua want to pursue? The night gradually deepened. Zhang Xiaohua still didn't move, and the wind was still raging. The sky was dark, and the clouds were dense, pressing down low. But strangely, there was no thunder or lightning. Not long after, bean-sized raindrops began to drip down. After a few breaths of time, the heavy rain began to pour down. The bright raindrops seemed to connect the sky and the earth. Only the sound of flowing water could be heard between the heavens and the earth. In the rain, Zhang Xiaohua didn't seem to be awake. He was still frowning, deep in thought. However, as Zhang Xiaohua's thoughts deepened, his figure began to blur. First, the strong mountain wind blew his robe, and then slowly, with the wind, the robe gradually became blurry, and then gradually became still. When the rarely seen rain fell in Chuanxiang cult, Zhang Xiaohua's figure became even more faintly discernible. When the raindrops fell on Zhang Xiaohua's body, there was almost no cover. But in the next moment, his figure appeared in the same place again. In this way, Zhang Xiaohua's figure appeared and disappeared faintly. She stood with her hands behind her back like a god, standing on the top of Shixin Peak and enduring the baptism of the rainstorm. Chapter 795. After the moonlit night, it was a clear blue sky. When the first ray of sunlight shone on the top of Shixin Peak, Zhang Xiaohua's almost invisible figure, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes suddenly opened, and his figure immediately became clear. However, this clarity was different from last night's clarity. This was a kind of existence that was either heavy or elegant. Zhang Xiaohua first habitually opened his mouth to suck in a little of the sun's true essence, and then cast his eyes to the sky where cyan, black, and white intertwined. The countless stars that had not yet faded immediately touched Zhang Xiaohua. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua laughed as if he had been enlightened. Pursuit, what is pursuit? Some people pursue fame, some pursue wealth, some pursue freedom, and some pursue morality. Martial artists pursue the peak of martial arts, and those who practice the way of immortality naturally pursue the peak of the way of immortality. What do I pursue? The ready-made thing is in front of me, but I ignore it. I really turn a blind eye to it. The way of heaven, of course it is the way of heaven. Only the way of heaven is the goal I pursue. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua gathered the results of his pondering last night into a single word, heavenly way. That mysterious, obscure, secretive, and seemingly unfathomable heavenly way, which seemed to be traceable and without reference, was deeply engraved in Zhang Xiaohua's heart like a starry sky. Wasn't that the heavenly way that Zhang Xiaohua could strive for the rest of his life? Thinking of the way of heaven that he comprehended a few days ago, Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously pursed his lips and smiled. The way of heaven is ethereal and untraceable. If I want to comprehend the way of heaven, it must be my way of heaven. Today's realm is only the realm of heaven, but there are also realm of heaven glimpse, realm of heaven reflection, realm of heaven battle, realm of heaven union, and realm of heaven victory. However, how can an ordinary person like me use my whole life to explore these countless ways of heaven? Now I'm actually looking for something to pursue, just like an ant looking at a watermelon and wanting to eat it all one day. Ha ha ha. Thinking of the ant called Zhang Xiaohua wanted to laugh. Then he rubbed his thumb and index finger, and with a snap of his fingers, he straightened his body and went straight down the mountain. Nonsense, after spending the whole night in this cave, drinking the northwest wind and taking a cold bath, he still needed to take care of the awakening pill in the cave. That was the only hope to save Miss O. However, Zhang Xiaohua's wind and rain were not in vain. At least his heart towards the way of heaven was firmer. Last night's contemplation was not only a tempering of his state of mind, but also a comprehension of the way of heaven. It would also have a great impact on his future path of cultivation. Back to Zhang Xiaohua's alchemy room, his heart was a lot more relaxed. He seemed to have understood that in the short span of a few decades in this world, one would not necessarily have wind and rain as one wished. Everyone would inevitably have some setbacks and hardships. Oh Yan's encounter was also an unavoidable hardship in her life. Even if she could recover safely with his help this time, no one could guarantee that Oh Yan would live a peaceful life in the future. Therefore, he only needed to do his best to help her and let her safely get through the difficulties. Knowing one's destiny and doing one's best was probably the same principle. Fortunately, when Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense easily penetrated into the alchemy furnace, he saw that the outer layer of the elixir liquid gradually had the vague appearance of an innate formation. He could not help but be delighted. Following that, he inserted a few hand seals. Zhang Xiaohua also discovered that after last night's contemplation, the execution of the incantation today was much smoother. It seemed that the amount of qi consumed was also less. Could it be that thinking in the rain is so awesome? Zhang Xiaohua was again considering whether he would have to sleep outside tonight. Alas, a child without parents is freedom. Since the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace was about to finish its elixir production, Zhang Xiaohua naturally did not dare to cause any more trouble. He simply stayed in front of the alchemy furnace and looked at the furnace while comprehending the way of heaven and the formation. When he tried to slightly put down the talisman some time ago, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the rabbit talisman, which he could not completely comprehend for a long time, could now continue to advance. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and had a new idea for cultivation. Since his left hand had the delusion breaker magic eye that could devour qi and divine sense, then cultivating the carefree heart sutra and spirit traction would only take twice the effort with half the effort. On the contrary, it would be more practical to comprehend the formation and the way of heaven. These were not affected by the delusion breaker magic eye. In the next few days, Zhang Xiaohua was unusually free and unfettered in the alchemy room. He comprehended the remaining dozens of talismans of the rabbit talisman one by one. Every time he comprehended one, there would be a new harvest. Zhang Xiaohua, who was happy even if there was no harvest, scratched his ears and cheeks, as if he was scratching an itch. Taking advantage of the free time of cultivation, Zhang Xiaohua found a new alchemy room near the top of the mountain. Of course, this alchemy room was not hidden in the mountain, but used by the disciples of the pill department of the pill expanding hall. There was a passage leading to the outside, but the incense cult abandoned this alchemy room in order to forbid the disciples of the Misty Hall to refine elixirs. Not only the alchemy furnace was taken away, but the mechanism of the earth fire was also destroyed. But how could Zhang Xiaohua use their mechanism? Once the spell was cast, the earth fire immediately began to burn fiercely. Zhang Xiaohua did not delay and immediately took out the newly obtained 8 trigrams purple gold furnace from his money pouch and let it warm up in the earth fire. When he came out, he casually destroyed the passage leading to the alchemy room. Since the disciples of the incense cult were the ones who destroyed it, he could just blame it on them. On this day, the sun was shining brightly. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was immersed in his Naiwan palace, carefully opening up the rabbit talisman to comprehend it. Suddenly, his nose caught a whiff of a medicinal fragrance, which disappeared in an instant. He actually succeeded in producing the elixir. Zhang Xiaohua quivered and stood up from the praying mat. He released his divine sense and looked inside the alchemy furnace. Sure enough, wherever his divine sense went, he was gradually unable to see the situation within the pill elixir. There was originally a rich medicinal fragrance within the pill furnace, but after being dispersed for a moment, it had already been restrained. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. He immediately formed a series of hand seals and inserted them into the pill elixir. Immediately, the true energy in his meridians rushed out like a flood and directly rushed into the surface of the huge pill elixir. Zhang Xiaohua was already prepared for this situation. On one hand, he took out the primordial stones that he had prepared beforehand. On the other hand, he carefully controlled the flow of true energy, trying his best to send all of his true energy into the elixir to avoid wastage. Fortunately, after a few days of deep understanding of the heavenly Tao, Zhang Xiaohua's control of true energy had improved tremendously. Although the amount of true energy required to produce the elixir was enormous, he could barely control it. He spent all of his true energy on producing the elixir, unlike in the past where he used all of his true energy to produce the elixir. A portion of his true energy was used to produce the elixir, but most of it was consumed in the gaps of the alchemy furnace. Seeing that he only had half of his true energy left, he was able to support himself until the end of producing the elixir. Furthermore, he did not need to absorb the energy from the primordial stones. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but smile. It seemed that the direction of his cultivation was correct. That night of wind and rain was also correct. Not long after, the pill elixir turned into a pill. It was a huge sphere that was slowly rotating. Zhang Xiaohua's face revealed a dignified expression. He had been refining the elixir for such a long time. Wasn't he waiting for this moment to produce the elixir? He took a deep breath. Holding the primordial stones in his left hand, he did not take them back. His right hand, however, formed a hand seal to produce the elixir. He condensed his true energy and with a wave of his finger, he sent it into the elixir. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was far more nervous than any other time he had refined the elixir before. He was afraid that if he sent the hand seal in, there would be a mistake and he would not be able to produce the awakening elixir. As the hand seal was sent in, the spherical elixir shook for a while. Then, he heard a soft, puff sound. A golden, thumb-sized elixir jumped out from the inside and quietly floated in the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. Good. Zhang Xiaohua was not only happy for himself, but he also let out a big sigh of relief. With this elixir, Zhang Xiaohua could be at ease. Yan's life could be considered to be saved. Zhang Xiaohua's performance was the next step of pulling the elixir. Without any pressure, Zhang Xiaohua displayed the elixir pulling hand seal to his heart's content. He delicately controlled the true energy in the hand seal and pulled out the awakening elixir from the elixir. It was unknown whether it was the improvement of Zhang Xiaohua's alchemy technique, the improvement of his true energy control, or the fact that he had prepared enough medicinal herbs. In this furnace of elixir, Zhang Xiaohua pulled out a total of 27 awakening elixirs. An unprecedented 27 awakening elixirs. Not only did it break Zhang Xiaohua's knowledge of 9 awakening elixirs, but it also broke his previous record of 18 awakening elixirs. As the 27 awakening elixirs were pulled out, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the last bit of elixir liquid, and he inserted the last hand seal. Just like before, there was a walala sound. Another 8 or 9 awakening elixirs the size of soybeans were formed at once. This was the byproduct of refining the awakening elixir. It seemed to be 70% similar to the awakening elixir on Lingxiang Peak. These 27 awakening elixirs were divided into 9 jade bottles, and 9 awakening elixirs were also put into 3 jade bottles. Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry to extinguish the earth fire. He still let the earth fire warm the elixir furnace. Zhang Xiaohua was a little confused. Although it was his first time refining the awakening elixir, the amount of medicinal herbs he put in was roughly the same as when he refined the bone solidifying elixir, blood replenishing elixir, and so on. In the past, he could only refine 18 awakening elixirs. Now, he could produce 9 more awakening elixirs. In other words, his alchemy level had improved. He had improved his proficiency in controlling the elixir furnace, his control of the hand seal, and his control of true energy. Then, with the improvement of his cultivation, would he be able to pull out more awakening elixirs with the same medicinal herbs? 36? 45? Or 56? 63? 72? Or even 81? When he thought about how he could refine 81 awakening elixirs with the same set of medicinal herbs, other people could only refine 9 awakening elixirs. Zhang Xiaohua's saliva was about to flow out. Not to mention that these awakening elixirs were his own and could be sold for a lot of money. Even if he helped others refine awakening elixirs, wouldn't he also lose 80% of the awakening elixirs? Chapter 796. After finishing his daydream, Zhang Xiaohua licked his dry lips, formed an incantation gesture, and left the alchemy room. Looking at the sun that was slightly to the west, Zhang Xiaohua used the wind-riding technique and flew to the back of Shixin Peak. When he was close to Huanxi Manor, he twisted his body and used earth escape to enter the mountain. In Yan's room, Qiu Tong was the only one who was anxiously pacing around. She paced from one end of the room to the other and back again. In the beginning, she would occasionally look at the door, but as time passed, she couldn't be bothered to look anymore. Her gaze landed on Yan, who was lying on the bed with a grayish-black face. At this moment, Yan had become even skinnier. After not seeing her for a few days, her entire face was like a piece of skin. Her unmoving hands that were placed in front of her chest were as thin as chicken claws. She no longer had the charm she had before. Perhaps the best description of Yan was her fair skin and white bones. When Qiu Tong saw Yan's appearance, her heart ached so much that she started crying. However, her tears hung on her face as she walked around the room unconsciously. Elder Yu was also listlessly sitting on a chair in the outer room. His eyes were also glancing at the door, and from time to time, a ruthless glint flashed across his eyes. Suddenly, A shadow appeared in front of Elder Yu. Elder Yu ignored it and continued to stare blankly. Elder Yu? Why are you? When the shadow spoke, Elder Yu finally regained his senses. Wasn't this the person he had been waiting for several days, Zhang Xiaohua? Elder Yu stomped his feet and took a few steps towards the door. He wanted to grab Zhang Xiaohua's neck. How could Zhang Xiaohua allow him to grab her? She raised her hand and easily grabbed Elder Yu's wrist. She asked in confusion, Elder Yu, are you sleepwalking? Zhang Xiaohua. When Qiu Tong heard the commotion outside, she realized that her savior had arrived. She quickly ran out and shouted, why are you only here now? Where have you been for the past few days? Zhang Xiaohua looked at the surprised and flustered Qiu Tong and said with a smile, Big sister Qiu Tong, I went to find the antidote for the young miss. Bah! Elder Yu, whose hand was being held by Zhang Xiaohua, couldn't break free no matter how many times he tried. His embarrassment turned into anger as he spat on the ground. Previously, he came to see young miss every day, but in the last few days, he probably doesn't dare to show his face anymore. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. He had been thinking about refining the spirit awakening pill for the past few days. He really felt that it was useless to come and see Oh Yen every day. It was better to concentrate on guarding the pill furnace. Now that he thought about it, his actions might make people misunderstand and think that he was running away. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua loosened her grip and said apologetically, so that's what Elder Yu thinks. Then I've really wronged this little one. This little one has been racking her brains these past few days to obtain the medicinal pill that can save Mississippi, really? Elder Yu wasn't the only one who was surprised. Qiu Tong couldn't wait any longer and shouted, Zhang Xiaohua, you're really good. Quick, where's the medicinal pill? Take it out quickly. Young miss, she's about to die. Ah. So fast. Zhang Xiaohua was also shocked and quickly ran inside. Elder Yu shouted angrily behind him, now you know why this old man is angry. Young miss is already in this state and you still haven't shown your face. If you still don't show your face today, this old man will beat you up the next time I see you. Zhang Xiaohua turned a deaf ear to this kind of threat. When he ran to Oh Yan's bedside and released his divine sense, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Oh Yan's appearance was very scary, but her life force was still fading at the same speed. According to Zhang Xiaohua's estimation, she would only have a problem after 2 more days. At this time, Qiu Tong and Elder Yu also walked over. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua standing up and not doing anything, Qiu Tong anxiously said, Zhang Xiaohua, is young miss dying? Why aren't you giving young miss the medicine? Elder Yu also said anxiously. Wait a moment. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and took out a jade bottle. He poured out a spirit awakening pill and was about to feed it to Oh Yen when he heard Elder Yu shout, Kid, what kind of medicinal pill is this? Why does it smell so strange? It doesn't smell like medicine at all? That's right, Xiaohua. Lingering Fragrance Peak's Spirit Awakening Pill has a medicinal fragrance. Even the color is light yellow. Your medicinal pill is much bigger than theirs, the color is different, and it doesn't smell like medicine? Is this still a medicinal pill? Faced with the two's doubts, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had already explained this to Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e. He couldn't possibly explain it to everyone, right? It was as if he was begging them to take the medicinal pill. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said with a smile, this is indeed a genuine spirit awakening pill. Big sister Qiu Tong, don't worry. No matter what, I won't harm young Mississippi. Actually, even if I have some bad intentions, do you think I need to use it? Qiu Tong shook her head. Xiaohua, I'm not saying that you have any bad intentions. I just want to ask if this is a real medicinal pill. She then looked at Elder Yu and said hesitantly, we've already waited so long for Xiaohua. The divine doctor on Lingering Fragrance Peak said that young miss can't be saved. Why don't we let Xiaohua give it a try? In fact, the two of them were waiting for Zhang Xiaohua's medicinal pill. However, when they saw Zhang Xiaohua take out a medicinal pill that wasn't a medicinal pill, they naturally had some doubts. Elder Yu also retracted his anger and looked at Zhang Xiaohua. This brat has worked hard for the past few days and I can't forget him. If we don't let young miss use it, we'll be letting him down. I think we should follow our previous arrangement and let young miss use it. But what if young miss fails immediately after taking it? Qiu Tong began to speculate. What's the difference between young miss's current condition and tomorrow's condition? Elder Yu analyzed and said, it's better to take it quickly. We'll know whether it works or not soon. Alright, Xiaohua, I believe you. You better not disappoint us. Qiu Tong gritted her teeth and finally agreed. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the two of them and nodded. She used her hand to open Yan's mouth and placed the golden spirit awakening pill into her mouth. The moment the spirit awakening pill entered Yan's mouth, it immediately turned into a fragrance that flowed down her throat and into her body. The moment it melted, a strange fragrance assailed her nostrils. It's indeed a good medicinal pill. Elder Yu was the first to admit his mistake. He said, Qiu Tong, it seems like we've wronged Zhang Xiaohua. Qiu Tong ignored him. Her eyes were fixed on Yan, observing her movements. When Zhang Xiaohua saw that the spirit awakening pill was placed into Yan's mouth, she didn't hesitate. She circulated her true energy and randomly tapped on Yan's head, unlocking the previously sealed acupoints. In her divine sense, Yan's life force was flowing faster as her acupoints were unlocked. However, this speed only increased for an instant before it gradually slowed down. Slowly, it came to a stop. Good! Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed in his heart. Then, he felt relieved. This awakening pill is indeed an immortal Tao pill. It really lives up to its reputation. It actually cured Yan's illness. Qiu Tong and Elder Yu didn't know about this and continued to stare at Yan. A moment later, they heard Yan moan. Her eyelashes fluttered and she slowly opened her eyes. Young miss, Qiu Tong was so happy that she cried. She practically threw herself into Yan's embrace and held her hands tightly. Young miss, you're awake. How do you feel now? Elder Yu was the first to show his concern for Yan's health. Yan looked at the two of them and then looked at Zhang Xiaohua. She seemed to be recalling what happened before she fainted. After a moment, she said, I'm all right. I just feel a little weak, but other than that, I'm no different from before. Then, she nodded at Zhang Xiaohua. Xiaohua, you saved my life again. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she quickly waved her hands and said, you're too kind. That's because young miss is too beautiful. King Yama couldn't bear to part with you and sent you back. It has nothing to do with me. Yan forced a laugh and said, after not seeing you for a few years, you've become much more talkative. You're no longer the rash country bumpkin from before. Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said, everyone has to improve, right? Don't you think so? If this little one was still the country bumpkin from before, I'm afraid that today. Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything about the future. Everyone knew about it. Yan didn't continue. She looked at Qiu Tong and Elder Yu and said, Elder Yu, Qiu Tong, it's been hard on the two of you. I'm really sorry. Qiu Tong and Elder Yu quickly said, young miss, what are you talking about? It's better if you don't say anything first. You can say whatever you want after your body recovers. Yan smiled and didn't say anything else. At this time, Qiu Tong called out again, young miss, you haven't eaten for many days. I'm sure you're hungry. I've made some white fungus porridge for you. Eat some first. Yan smiled. I haven't eaten for many days, but I don't feel hungry. Now that you mention it, I'm a little craving. Bring it over and I'll drink some first. This question was directed at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua also nodded. Young miss, It's fine to eat as long as you don't stuff yourself. Alright, you two wait here. I'll go get it. Elder Yu was also happy. He volunteered to go, not caring that he only had one arm. Qiu Tong saw that Elder Yu was happy and didn't fight with him. She only smiled at the resurrected O Yen. Zhang Xiaohua, who was beside her, suddenly remembered something. She took out the letter and box from her bosom and handed it to O Yen, saying, "Miss, this is what you taught me before you fell asleep. Now that you've woken up, you should keep it for yourself." O Yen glanced at the box and shook her head. "These things are a source of trouble if I keep them. Sooner or later, the fragrant cult will take them away. No one would have thought that they'd been with you for many years. I'll leave them to you in the future. Unless I ask you for them personally, you can just pretend they don't exist." After thinking for a moment, she said, If something happens to me, I'll leave them to you." How can I do that?" Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Chapter 797. When Zhang Xiaohua heard that O Yen wanted to hand over the map and the box to him for safekeeping, and that if anything were to happen to O Yen, he would have to deal with it, and he immediately shook his head like a rattle drum, objecting with all his might. What a joke! What were these two items? They were the root of the Misty School's destruction. O Peng, Zhang Qingyue, and the other Misty School disciples would rather lose their lives than hand them over to the incense cult. These items were simply too heavy. Zhang Xiaohua might be able to keep them, but to let him deal with them alone, he really didn't dare. Zhang Xiaohua might be able to casually take away the precious Nigong's secret manuals from other people's library and take away the Immortal Dao artifacts that others didn't recognize, but this was something that concerned the survival of the Misty School. He didn't dare to casually interfere. After all, he had a special relationship with the Misty School. O Yen wasn't surprised by Zhang Xiaohua's refusal. It would be unreasonable if Zhang Xiaohua accepted such an important item without any explanation. Thus, she smiled and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, according to the ancient books, one should repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring. There's also the case of a hero saving a beauty. You see, Sister O is much older than you and isn't a beauty, so there's no need for that." Zhang Xiaohua only smiled at O Yan's teasing and didn't blush at all. He only treated O Yen as his sister and didn't have any other thoughts. Seeing O Yen in such a mood, he only felt happy and wanted to accompany her to talk more. Qiu Tong was also happy. Although there were still some tears on her face, she didn't wipe them away and only looked at them with a smile. O Yen continued, "Last time you saved me, I sent your second brother to the Misty School." Sai, although he was extremely lucky and became a direct disciple, he encountered the great changes in the Misty School. I'm sure his situation in the Misty Hall is worrying. And this time? Zhang Xiaohua, tell me, how can I repay you? Zhang Xiaohua looked at O Yen and said gently, "Sister O, why do you need to repay me? Don't forget, back then in Pingyang City, second brother and I were like rootless duckweeds, drifting about without knowing where to go. Fortunately, second brother stayed in the Lotus Escort Agency, but what about me? Wasn't she still brought back to Huanxi Manor by big sister Qiu Tong? In Huanxi Manor, if Sister O didn't favor me and let me study, learn herbs, and practice martial arts with Captain how could I be where I am today?" O Yan's face was a little ashamed. She waved her little hands with difficulty and said, "Those are not worth mentioning. To be honest, back then, I saw that you were honest and didn't have Tian Zhongxi and the others who were slippery, so I said a few more words. It really can't be compared with you saving my life." Zhang Xiaohua listened and said seriously, "Sister O, you are wrong. To you, it was just a few words and a matter of lifting a hand, but to me, it was a great favor. What you said and did left a deep impression in my heart. Although you didn't care that day, I have long treated you as an elder sister. Sister O, in this way, I am also climbing up the social ladder." O Yen smiled. This was the truth. What was her identity at that time? How could she treat Zhang Xiaohua as her younger brother? Zhang Xiaohua added, besides, let's look at the situation now. Big sister Oh, you think that this is a life-saving grace for you, but what about me? It's just a small matter. Tell me, what else do I expect from you? At this moment, Qiu Tong suddenly burst out laughing. Oh Yan and Zhang Xiaohua were stunned and asked, what's so funny? Qiu Tong said in all seriousness, of course it's hilarious. Look at the two of you, one pushing the other, and the other pushing back. I find it really amusing that you're trying to be the benefactor of others. Oh Yan had always treated Qiu Tong as her younger sister, so she didn't blame her. She smiled and said, then tell me, what did we do wrong? Qiu Tong looked at the two of them and said, the ancients said that good people will be rewarded. Young Miss was a good person once and took in Zhang Xiaohua. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to repay the kindness and saved young Miss in the rainy night. Zhang Xiaohua was also a good person once. In the end, young Miss sent her second brother to Misty School and was also a good person once. But now? Zhang Xiaohua remembers young Miss good in her heart. When young Miss was in danger, she saved young Mississippi. Isn't this the good karma that young Miss deserves? There seems to be a saying, what drink, what peck. Oh Yen smiled and said, every drink and peck is predestined by karma. Qiu Tong clapped and said with a smile, that's right. Young Miss is very knowledgeable. Zhang Xiaohua also smiled and said, Sister Oh, we are all in the situation and can't see it as clearly as Sister Qiu Tong. Huanxi Villa is like my home, and you are my older sister. How can I not help when you are in danger? It's better not to mention saving your life in the future. Oh Yen smiled very brightly and shook her head slightly. It really felt like she was looking at her family dotingly. She said, Xiaohua, we are going off topic again. Since you treat me as your older sister, I won't be polite and treat you as my younger brother. Look, do you think these things in your hands are suitable for me, Qiu Tong, or elder you? Since I treat you as my younger brother, this difficult task will naturally be shouldered by you. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. After talking for a long time and making excuses for a long time, he still fell into Oh Yan's trap. However, Oh Yan was right. In this world, where could it be safer than his own purse? All right. Zhang Xiaohua was no longer pretentious. He put the items back into his arms and said, since Big Sister O has given the order, I'll keep these items with me for now. However, Big Sister O is destined to live a long life, so it's not up to me to deal with these items. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua put away the two things, Oh Yan let out a long breath. She was also pitiful. She was under house arrest in Huanxi Villa by the fragrant cult and could only rely on two people. However, these two people didn't have the ability to protect themselves. If she didn't rely on Zhang Xiaohua now, who could she rely on? Yang Ruping in front of Shixin Peak. Li Jian and Lu Qingyang of Ethereal Heights. At this time, Elder Yu came in with a tray and said with a smile, this white fungus is just right. Young Miss, quickly try it. Qiu Tong took the bowl of soup. Oh Yan looked at the steaming white fungus soup and said with a smile, I don't know why, but I haven't eaten for a long time. Now that I see this soup, I feel a little hungry. Hearing this, Qiu Tong carefully scooped a spoonful of soup and sent it to Oh Yan's mouth. She said with a smile, isn't this because of Zhang Xiaohua's fasting pill? She said that it was something obtained from Rejuvenation Valley. As long as you eat one, you won't need to eat or drink for a long time. A fasting pill? This is something good from Rejuvenation Valley. Zhang Xiaohua, your face is not small. You can actually get these things from Valley Master Nya. Oh, I remember, Valley Master Nya seems to have 3 daughters. Could it be that, you know, a confidant, Oh Yan, who had a keen sense of smell, immediately found the source of the problem and looked at Zhang Xiaohua with surprise. What? Zhang Xiaohua felt a headache coming on. Was this still a patient who had just woken up? Thus, she hurriedly looked at the sky and stammered, Sister Oh, the sky is a little gloomy. It seems that it's going to rain soon. I still have to dry the clothes in the small courtyard, so I won't stay here to accompany you." After saying that, she cupped her hands and fled in a hurry. Oh Yen tilted her head and looked out of the window. She said curiously, "It's so sunny. Why would there be rain?" Then, she came to a realization. "Elder Yu, quickly stop him. I still have things to do." Zhang Xiaohua did not want to stay any longer. She walked out of the room and made a hand seal to escape through the earth. When Elder Yu chased after her, she was already gone. Zhang Xiaohua escaped in a hurry. As she went to the pill room, she muttered in her heart, "Why are all women the same? As long as they talk about these boring things, each of their eyes are brighter than the other. Lingxiang peaks Chen Chen, Shixin peaks O Yen. Could it be that this is the common characteristic of women?" While she was thinking, she arrived at the pill room. The 8 trigrams purple gold furnace was still warm above the earth fire. Zhang Xiaohua went forward and patted it. She smiled and said, "Purple gold furnace, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, eldest young lady O would have died. However, even if you want to save this delicate woman, you still have to save this stinky man. I'll leave the martial arts of the 1,000 people in Misty Mountain Villa to you." As she spoke, she took out the bright yang grass, crimson pearl grass, and other supplementary herbs from her belt. The Yulon Grand Canyon was indeed strange. The bright yang grass that was waiting outside was an almost extinct spiritual herb. However, there was actually a lot of it in the mystic birch forest. Zhang Xiaohu and the others had also picked a lot of it from the east side of the Yulon Grand Canyon. Although it was not as old as the ones that Zhang Xiaohua found in Rejuvenation Valley, it was still enough. Zhang Xiaohua picked enough spiritual herbs and placed them into the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace according to the attributes of the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. After resting for a while, she went to the new alchemy room. The 8 trigrams purple gold furnace had already been warmed up. Zhang Xiaohua made a few hand seals and found that it was exactly the same as the previous alchemy furnace. Only then did she feel relieved. She took out the iron bone grass, fragrant soul wood, and blackwood fruit from her waist and placed them into the alchemy furnace. At this moment, he had made up his mind. The elixir wasn't too urgent. It was fine as long as he could successfully refine it. He didn't need to refine cauldron after cauldron. He might as well start with 2 cauldrons at the same time. Unfortunately, there was only one earth fire in the alchemy room of Shixin Peak. If it was like Rejuvenation Valley, one alchemy room could have 2 earth fires. However, even the moon was waxing and waning. How many times in the world were perfect? Chapter 798. Zhang Xiaohua placed the 2 alchemy furnaces in place and watched as the spiritual herbs were gradually refined into elixirs. She then left the alchemy room and concealed herself before heading to Zhang Xiaohu's place. Ever since she parted ways with Zhang Xiaohu at the ethereal mountain villa, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be distracted in order to refine the awakening pill for O Yen. She didn't even take a step out of the alchemy room. After not seeing him for a few days, she wondered how Zhang Xiaohu was doing at the ethereal mountain villa. When Zhang Xiaohua arrived at Zhang Xiaohu's small courtyard, he found that the courtyard was empty. There was no one there. It was the same as the last time she came. Could it be that second brother's situation has improved? Could it be that his whereabouts are all in the ethereal mountain villa? Zhang Xiaohua muttered to herself as she headed to the backyard. As expected, He Tianshu was still there. However, he was no longer lying on the bed. Instead, he was lying comfortably on the recliner with his eyes closed as he basked in the sunlight that shone in through the window. "Captain He?" Zhang Xiaohua called out softly as she entered the room. "Little Blossom?" When He Tianshu heard this name, he immediately opened his eyes and replied with a smile. That was because Zhang Xiaohua was probably the only person in the Misty School who would call him Captain He. I haven't been here for a few days. How is Captain He? Zhang Xiaohua asked with a smile. Very good. He Tianshu raised his eyebrows and gave a thumbs up. My dantian and meridians feel warm. It's the same feeling as when I broke through a bottleneck when I was cultivating. My joints feel itchy and numb. Needless to say, it's the feeling of healing. I've been in the alchemy hall for so many years. I know what this feeling means very well. He Tianshu smiled. I don't know where your second brother got this method from. I really don't know how to thank him. Don't be so courteous with him, Captain He. He's my second brother. You were so good to me back then, so it's only right for him to treat you this way. He, even if that's the case, you are you, and your second brother is your second brother. If you were the one who treated me, of course, I wouldn't thank you. But for your second brother, I think, hey, isn't that simple? Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, you're all students of the Misty School. You'll have a lot to do with each other in the future. If my second brother needs Captain He in the future, you can support him more. He Tianshu rolled his eyes and said, he's a direct disciple, so why would he need me? However, if something really happens to him, I will definitely help him even if I have to sacrifice my life. You can rest assured about this. Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and said, Captain He, why would second brother let you do something that would cost you your life? It wasn't easy for him to save you. As they were talking, there seemed to be some movement in the front yard. Zhang Xiaohua pointed outside, indicating that she should go out and take a look. He Tianshu also nodded. When Zhang Xiaohua hid at the side, she saw that in the front yard, Zhang Xiaohu was talking to two disciples. When he finished, the two disciples nodded and said, understood, Senior Zhang. We will do it now. When we have the results, we will report to you. Junior brothers, you've worked hard. If this matter is successful, the Hall Master will definitely reward you. It will be considered as a contribution to our efforts. Zhang Xiaohu patted their shoulders and smiled. It's nothing. It's all senior brother Zhang's idea. We are just running errands. After that, the two of them bowed and left. When the two of them were far away, Zhang Xiaohua came out from the house and said with a smile, Senior brother Zhang, you have people running errands for you now? Xiaohua. When he heard Zhang Xiaohua's voice, Zhang Xiaohu was overjoyed. He immediately asked, how is young Lady O? You haven't been here for a few days. Did you go to see young Lady O? Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose and said with some sadness, how can I, Xiaoxia, disappoint senior brother Zhang? You are looking down on me too much. Zhang Xiaohu was also happy and said, young Lady O is sect leader O's only relative. It is great that she is safe and sound. We can finally live up to his spirit in heaven. His spirit? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Just a moment ago, he called O Yan elder sister O. Now that he heard Zhang Xiaohu call O Peng spirit, he immediately understood. If Zhang Xiaohu called O Peng ancestor, then what about O Yan? Was she ancestor? The two of them were blood-related brothers. They had suddenly opened the seniority gap. What? Did I say something wrong? Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously. Young Lady O just called me little brother. Zhang Xiaohua said mysteriously. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohu couldn't help but laugh. It's a mess. After laughing, Zhang Xiaohu pulled Zhang Xiaohua's arm and said, come, let's go inside. I have something to tell you. Zhang Xiaohua, who was pulled into the room by second brother, was puzzled. What is it? Could it be that the matter at Ethereal Mountain Villa didn't go smoothly? No, the matter at Ethereal Mountain Villa went very smoothly. It's just that I did as you said and didn't tell them the purpose of my visit. I only treated the stone cow and Zhou Mufeng before returning to the mountain. What did Hall Master Yang and Vice Hall Master Qian say? I only told them that martial ancestor Li's expression didn't look too good. I felt that when we talked about this matter, I didn't dare to mention it. What else could they say? They only said a few words to comfort me. Oh, that's right, you haven't been here for a few days. The decree from the Lingering Fragrance Peaks leader has arrived. I'm now officially the chief disciple of Ethereal Mountain Villa. However, the identity token of the Misty School is missing. I reckon that the refining hall will have to make another one. Missing? Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips. I'm afraid they don't dare to give it to you. Forget it, no matter what, I have to congratulate second brother. You've finally taken the first step. Zhang Xiaohu beamed with joy. Nonsense, aren't you congratulating me the same as congratulating you? If it weren't for you, all of this wouldn't have happened. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand. Forget it. In my eyes, all of this is trouble. If you're willing, you can do it. Oh, second brother, is this what you're talking about? Of course not. This is just a happy occasion. I still have 2 things that I need your help with. 2 things? So many? Second brother, you also know that my time is very precious. In just a breath's time. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was going to talk nonsense again, Zhang Xiaohu stared at her and said, Nonsense. Are you going to help or not? Help, help, help. Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and said, You're the elder brother. Your words carry more weight than Old Man Purple Herb. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Hee hee. Zhang Xiaohu was amused. Old Man Purple Herb is your hall master. How can my words be compared to his? Then, he paused for a moment and said, These 2 things, one in the light and one in the dark. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Second brother, you've become the chief disciple. Why are your words so high class? One in the light and one in the dark. Zhang Xiaohu did not find it strange. He explained, on the surface, I want you to complete the exchange of herbs and elixirs with our ethereal hall as the disciple on duty of the pill expanding hall. More specifically, I want you to complete this exchange of herbs and elixirs. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned again. Isn't Du Feng in charge? Why is it your turn now? Who knows? Zhang Xiaohu shrugged and said, I haven't seen Du Feng these few days. I heard from the hall master that he had a breakthrough in his martial arts. This exchange will be temporarily handled by me. Isn't that so? Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized. She had given Du Feng a meridian nourishing pill to save him from qi deviation. Some of the medicinal power was used to repair his meridians, and half of the medicinal power was left in Du Feng's dantian. He must have wanted to refine the medicinal power of this meridian nourishing pill before he thought of cultivating in seclusion. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua said apologetically, Second brother, speaking of Du Feng, I don't know if what I did was right. Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously, What did you do to Du Feng? Did you also, Kacha? Casually, he made a gesture of cutting his neck. He's a genius disciple of our Misty School. How could he offend you? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Second brother, am I the kind of butcher you said? Hey, what? Don't you think so? Zhang Xiaohu gloated. Zhang Xiaohua looked defeated. She told him what had happened a few days ago and senior brother Ding's matter by the way. She asked, Second brother, do you think it will affect you if I give the meridian nourishing pill to Du Feng? Zhang Xiaohu laughed and said, Xiaohua, what kind of person do you think I am? Du Feng and Ding Chao are the elites of my ethereal sect. Their reputation as one of the 3 talents of ethereal sect is not undeserved. There will be many uses for them in the future. By doing this, you have given second brother an excellent helper. I can't even thank you enough, so how can I blame you? Seeing Zhang Xiaohu being so generous, Zhang Xiaohua also laughed and said, What 3 beauties of Misty School? I don't see Zhao Jianxiu anywhere. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu could only say, Exception, hee hee. Oh, by the way, second brother, how's your internal strength cultivation these days? Du Feng's cultivation is profound. If he refines the efficacy of the meridian nourishing pill, won't he be one level higher than you? Well, I can't help it. It's only been a few days. How can I cultivate to a shocking level? If I tell others about my current achievements, it will also be shocking. Hee, that's good. When I have time later, I'll help second brother take the other 2 universal pills. I think now is the right time. Speaking of taking the universal pill, Zhang Xiaohua's mind lit up. She smiled mysteriously and said, "Second brother, I have a good idea. Since Ding Chao is also a good disciple of your Misty School, he is also trustworthy. If I also feed him a meridian nourishing pill and let his martial arts be similar to Du Feng's, do you think something fun will happen?" Zhang Xiaohu's eyes also lit up. He clapped his hands and said, "That's right. If that's the case, the 2 of them won't think about me. Let the 2 of them fight first. When my internal strength is refined, then. Xiaohua, do you have enough meridian nourishing pills? My second matter is related to this meridian soothing pill." Chapter 799. It's enough, it's enough. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "There are still a few left, but don't worry, second brother. I'm rushing to refine it for you. There are so many people in ethereal heights. How can it be enough if you don't refine more?" "That's good." Zhang Xiaohu breathed a sigh of relief. "You won't go to ethereal heights again so soon. After all, Zhou Mufeng hasn't seen the effect yet." Zhang Xiaohu shook his head and said, "The second thing is not to go to ethereal heights. I want you to help my master, Martial Uncle Lu, and Martial Uncle Shui recover their strength." "Huh?" Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. "Didn't you say that you want them to recover at the end? So that they can hide from the eyes and ears of Lingxiang Peak?" "Well, yes, I thought so at first, but last time I saw that there were fewer eyes and ears on my master's side. If we are cautious, there may not be any problem. Moreover, the point is that I see that other people's martial arts have recovered, but my master and martial uncle still can't recover. This is not a good feeling in my heart." Zhang Xiaohua's face also became serious and said, "No problem, second brother, I'll listen to you. Master Wen, Master Lu, and Heroine Shui are our family saviors. Anything I do for them is not excessive. Tell me, when do you want to go?" Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and said, "When I was looking for you these days, I also thought about it. Next, you will represent the Pill Tower Hall to trade elixirs with our Misty Hall. This matter is very complicated. Moreover, the matter of Misty Heights is imminent. You and I may not have too much free time. Therefore, it is better to take advantage of the present, before the trade starts, to settle this matter. At that time, everyone's attention will be on the herbs and elixirs, and no one will pay attention to them." "Well, what second brother said makes sense. Then let's not delay. Shall we start now? Right now. Come with me. Do you still want me to be your assistant?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "The 3 martial uncles are all discerning people. I think I won't show up. It won't be too late for me to come out after you have sealed their acupoints." Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, then, you should hide first." After he finished speaking, he walked out of the small courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua also turned invisible and followed behind him. Inside Wen Wenhai's small courtyard, the Jianghu hero who used to have a commanding aura was still carrying a small wooden bucket and a small ladle, carefully and patiently watering the small medicinal field in the courtyard. Zhang Xiaohu walked into the courtyard with light steps. Wen Wenhai still did not know. After all, he had lost his inner strength and could only see and hear like an ordinary person. Master Zhang Xiaohu suppressed the emotions he was feeling and called out. "Hee." Hearing Zhang Xiaohu's call, Wen Wenhai raised his head and smiled. "What brings you here today, the chief disciple of the Misty Hall? I heard that you have been very busy these days." Master, no matter how much of a chief disciple I am still your disciple. How can I not come to see you? Well, that's good too. Come and take a look at the medicinal herbs in my medicinal field. I have been planting them for a long time and it is time to harvest them. Exchanging some pills from the pill expanding hall can also benefit the disciples of the Misty School. This useless person can finally do something for you. Master Zhang Xiaohu choked up. With such a master and such a disciple in the Misty School, what difficulties in this world could not be overcome? Is it necessary? Xiaohu. Wenhai was somewhat impatient. Do you really think that your master is a useless person? No. Zhang Xiaohu quickly waved his hand and said in a low voice, Master, I came here today for something important, not to see your medicinal herbs. Wenhai was extremely surprised. He stared at Zhang Xiaohu and said, I have been in this Shixin Peak for more than a few years, but I have never heard you say anything important. Well, if it is about the chief disciple you mentioned a few days ago, I simply don't care about what is happening outside. Zhang Xiaohu operated his qi to his ears and listened carefully to the movements around. After confirming that there was no one else around, he lowered his voice and said, Master, do you still remember the surprise I told you at Martial Uncle Shue's place that day? Surprise? Wenhai was stunned and nodded. I remember. Isn't the surprise about my engagement with Chang'e? Zhang Xiaohu blushed and said, Master, what are you talking about? The surprise I mentioned was not for myself, but for Master and Martial Uncles. That's strange. Xiaohu, now that you mention it, I feel a little strange. You seem to be a little mysterious these days. Oh, I haven't asked you yet. Why does the little medicine boy in the pill expanding hall look exactly like your younger brother, Zhang Xiaohua 5 years ago? Don't tell me you have a younger brother. Oh, Master is indeed a discerning person. Zhang Xiaohu secretly said in his heart. However, he did not intend to answer. He only smiled and said, Master, you are wrong. I only have one younger brother, Zhang Xiaohua. I don't have a second younger brother. Then, he changed the topic. Master, let's go inside and talk about it in detail. As he said that, he pulled Wenhai's sleeve and pulled him into the small room. After a while, a voice that could be suppressed but could not hide the excitement in the room. Xiaohu, you are not lying to me, right? You can really help me recover my martial arts? Zhang Xiaohu jumped out of the room. He looked left and right and used his inner energy to listen carefully. Then, he jumped into the room and said in a strange tone, Master, can't you be a little quieter? Xiaohu, how would you know how excited I am? Wenhai said somewhat embarrassedly. I thought that with Master's chest as deep as the sea, you would be able to control your emotions. Who knew that you would be as excited as I was when I obtained this method? Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile. Let's not talk about this. Xiaohu, are you sure you can help me, and your 2 martial uncles recover their martial arts? Wenhai was still doubtful. More than that. Zhang Xiaohu said dutifully. I can also control the arms and legs of my 2 martial uncles. Otherwise, how would I dare to tell you about it in front of you? Xiaohu, you. Wenhai grabbed Zhang Xiaohu's hand, almost choking with sobs. I didn't accept you as my disciple for nothing. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu's proud face through his divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua, who was hiding on the ground with her legs crossed, couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Zhang Xiaohu also held Wenhai's hand and said, Master, should have reported to you long ago, but I didn't dare to confirm whether the method was effective or not. Moreover, the people of Lingxiang Peak were watching over you, so I didn't dare to act recklessly. Now, I only know that it is effective after I tried it on martial uncle He Tianshu. Hearing Zhang Xiaohu's words, Wenhai frowned and said, Xiaohu, this is where you are wrong. Although He Tianshu is not a direct disciple, nor is he your direct martial uncle, he is still an elder. You should tell me about this matter and let me try it first. If your method is really ineffective, wouldn't you be harming your martial uncle he? Zhang Xiaohu didn't think that Wenhai would blame him. His face turned red, but he complained in his heart, Master, this wasn't my idea. It was all Xiaohua's idea. I really don't have the right to say anything. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu's face turn red, Wenhai also felt that his words were a little harsh. He could only say, forget it. In the future, it's best not to do such things that might harm others. Sai, how is your martial uncle he now? Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, I heard from martial uncle he that his condition is very good. Although he hasn't recovered his martial arts, there shouldn't be any problems with my method. It's only a matter of time before he recovers his martial arts. So, I want to take advantage of this time to heal Master and martial uncle's injuries first. Wenhai had already suppressed his excitement. He thought for a while and said, Xiaohu, I don't know what's going on with your method of healing. Zhang Xiaohu scratched his head, Master, don't ask about this. Anyway, it can help you recover your martial arts. Wenhai pretended to be angry and said, your wings have hardened. You don't even want to tell me this? Sai, isn't this nonsense? Master, I don't know myself. How can I tell you? Zhang Xiaohu secretly complained in his heart. However, he still braced himself and said, please forgive me, Master. If more people know about this secret, I'm afraid that there will be a reaction from Lingxiang Peak. Wenhai muttered to himself irresolutely for a moment, then nodded and said, I know this. What I mean is, Master and martial uncle's matters are trivial, but your martial ancestor Li and martial ancestor Lu's matters are big. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he was happy, this master of ours is really good. Who is chivalrous and righteous? Isn't it, Master? Therefore, he moved closer to his ear and whispered a few words. Wenhai's eyebrows were raised in joy and he scolded jokingly, you little brat, you actually have this trick up your sleeve. You've done so much behind Master's back. Alright, although you didn't say it, Master also understands your meaning. The three of us supported you that day. In the future, even if your martial arts recovers, we will definitely support you. You can rest assured. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he was also overjoyed. Of course, he couldn't directly tell Wenhai about his plans. However, Wenhai had gone through these few years of tempering his temperament. He had long lost the desire to pursue fame and fortune. How could he not understand Zhang Xiaohu's thoughts after hearing this? Although he didn't have any ambition, if his disciple could have impressive achievements, as a master, how could he oppose it? Just as Zhang Xiaohua and Chang'e had expected, Wenhai immediately expressed his stance. Hearing Wenhai say this in front of them, Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat apologetic. After all, Wenhai and the other two were only around 30 years old. They were in the prime of their lives and were in the prime of their lives. As direct disciples, they were more authentic than Zhang Xiaohua. Asking them to give up certain things wasn't something that could be exchanged with an ordinary price. Zhang Xiaohu whispered, Master, when Wenhai waved his hand, don't say such pretentious words. Masters and martial uncle's martial arts and future prospects are all given to us by you. Master and martial uncle won't argue with you about anything. Moreover, looking at the current situation, you can only be a hall master at most. Chapter 800. Wenhai was right. A disciple of the Misty School was at most a hall master on Shixin Peak. Zhang Xiaohu had the support of Lingering Fragrance Peak. Even without Wenhai, Li Jian, and Lu Qingyang of Misty Mountain Villa, he would still be able to sit in this position. If he wanted to improve, it was basically impossible without an opportunity or a big change. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohu also smiled bitterly and said, this disciple only has this idea. No matter whether it is successful or not, I have worked hard. After 100 years, when I see Master O, it can be considered as me being able to answer to him. I have not let down his grace of personally choosing me to enter the Misty School. Good. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohu was so determined, Wen Wenhai also nodded. Seeing that he had said what he needed to say, Zhang Xiaohu said, "Since Master has already agreed, then this matter should not be delayed. I know that there is a small house behind Master's courtyard. It is usually used to store sundries. Let's go there directly." Small house? Wen Wenhai showed a strange expression and said, "Don't you need a quiet room? Don't you need to make some preparations?" Zhang Xiaohu shook his head and said, "No, Master, the time is not too long. After Master recovers his martial arts, don't let the cat out of the bag." Wen Wenhai laughed and scolded, "Don't worry. Do you think Master is still a 10-year-old boy who can't hold back anything?" Then he frowned and said, "But what about your martial uncle Shui and martial uncle Lu's external injuries? It is not easy to hide them." "Yes, this matter will be discussed when we see the two martial uncles later. Otherwise, the external injuries will not be treated first." Zhang Xiaohu did not have a good idea. Let me see if your technique is effective before we talk." After that, Wen Wenhai did not close the door of the small house and took Zhang Xiaohu to the backyard. When they reached the small house in the backyard, Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Master, I still have to offend you. Disciple has to seal your acupoints first." Wen Wenhai smiled and said, "Do whatever you want. Your martial arts are already higher than Master's. Do you think Master will be able to dodge your attacks?" When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he took a step forward and pointed his finger at the vital point. Suddenly, he heard Wen Wenhai shout, "Stop! Xiaohu, do you have to hit the acupoints for this technique?" Zhang Xiaohu was taken aback. "Yes, Master. We have to order it. Is there a problem?" Wen Wenhai frowned and said, "But, when you treat your martial aunt Shui's injuries later, why would she let you do it?" "Oh, that's right." Zhang Xiaohu also realized that Shui Qing was a woman. He had inexplicably sealed her acupoints. Moreover, his age was about the same as Shui Qing's. This was hard to say. Then, what should I do? Zhang Xiaohu looked at Wen Wenhai with a bitter face. "How would I know?" Wen Wenhai glared at him. Zhang Xiaohua, who was at his feet, anxiously stomped her feet. "I have never seen a master and disciple like this. They haven't even finished their own matters and they are already thinking about others. If you want to think about it, then think about it. The key is that others don't know. You don't even know what they are thinking." After a long while, Zhang Xiaohu came to his senses and said, "Oh, Master. Disciple should help you and martial uncle Lu recover your martial arts first. As for martial aunt Shui, we can talk about it after we see her." That's true." Wen Wenhai realized that his concern had caused him to be in a mess. After that, Wen Wenhai lay on the hay in the hut. Zhang Xiaohu extended his fingers and sealed a few of his major acupoints. Then, he carefully called out, "Xiaohua, Xiaohua." After a long while, Zhang Xiaohua yawned and walked in from outside the hut. She stretched and said, "Second brother, are you done wasting time with your master?" "I slept for a while." Zhang Xiaohu extended his leg and pretended to kick him. He said, "Let's get to work. Don't be lazy." Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes at him and jumped in front of Wen Wenhai. She extended her hand and sealed all of his major acupoints. Then, without any delay, she took out a meridian nourishing pill and placed it in Wen Wenhai's mouth. She held her hand and used her true energy to wrap around the meridian nourishing pill's medicinal power. Then, she sent it straight to his dantian. Wen Wenhai couldn't be compared to Du Feng. He was Zhang Xiaohua's benefactor in the early years. Even O Yen and He Tianshu couldn't compare to him. Therefore, after Zhang Xiaohua left the necessary medicinal power at the hole in his dantian, she used the rest of the medicinal power to refine all of his meridians according to his memory. When Wen Wenhai stopped cultivating his inner energy, his shrunken meridians recovered and expanded by more than 30%. Only then did she send the rest of the medicinal power back to his dantian. Although Zhang Xiaohua used all of her strength this time and was as careful as when she healed He Tianshu, Zhang Xiaohua's control over her true energy was much more precise now. After refining Wen Wenhai's meridians, Zhang Xiaohua's face wasn't as pale as before. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua open her eyes as if nothing had happened, even Zhang Xiaohu felt strange and asked, "Xiaohua, this is it?" Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, "Yes, this is it." But Zhang Xiaohu pointed at Zhang Xiaohua's face and said, "Your performance is too relaxed." "Hee," Zhang Xiaohua said, "Second brother, you're really funny. Could it be that only you're allowed to improve your martial arts, but I'm not allowed to improve my martial arts?" Zhang Xiaohu heard and couldn't help but be overjoyed. He said, "Xiaohua, you're really good. It's only been a few days and your martial arts have improved again. You're really more talented than Du Feng." Du Feng? Zhang Xiaohua's mouth twitched. She felt very helpless. "Can't you find someone more powerful?" Zhang Xiaohu looked at Wen Wenhai and asked, "How is my master now?" "Very good. You just need to unseal his acupoints. Repairing his dantian is much easier than repairing his joints." "Okay, then what's next? Do you want to continue in one spurt of energy or take a break first?" Zhang Xiaohu was somewhat impatient. After checking the Jinqi in her body, Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Then let's continue in one spurt of energy. Otherwise, it will leave something in your heart." Zhang Xiaohu looked at his younger brother who was slightly taller than him and smiled. He stretched out his hand and stroked his brother's long hair without saying anything. Zhang Xiaohua also looked at her second brother and smiled slightly. She turned around and unsealed Wen Wenhai's acupoints. Then, she used a primordial stone to replenish the Jinqi in her body. After a while, Wen Wenhai opened his eyes and looked at Zhang Xiaohu who was standing beside him. He asked in astonishment, "Is it done?" Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, "Of course it's done." "So fast?" Wen Wenhai still asked, "I thought it would take a long time." Then, he wanted to circulate his Jinqi. Unfortunately, his dantian was empty. No matter what, he could not circulate his Jinqi. Zhang Xiaohu saw this and said with a smile, "Master, don't be anxious. It will take some time to repair your dantian. You can give it a try after 20 days. If the new Jinqi does not dissipate, your dantian will be repaired by then." "Yes, I was a little impatient." Wen Wenhai smiled and said, "My dantian is warm and all the meridians in my body are comfortable. I think your technique is really useful." Then, he climbed up from the ground and pulled Zhang Xiaohu's sleeve and said, "Let's go and find your martial uncle Lu first." Zhang Xiaohu naturally smiled and followed behind him. Lu Yueming's small courtyard was not far away. It was also a deserted area. After the two entered, Zhang Xiaohu stood guard behind the door. After looking for a long time, he did not find any strange people. Only then did he enter the room. Lu Yueming had heard about this from Wen Wenhai long ago. His face was full of joy. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu, he was unable to contain his joy and asked, "Is what your master said true? If martial uncle does not believe me, you can find a disciple to send his Jinqi into master's meridians and dantian. Once you check, you will know." Zhang Xiaohu respectfully said. "How can I not believe you? I just feel that it is too magical." Lu Yueming rubbed his hands and said, "Also, can my lame leg be cured?" Seeing Zhang Xiaohu nod, Lu Yueming said, "I've already thought about it. Xiaohu, since no one comes to my place and I rarely go out, pretending to be lame shouldn't be difficult. I don't want to drag it out forever." "No problem, Martial Uncle Lu. However, treating your leg will be very painful. You must be prepared." Lu Yueming waved his hand. "Who in Jianghu hasn't seen blood before? Why would I be afraid of this?" "Okay, then Martial Uncle Lu, there is no time to lose. Let's start now." There was no need to explain things in detail. Lu Yueming and Zhang Xiaohu went to the small room in the backyard. Wen Wenhai prepared a cloth belt and a splint. Zhang Xiaohua once again took action. First, she followed the gourd and a ladle. She repaired Lu Yueming's dantian and also refined his meridians. Only then did she crush the injured part of his leg. After reconnecting it, she took a bone-solidifying pill. Lu Yueming only suffered external injuries, which were many times better than He Tianshu's. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua easily finished the treatment. When Wen Wenhai saw Zhang Xiaohu put Lu Yueming on a recliner and brought him to the hall, he unconsciously felt relieved. He smiled and said, "Junior brother Lu, how do you feel?" Lu Yueming's voice was a little hoarse. He said, "Your disciple is really cruel. My leg hurts like hell. Even though my acupoints are sealed, I still feel it. How can I say anything else?" Martial Uncle Lu, you must be magnanimous. Before this, I have already explained clearly. This leg injury will probably take dozens of days to heal. Bah, who do you think your martial uncle is? Do you think I will blame you? Lu Yueming said with a smile, "It's just that I can't move my leg. I have to find a reliable disciple. I can't let anyone know." Martial Uncle Lu, don't worry. I have already thought about this. Hee, that's good. Lu Yueming nodded. I see that you're not panting or blushing at all. It seems like treating us is as easy as lifting a finger. Are you going to treat your martial uncle Shui soon? Is that so? When Wen Wenhai heard this, he said with a troubled expression, "Little Tiger's technique requires striking the acupoints, and Shui Qing. After all, it's not suitable, so Little Tiger is in a bit of a dilemma. Isn't that simple?" Lu Yueming smiled. Chapter 801. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he was overjoyed and said, "Masters Junior Lu, do you have any good ideas? Let Chang'e come over and stay with you. Isn't that enough?" Lu Yueming said casually. This. Zhang Xiaohu frowned. This was a good idea. Chang'e was a female disciple and Zhang Xiaohu's junior sister. With her by his side, of course, he would be relieved. However, Zhang Xiaohu had another idea. Since Zhang Xiaohu had already told his master that this secret was only known by Zhang Xiaohu himself. If Chang'e stayed by his side, it meant that Chang'e also knew. Since Chang'e could know, but Wen Wenhai couldn't, this was obviously different. How could Wen Wenhai not have other ideas? Although Wen Wenhai was Zhang Xiaohu's teacher, Zhang Xiaohu didn't want to test his master's trust in him with these unnecessary things. The trust between master and disciple was to be cherished, not to be tested. This test may be out of goodwill, but after a long time and too many times, the trust would inevitably be thin. Zhang Xiaohu looked at Lu Yueming and Wen Wenhai with difficulty. He smiled bitterly and said, "If Chang'e can stay by his side, I can let master and master's junior sister go over. We really have to be careful." And Wen Wenhai also explained, "Xiaohu is now carrying a heavy responsibility. We still have to be careful." That's not good. Lu Yueming frowned fiercely. He didn't know if it was because of the difficulty of the matter or the pain of his leg injury. He said, "Little Shui has always been stubborn. If her acupoints are sealed and she stays in the same room with Zhang Xiaohu, she will definitely not agree." Zhang Xiaohu looked at Wen Wenhai for help and said, "Master, I'll leave this matter to you. Anyway, this is my filial piety to master's junior sister. If she doesn't want to, I can't do anything. Aren't you forcing a duck onto a perch?" Wen Wenhai smiled bitterly. However, he was still worried about Shui Qing. He said, "All right, wait a moment. I'll go and ask." Not long after, Wen Wenhai returned. There was no joy or disappointment on his face. He said calmly, "As we expected, junior sister Shui rejected it. There's no room for discussion. However, Xiaohu, I've discussed this with your martial uncle Shui. Can you stay in her inner room instead of the small room in the backyard? Also, can't we close the doors and windows? When Wenhai spoke, it was almost as if he was pleading. He did not sound like a master instructing his disciple at all. Zhang Xiaohu didn't care. This was all caused by Zhang Xiaohua. He thought for a moment and felt that Zhang Xiaohua should be able to accept it. He nodded and said, "Of course, master. As long as junior sister Shui's acupoints are sealed, it's best if master does it. After that, master and junior sister can stay in the inner room." Then, he added, "Master and martial uncle, you can't peek. Do we have to do that?" When Wenhai and Lu Yueming looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Lu Yueming pointed at his leg. "Xiaohu, I think I shouldn't go. This leg has just been reattached. If I move it, won't it be out of shape? Also, if we go together, won't we attract attention?" That's right. When Wenhai was also surprised. "Xiaohu, let's wait until it's late at night when no one is paying attention." Zhang Xiaohu was speechless. When Wenhai was right. However, the problem was that Zhang Xiaohua had to sleep at night. If he slept until dawn, who would treat Shui Qing's injuries? Zhang Xiaohu shook his head. "Master, although it's daytime, we are in the open. Even if someone sees us, they will think it's normal. If it's nighttime, not only will the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak be active, it will be easy for others to see us. Even if other disciples see us, we won't be able to explain it. What's real is fake, and what's fake is real." Lu Yueming nodded. "Xiaohu is right. Let's go now. No one will expect us to do such an important thing." "All right." When Wenhai nodded. He bid farewell to Lu Yueming and went to Shui Qing's courtyard. Shui Qing was already waiting in the hall. Although she was very afraid of being in the same dark room as Zhang Xiaohu, she also faintly desired to recover her martial arts. Seeing when Wenhai bring Zhang Xiaohu in, she knew that Zhang Xiaohu agreed with her idea. She was naturally overjoyed. She went up to him and said, "Xiaohu, you hid it so well. Now that I think about it, you really did have a hidden meaning in your words that night." Zhang Xiaohu cupped his hands. "Please forgive me, Martial Aunt Shui. I really didn't have much confidence that day. I dare not disappoint you. All right, let's not talk about it. Martial Aunt has also made things difficult for you. I hope you can think for me." "I don't dare. My master has already thought about what Martial Aunt is worried about. If Martial Aunt is at ease, let's start now to avoid any problems." Shui Qing smiled and nodded. She entered the room first. Zhang Xiaohu and Wen Wenhai walked behind her. When Zhang Xiaohu entered, Wen Wenhai took a chair and placed it at the door. He sat with his back facing the room. Zhang Xiaohu did not let him go. He called out, "Master, you should come over first. It won't be too late to guard the door after I seal Martial Aunt Shui's acupoints." "You little brat." Wen Wenhai stood up and scolded him with a smile. He walked to the bed and looked at Shui Qing, who was covered in a thin blanket. He said, "Junior sister, I'm sorry to offend you." Shui Qing looked at him silently and nodded slightly. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohu stretched out his hand and tapped on Shui Qing's major acupuncture points through the blanket. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohu had been diligently cultivating his inner strength for the past few days and had made some progress in his inner strength. Otherwise, his inner strength wouldn't even be able to penetrate the blanket. Then, without waiting for Zhang Xiaohu to call out to her, Zhang Xiaohua leaped up from the ground and placed a few jade talismans around the room to activate the restrictions. She looked at Wen Wenhai, who was standing at the door with his back facing her, and smiled. "Second brother, there seems to be something interesting between Hero 1 and Heroine Shui. They have been together for so long, why haven't they?" Zhang Xiaohu scolded. "Xiaohua, it's best that we don't talk about the matters of the elders." Zhang Xiaohua giggled. "It's fine if we don't talk about it. It's just that heroine Xue is stubborn and doesn't speak first about many things. Hero Wen seems to be the same. If they don't speak in the end, wouldn't we miss out on a good marriage? Since it's a good marriage, we won't miss it. If we miss it, it won't be a marriage destined by the heavens. Zhang Xiaohu said, "You're not the Moon Elder. You should do your own things first." When Zhang Xiaohu mentioned the Moon Elder, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think of the Moon Elder's temple outside Don't Worry City. The devout woman with her head lowered and her palms together. Xue Qing's arm was the same as Lu Yueming's leg. Zhang Xiaohua didn't spend too much effort and just finished the treatment. Then, she looked at the sky outside and said, "Second brother, it's getting late and I'm tired. Don't take your universal pill today. When I have time tomorrow, I'll look for you." Okay. When Zhang Xiaohu saw that Zhang Xiaohua's face was a little pale, he couldn't help but feel distressed. "You've worked hard today. Xiaohua, you should go back and rest early. There's no need to rush this pill. You can take it whenever you want." "Okay, then I'll go, second brother." After saying that, Zhang Xiaohua put away the jade talisman and made a hand seal to escape. Seeing that there were no flaws around, Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Master, turn around. I'm done." "So fast?" Wen Wenhai asked in surprise again, then stood up from the chair and walked in. Looking at Xue Qinglu's arm outside the quilt and the neatly bandaged cloth, he couldn't help but praise, "Xiaohu, your treatment of external injuries is first class. Why didn't I notice it before?" "I'm ashamed, master. It was the little medicine boy from the Pill Tower Hall who taught me in the Yulon Grand Canyon." Zhang Xiaohu also spoke without thinking. That day, the little medicine boy was seriously injured and couldn't move at will. We just happened to run into Senior Marshal Sister Xia, who was seriously injured. Under the little medicine boy's guidance, I was barely able to bandage Senior Marshal Sister Xia's entire body. No wonder, I've never seen you do this. Wen Wenhai suddenly realized. "Quick, why aren't you unsealing your Marshal Aunt Xue's acupoints? If too much time passes, she might flip out." "I'll follow master's orders," Zhang Xiaohu said in a deadpan manner, then unsealed Xue Qing's acupoints. Ouch! Xue Qing didn't knit her brows the moment her acupoints were unsealed. She cried out in a low voice because of the pain in her arm. Wen Wenhai hurried forward. "Junior Marshal Sister, does your arm hurt a lot?" Xue Qing nodded slightly. "Yes, a little." Then, she turned to Zhang Xiaohu and said, "Little Hu, help me up first." Zhang Xiaohu didn't seem to hear it. He patted his head and said, "Oh, master, I forgot. I have an appointment with Chang'e today. I still have some matters to consult her about in the hall. Moreover, I'm tired today. I'll leave this to master. I'll take my leave first." After saying that, he didn't wait for Wen Wenhai to say anything. He stood up and said to Xue Qing, "Marshal Aunt Xue, your arm has been fixed. Don't act rashly for the time being. Disciple will take his leave." Then, he winked at Wen Wenhai and walked out in large strides. How was he tired in the slightest? Wen Wenhai had already praised him in his heart. Good disciple. Master's daily teachings are not in vain. At the crucial moment, he can really take the lead. But he complained, "This brat, your Marshal Aunt Xue already called you, but you didn't hear her. Is your junior Marshal sister that good? You didn't even take good care of your Marshal Aunt before running away?" When he saw Xue Qing's sparkling eyes looking at him, he couldn't help but panic. He added, "See if I'll teach you a lesson when we get back. Can you bear to?" Xue Qing stared at Wen Wenhai's flickering eyes. "Your precious disciple has already recovered your martial arts. He's still so tactful. Can you bear to punish him?" Wen Wenhai giggled. "Of course there's a reward for meritorious deeds. Of course there's a punishment for wrongdoings. Oh, junior martial sister, little Hu has already left. Do you need senior martial brother to help you up?" Xue Qing looked at Wen Wenhai and said unhappily, okay, then I'll reward you to help me up. Wen Wenhai was overjoyed. Chapter 802. In just one afternoon, Zhang Xiaohua had healed Wen Wenhai, Lu Yueming, and Xue Qing's injuries. Although he had made progress in comprehending the heavenly Tao and was able to control his true qi, there was not much true qi left in the meridians of the three of them. After escaping from Xue Qing's courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua saw that it was not enough to return to the alchemy room at the top of Shixin Peak. After pondering for a while, he went straight to the small courtyard of Pill Expanding Hall. That was Zhang Xiaohua's foundation at Shixin Peak. It was inappropriate for him to not return for a long time. According to Zhang Xiaohu, the transaction would be carried out very soon. It was better to appear in the small courtyard more often. When Zhang Xiaohua reached the vicinity of the small courtyard and came out from underground, he heard a noise. Zhang Xiaohua looked up and saw a girl in pink standing at the entrance of the small courtyard. She lifted her leg and kicked the courtyard door with all her strength. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised and thought, didn't you say that this small courtyard is the territory of Pill Expanding Hall and the disciples of Misty Hall are not allowed to come here without my permission? Who is this female disciple? She is so bold. Just as he was thinking, he heard the female disciple shouting, Ren Xiaoyao, why are you hiding like a turtle? If you have the guts, come out quickly. Since you dare to say such words, you should have the consciousness to admit it. I have been shouting at the door for 2 days. How dare you show your face? Ouch! Listening to the female disciple's voice, there was a hint of charm in her high-pitched voice. Wasn't she Xiao Tian whom he had met in Zhang Xiaohu's courtyard earlier? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. He didn't seem to have offended this junior sister Xiao. That day, this junior sister Xiao tried to get close to him and wanted the widening elixir. Although he had an idea and gave the credit to Zhang Xiaohu, but he didn't have such a deep hatred with Xiao Tian. He actually let her block his courtyard door and look for him for 2 days. Seeing Xiao Tian shouting excitedly, Zhang Xiaohua made a hand seal and escaped into the courtyard. Just as he was about to open the door, he heard Xiao Tian say angrily, Ren Xiaoyao, I know you're inside. Fine, since you don't want to see me, then I'll come again tomorrow. I want to see if you can hide from me for the first time, but how can you hide for the 15th time? Zhang Xiaohua smiled. He didn't want to open the door today, she would come again tomorrow. If he didn't open the door tomorrow, she would come again tomorrow. She would come again the day after tomorrow. She wouldn't be like a sticky fly to get rid of her. It was better to open the door. If there were any grudges, it would be better to get rid of them as soon as possible. Thus, a chant could be heard from the small courtyard, who will be the first to wake up from a dream? I will know in my life. The door to the small courtyard of the Dan Hall opened with a bang, along with the singing. Outside the small courtyard, Xiao Tian turned around. Just as he took 2 steps, he heard it and turned around. It was Zhang Xiaohua's thin and long figure standing at the door, stretching and yawning. You, Xiao Tian ran to the door, Ren Xiaoyao, did you sleep like a log? I've been calling you for 2 days, why did you only open the door now? I'm sorry. It's really hard to work. It's rare for me to have the time to sleep in. Who would have thought that there would be someone noisy here? You. Xiao Tian was a little angry and scolded, Ren Xiaoyao, you. What did you say a few days ago? Let all the disciples of the Shixin Peak know about it. You have to be responsible for your words. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, Junior Sister Xiao, you have to be responsible for your words. What did I say? How come I didn't know about it at all? You. Didn't you say? You and I. Flirting. Glancing. Long. Heart. Telepathy. Although Xiao Tian was generous and had a feeling of going all out, after all, she was facing a young man. She couldn't help but blush. As soon as Xiao Tian said this, Zhang Xiaohua immediately knew where the problem was. Wasn't it because of the guy called Song Jiong who stopped him halfway a few nights ago, and he spoke without thinking? In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua also understood why the disciples of the Misty Hall looked at her strangely and even pointed at her. Zhang Xiaohua, who understood everything, smiled bitterly in her heart. She scratched her head and said, "Junior sister Xiao, actually, you should also understand what is going on. That night, senior brother Song stopped me and wanted to help you vent your anger. I was just angry at him. You can't take it seriously." Bah, Xiao Tian spat and said, "This. How can I not take it seriously? I naturally know the origin of this matter. I cannot take it seriously, but the problem is that even if I don't take it seriously, my senior sister and junior sister will take it seriously. How can you wash my tainted innocence?" The word wash was very clear. Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said helplessly, that this matter was also said by senior brother Song. If you want to find someone, you have to find him. What's the use of looking for me? Do you want me to stand at the top of the Shixin Peak and shout to the disciples of the Misty Hall, "Brothers and sisters who have been deceived, junior sister Xiao and I have a pure relationship"? It is absolutely different from what you think. Who told you to shout like that? If you do this, where am I going to put my face? Moreover, aren't you? The more you smear, the worse it gets. Xiao Tian stomped her foot and said coquettishly. Then what do you want me to do? So that you can calm down? Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Why don't I go and grab that senior brother Song again, kick him twice, and hang him upside down on the tree to take the big top?" Puchi, Xiao Tian laughed out loud, "Senior brother Song has been tormented by you. The injury on his hand has not healed yet, and he was scared by you. If you do this again, will he still be alive? This won't do, that won't do. Junior sister Xiao, what do you want me to do?" Zhang Xiaohua could only ask this. Junior sister Xiao lowered her head and said, "There are 2 paths for you to walk." 2 paths? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised, and asked, "You're actually treating me leniently, giving me 2 paths, please instruct me, junior sister Xiao." Xiao Tiantian's head was even lower as she muttered, "First, you have to be responsible for what you said. You're so bad, do you still want me to continue?" Xiao Tian stomped her feet and twisted her waist, showing the attitude of a little girl. Although Zhang Xiaohua's heart was slightly moved, her face did not change in the slightest. She smiled and said, "That. Junior sister Xiao, please tell me about the second path." Hearing this, Xiao Tian was obviously disappointed. She glanced at Zhang Xiaohua and said with a cold tone, "The second path is also very simple. Since senior brother Ren has damaged my reputation, then you have to compensate me. Otherwise, I don't mind reporting you to Hall Master Yang, saying that your conduct is improper, and that you casually take liberties with the female disciples in the hall." Faint. Zhang Xiaohua was immediately defeated. She had only casually said a few words a few days ago, but now it had been raised to the level of taking liberties with female disciples. This was really bullying. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was indignant, but her mouth was bitter. Although this matter was exaggerated by Xiao Tian, the root of the matter was still her fault. She really should not have spoken blindly. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Junior sister Xiao, although the 2 of us did not fall in love at first sight, bah." Xiao Tian was slightly angry. "Who fell in love with you at first sight?" Cough cough. Zhang Xiaohua also knew that her words were inappropriate, but it's also very familiar. "This is just a misunderstanding, why do you have to bring it to the hall master?" Then, he rolled his eyes and said, "Junior sister Xiao, if you feel wronged, senior brother can take out some blood replenishing pills as compensation to make up for junior sister's hurt pure heart. You. Xiao Tian angrily said, Ren Xiaoyao, you. You underestimate the disciples of our Misty Hall too much. This blood replenishing pill is not commonly seen in the Misty Hall, but in your pill hall, it's a common item. You have the nerve to take it out? Then she added another sentence, if it's the Yuandan pill, this lady can also consider it. Faint Zhang Xiaohua felt a headache. He had already given his Yuandan pill to Zhang Xiaohu. How could he have any extra? Of course, he couldn't give away the Meridian's nourishing pill and bone solidifying pill. The other pills, such as the blood replenishing pill, were much more valuable than the blood replenishing pill of the incense cult. He wanted to take it out, but who knew that Xiao Tian didn't even pay attention to it. At this time, the belated Zhang Xiaohua thought of Xiao Tiantian's words about washing his reputation, and unconsciously slapped his forehead, since junior sister Xiao has said so, then. Senior brother can only take out his most precious whitening pill elixir. Sigh, it's a pity that this pill elixir was given to me by senior brother Zhang, and I haven't used it yet. Only one bottle? Xiao Tian didn't hold back and asked directly. Of course, I have no relationship with Xiao Zhang. How could he give me more? Besides, if I had one more bottle that day, how could I make things difficult for you and junior sister E? Let's exchange one bottle per person. Xiao Tian rolled her eyes. No, how can one bottle make up for the damage to my reputation? Without 2 bottles, I won't agree. 2 bottles? Zhang Xiaohua also snorted and turned to close the door. Only have 1 bottle here. Do you want it or not? If you're happy, then report it to Hall Master Yang. At most, we'll go our separate ways. I want to see who Hall Master Yang will side with. You. Xiao Tian was deflated and shouted, Ren Xiaoyao, you. Wait a minute, do you really only have 1 bottle? Isn't this nonsense? Senior brother Zhang's pills are only for removing bumps. There's nothing on my face. I'm just a pretty boy. I don't need those. How could he give more? Alright, I'll let you off this time. Xiao Tian had a magnanimous look and stretched out her white hand. Quickly give it to me. I won't pursue this matter anymore. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she reached into her bosom and took out a jade bottle. She handed it over and smiled, please accept it, junior sister Xiao. Xiao Tian proudly took the jade bottle and turned to leave. Looking at Xiao Tiantian's back, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but smile bitterly. She had always taken advantage of others, but today, she actually took advantage of her. If word got out, wouldn't the men of the martial arts world laugh at her? Sigh, who asked her to be so talkative and say a few more boring words? Thinking about this, Zhang Xiaohua turned around and closed the courtyard door. However, the moment she closed the courtyard door, Zhang Xiaohua was suddenly stunned. Chapter 803. While Zhang Xiaohua was regretting that he had said too much, he felt something in his heart. However, it was only a vague feeling, and it was not clear. When he closed the door, a sentence appeared in his mind like lightning. This was what Xiu Tong had said in the morning, every drink and every peck is the way of karma. Yes, it was the way of karma. Zhang Xiaohua was like a lost person who suddenly saw a glimmer of light in the darkness. He immediately gained some understanding of the way of karma. A few days ago, Zhang Xiaohua had encountered Song Zhiyong causing trouble. If it was just to teach him a lesson and not talk too much, then the past would have been over. However, in order to teach Song Zhiyong a lesson, Zhang Xiaohua spoke a few more words and said a lot of things that should not have been said. These words involved Xiao Tian, which was the cause. When Xiao Tian heard these words, she angrily came to seek justice. Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to lower his head and apologize. He gave away the widening elixir to calm the waves. This was the effect. O Yen saved Zhang Xiaohua and took Zhang Xiaohua into Huanxi Mountain Villa. She instructed He Tianshu to teach Zhang Xiaohua martial arts and lent Zhang Xiaohua a book on the cultivation of herbs. This was the cause. Zhang Xiaohua followed O Yen to the south and encountered an assassination attempt on a rainy night. Zhang Xiaohu stepped forward bravely and saved O Yen. This was the effect. Zhang Xiaohua saved O Yen and O Yen introduced Zhang Xiaohu to the Misty School. Zhang Xiaohua also received the gratitude of sect leader O and obtained the Worry-Free Sutra from the Misty School's library. This was the cause. Zhang Xiaohua received endless benefits because of this Worry-Free Sutra and entered the ranks of Qi practitioners on the path of immortality. She also learned the art of alchemy and refined the awakening elixir, which saved O Yen again. This was the effect. Looking a little further, back then, when Wenhai, Xue Qing, and Lu Yueming all saved Zhang Xiaohua's family. This was the cause. Zhang Xiaohu entered the Misty School and became a disciple of Wenhai. Zhang Xiaohua also entered the path of immortality and refined elixirs of the path of immortality such as the meridian nourishing elixir and the bone solidifying elixir. These elixirs could save the three of them and restore their damaged internal energy. This was the effect. Zhang Xiaohua had rescued Nie Qinyu on the way back to Pingyang City. He was a hero and escorted her safely to Rejuvenation Valley for thousands of miles. This was the cause. With the help of Valley Master Nie of Rejuvenation Valley, Zhang Xiaohua came to the fragrance cult and found his second brother, Zhang Xiaohu. This was the effect. In order to save Li Yinfeng's family of three, Zhang Xiaohua broke into Shizui Mountain alone. This was the cause. As a result, he obtained the elixir furnace from the secret room of the bandits. Because he was chased and captured by Qin Shiyue, he went out to sea with him and landed on a deserted island overseas. There, he learned the talismans and formations of the path of immortality and obtained many other things. During the secluded orchid evening refinement, if Zhang Xiaohua did not sacrifice himself to draw the yellow wind away in order to save the disciples of the pill-expanding hall, how could he have obtained the delusion breaker eye? How could he have met Zhang Xiaohu who was trapped by the blood wolves? What about such a fruitful cause? Well, if Zhang Xiaolong did not stand up for the cause in Lu Town, how could there be the effect of Lu Qian pledging herself to him? At the moment when Zhang Xiaohua turned around to close the door, Zhang Xiaohua sighed with emotion. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. He thought about all the things that had happened in the past few years and thought about the causes and effects clearly. The causes and effects of all the things were obvious and complicated. There was even a feint predetermined. If he could not figure it out, it would be even more chaotic. Then, in the starry sky of the Tao of Heaven, there was another burst of thunder and lightning. In addition to the embryonic form of the Tao of life and death that Zhang Xiaohua had comprehended before, the outline of the Tao of karma that Zhang Xiaohua had just comprehended today was also faintly visible. In the Tao of Heaven, it was unknown how much of the Tao of Heaven and Earth was contained. It was also unknown how much could be comprehended and how much could not be comprehended. The Tao of life and death distinguished life and death, separated yin and yang, and built the cycle of life and death. The Tao of karma deduced the past, the present, and the future, and connected the origin, beginning and end of everything in the world. Everything in the world could not escape from life and death, and could not escape from the Tao of karma. The mysteries contained in these two Tao of Heaven were far from what Zhang Xiaohua, a Qi practitioner in the middle stage of the Qi refining stage, could understand. However, Zhang Xiaohua was lucky enough to feel a trace of the operating outline in this martial world where the Tao of Immortals had been annihilated for 10,000 years. It had to be said that cultivation was the cultivation of one's mind and body. Even an ordinary life in the martial world contained the magical power of the Tao of Immortals. The operation of the Tao of Heaven and Earth was not something that could be easily comprehended by those who only knew how to kill and take revenge. It was also not something that could be comprehended by those who were isolated from the mortal world and only focused on personal cultivation. It could only be comprehended by those who were magnanimous, chivalrous, and willing to sacrifice themselves for others. Zhang Xiaohua might be a little stingy, a little narrow-minded, and a little immature, but he happened to have such a heart, such a mind, and such a heroic spirit. Therefore, when he stepped into the middle stage of the qi refining stage early on, he had already seen the trajectory of the Tao of Heaven that other people had to cultivate to an unfathomable level before they could understand it. It was also destined that Zhang Xiaohua's path of cultivation in the future would be different from others, and his goal in cultivation would be superior to others. Besides, now that Zhang Xiaohua had the cause today, what would his effect be in the future? The cycle of the Tao of Heaven and the Tao of Karma, we can only wait and see. The moment Zhang Xiaohua closed the door, the image of the Tao of Heaven in his mind rumbled and showed the outline of the Tao of Karma. However, the Tao of Karma was too profound after all, and it was not something that Zhang Xiaohua could comprehend at his current level. The outline stopped abruptly the moment it appeared, and it made Zhang Xiaohua feel as if it was a reflection of the moon in the water. It was somewhat real, but also somewhat ethereal. Then, Zhang Xiaohua withdrew from the epiphany and looked at the dark sky. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. The comprehension of the Tao of Heaven was only for a moment, and a lot of time had passed around him. Would he be able to comprehend the Tao of Heaven in his dozens of years of life? In Zhang Xiaohua's mind, although the outline of the Tao of Karma had appeared, it was not as clear as the Tao of life and death. However, Zhang Xiaohua did not have the slightest regret. He had just comprehended the Tao of Heaven in the wind and rain on Shixin Peak a few days ago, and he was already satisfied with the little progress he had today. It was impossible for him to be reborn in just a few days. Wonderful. Zhang Xiaohua closed the door of the small courtyard and clapped his hands in praise. He couldn't help but leap into the air and do a few somersaults. He thought to himself, there's really no way to say that his character is good. Although I was forced to endure the pain of extorting a bottle of the so-called widening elixir, I was able to comprehend the way of karma. Although I can't see it clearly, it can be compared to life and death. How can it be simple? I've made a fortune, I've made a fortune. Just when Zhang Xiaohua was happy, suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Who is this? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. When he was about to go to the door, he heard a timid voice, Senior Brother Ren, Senior Brother Ren? Zhang Xiaohua recognized it carefully. Wasn't it the voice of junior sister Yi who was with Xiao Tian last time? Needless to say, Zhang Xiaohua involuntarily touched the jade bottle in his arms and did not dare to make a sound. Sure enough, the voice called a few more times, but no one answered. It seemed that he was about to leave. At this moment, another voice sounded, Junior sister, what are you doing here? Senior Brother Ding. Why are you here? Junior sister Yi was obviously shocked and asked in surprise. I went to look for you. I heard that you came out. I was afraid that you would be taken advantage of, so I hurried here. Senior Brother Ding said, Junior sister, you know that the little medicine boy of the pill opening hall has a bad reputation. 2 days ago, he even flirted with junior sister Xiao. Why are you so bold to look for him alone? What? Zhang Xiaohua in the courtyard almost fainted. What did I do? Flirting with Xiao Tian? And his reputation is bad? Zhang Xiaohua wanted to cry but had no tears. Unexpectedly, junior sister Yi burst into laughter and said, Senior Brother Ding, I guess you've heard those groundless rumors. Although this little pharmacist from the pill opening hall is a bit greedy for money, but if you say that he has a bad heart and flirts with girls, you've wronged him. Zhang Xiaohua was in tears. If it were not for the widening elixir in his arms, he would almost rush out and call for a bosom friend. Who knows what kind of person he is? I only saw him once when he just came up the mountain. How can I know what kind of person he is? Since everyone said so, I can only believe it. It's not that serious. Senior apprentice sister Xiao secretly told me everything. It's just that senior apprentice brother Song was looking for trouble and was taught a lesson. He casually said a few words in anger. Hee. Senior apprentice sister Xiao even extorted a bottle of pill elixir from him. Hey. He's just a little medicine boy. Is his martial arts so good? Senior brother Song is no match for him. And, face. Is it so important? I see that the disciples of the Mingsue Hall are going crazy these days. Senior brother Zhang. Zhang is gone, so you want to take him? Senior brother Ding. You. How can you know our thoughts? Junior sister Yi rebuked. Senior brother Ding said, let's go. He's not here. It's useless to knock on the door. Besides, junior sister Xiao has already extorted a bottle of elixir from him. How can he not be careful? Alas, I just want to exchange a bottle with him. I don't have any other intentions. Junior sister Yi followed senior brother Ding out of the small courtyard of the pill-expanding hall. After they had walked for a while, a tall and skinny figure leaped out of the small courtyard. He didn't seem to have any movements, but like a gust of wind, he swept past the nearby mountain ridge and took a shortcut in front of the two of them. When senior brother Ding and junior sister Yi turned around a mountain rock and were about to move forward, a masked figure in a robe blocked their way. Chapter 804. The figure in the long robe appeared out of nowhere. Under the moonlight, he looked like a ghost. Senior brother Ding immediately broke out in cold sweat when he saw him. He immediately shielded junior sister Yi behind him. Junior sister Yi didn't seem to be able to react. She asked shyly, senior brother. You. What are you doing? Senior brother Ding didn't reply. He only used his right arm to hold junior sister Yi behind his back. He asked in a deep voice, who are you? How dare you sneak into my Shushin Peak at night? A deep and hoarse voice sounded, are you Ding Chao? Yes, I am. May I know what business you have with me? Senior brother Ding remained calm. The black figure was still worried, are you Ding Chao from the 3 Talents of Misty Hall? Yes, I am. In the Misty Hall of Shushin Peak, only I am called Ding Chao. There is no one else. Ding Chao said proudly. Good. Since you are Ding Chao, it will be easy. That black figure chuckled. Soon after, it floated up and sent a palm towards Ding Chao's chest. Ding Chao didn't ask why. He crossed his legs and got into a fighting stance. His right hand also sent a palm strike towards the black figure's weak point. The black shadow did not panic. Just as the 2 palms were about to reach each other, it suddenly turned its palm into a claw and grabbed Ding Chao's wrist in a split second. With a little force, Ding Chao felt half of his body go numb and he lost all of his strength. The black shadow did not hesitate. Its other hand reached into its chest and took out an item. With a swing of its hand, it threw it into Ding Chao's slightly opened mouth. Poison. Ding Chao's first thought was that the black figure was going to poison him. His first reaction was to spit it out. At this time, the black figure said in a hoarse voice, if you spit it out, I will crush her throat. Ding Chao was shocked. When he saw clearly, the hand that the black figure used to throw the poison into his mouth was choking junior sister Yi's throat. The black figure was staring at him coldly. Ding Chao was instantly shocked by the black figure's unparalleled martial arts. This. How is this possible? In just a single exchange, his wrist had been seized and he was unable to move. Junior martial sister Yi was like a weak woman who was unable to even truss up a chicken. Even after the other party threw the poison into her mouth, she was still unable to retaliate at all. While Ding Chao was hesitating, the poison had already turned into a fragrant pill liquid and flowed down his throat. Ding Chao sighed and swallowed the pill liquid. He said in a low voice, you came for me. Junior sister Yi just happened to come at the right time. I have already consumed your medicine. If you have anything to say, just say it. Please do not harm junior sister Yi's life. Hee hee. That black shadow sneered again. Since you know that I have ill intentions, you actually dared to consume the poison that I gave you. Your guts are really not small. Ding Chao smiled bitterly. Your Excellency is holding this Ding's life in your hands, and you're even using junior sister Yi's life to threaten me. No matter how unheroic this Ding is, even if this is a poison that pierces the intestines, I will still obediently drink it. I didn't expect you to be so protective of the fairer sex. I can't tell. Ding Chao frowned. Is there something you need? If there is, please say it quickly. If there isn't, please let junior sister Yi go first. That black shadow laughed again. Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. I am only asking you a question. If your answer is satisfactory, I will immediately let your junior sister Yi go. Please say it. It's very simple. Ding Chao, I heard that you are one of the 3 talents of the Misty Peak. I admire you very much. I want you to do something for me. Do something for you? Ding Chao was enlightened when he heard this. He sneered and said, You must be someone from the lingering fragrance peak. You are a dignified inner court disciple, yet you dare to joke with us juniors. Don't you feel ashamed? Hee hee, whether I feel ashamed or not is my business. I only want to ask you, are you willing to pledge your loyalty to me? Don't forget that you have just consumed my poison. If you don't have my antidote, you will die from bleeding from your 7 orifices in 4 hours. You have miscalculated. I am not Zhao Jian. I will not do such a treacherous thing. A man of character is indomitable. If I die, so be it. At least I will be able to see sect leader O in the underworld sooner. That black shadow was in disbelief. He pulled his right hand forward and pulled the chicken-like junior sister Yi in front of him. He sneered and said, Ding Chao, if you don't agree, I will immediately crush this girl's neck. Let's see if you still feel sorry for her. Junior sister Yi's throat was grabbed by the black shadow. She could not say a word and could only struggle with her hands and feet. Ding Chao looked at junior sister Yi and said in a low voice, Junior sister Yi, it is all my fault. I should not have followed you. If I was not worried about your safety, I believe that this person would not have come across you and me. He then smiled bitterly and said, Junior sister Yi, if this person had other conditions, even if he wanted my life, I would have agreed. As long as he let you go and let you leave safely. However, if he wants me to betray the Misty School and join the fragrant religion, forgive me. I cannot agree. Junior sister Yi, don't worry. If this person wants your life, I will not be able to live. I will immediately accompany you in the underworld. His words were resolute and decisive. Junior sister Yi stopped struggling when she heard his words. She stared at Ding Chao with sparkling eyes as if she could see through Ding Chao's heart. Ding Chao also looked at junior sister Yi apologetically. The moonlight in the sky scattered over the 3 of them. Good, that black shadow smiled and said, I did not expect the 2 of you to be so lovey-dovey. Very well, I will fulfill your wish. After he finished speaking, he exerted force with his hands. Ding Chao felt that the force on his wrist was extraordinarily strong. An unparalleled amount of internal energy rushed into his meridians. Junior sister Yi also felt a sharp pain in her throat. She involuntarily closed her eyes like Ding Chao. However, the moment they closed their eyes, the grip on junior sister Yi's neck loosened. Ding Chao's wrist also became lighter. The internal energy in his meridians suddenly disappeared. The 2 of them were shocked. When they opened their eyes, there was only the 2 of them in the light. There was no third person. This. The 2 of them cried out, could it be that we're dreaming? Junior sister Yi immediately cried out, Senior brother Ding, poison, you just consumed poison. Quick, circulate your energy and see if you can force it out. Ding Chao did not dare to delay. He quickly sat down cross-legged. Just as he was about to circulate his energy, he heard a hoarse voice from the tall leaves above him, "Ding Chao, that is not poison. Slowly refine it and you will know the benefits." "You, who are you?" Ding Chao did not dare to circulate his energy anymore. He immediately stood up. When he took a closer look, he could not see a trace of a human figure in the darkness. Ding Chao did not have time to think. He pulled junior sister Yi and at the same time, he used his qinggong to rush towards the light. He was afraid that the black figure would catch up to them again. Once the two of them had walked far away, the black figure wearing a long robe appeared in the same place again. It was as if he had directly drilled out from the ground. The black figure's face that was hidden in the long robe was revealed. He laughed and said, "I can't give you the meridian soothing pill for free. You should at least let this young hero test your temperament." If it was not Zhang Xiaohua, who else could it be? Fortunately, this Ding Chao is actually so loyal. He even gave up his life. Yes, even junior sister Yi's life. He did not lower his head to lingering fragrance peak. It is indeed commendable. Io, as the saying goes, life is worse than death. Should I have torn him apart just now? Zhang Xiaohua's mind began to wander. However, it was just a thought. If she really did that, the kindness of the meridian soothing pill would be gone. How could Zhang Xiaohua do such a business that would cause her to lose money? Seeing that it was already late, Zhang Xiaohua did not go to Zhang Xiaohu's place. She leaped up and went straight to the alchemy room at the top of Shixin Peak. After checking the medicinal liquid in the two alchemy furnaces, Zhang Xiaohua sat on the praying mat. She thought about the way of karma that she had just comprehended. There is karma under the way of heaven. The karma that I have comprehended is all karma that is already related. These karma are like thousands of threads that entangle the past memories. But what about the cause that has happened now? It seems that my bracelet, little black and little yellow in my arms, and the meridian soothing pill that I gave to Du Feng and Ding Chao, and little fish and Ya from Rejuvenation Valley, and the unforgettable dream that I have only met once. So many causes, but where is their effect? Zhang Xiaohua was a little confused. But then, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have realized something. She was surprised and happy. She was surprised because if she could comprehend the way of karma, then wouldn't it mean that she could predict everything in advance, and she could follow the vine to the melon? Wasn't this what people often said in biographies? Pinch your fingers and you will know everything in your heart? This was an immortal-like method. She was happy because she didn't know what kind of dog's hit luck she had. She was actually able to comprehend the way of karma. Although she hadn't seen its true appearance, since she had a preliminary outline, then she had a direction to advance Indiana. This fortuitous encounter, wasn't it even more fortunate than obtaining the Carefree Heart Sutra, God Guidance, and other completed cultivation techniques? However, Zhang Xiaohua's heart trembled. The way of heaven is boundless, and I will search it up and down. His goal was very high. Although he didn't know if other cultivators of the immortal Tao had such a fortuitous encounter, even if he used his heel to think, it was definitely extremely rare. Since he had such a goal to pursue, if he didn't work harder, then wouldn't he suffer the wrath of the heavens? The only thing she could do was to take one step at a time and walk steadily on the path of pursuing the way of heaven until it was dark. No matter how difficult the path was, no matter how dangerous the path was, even if she had to sacrifice her life, even if she had to use 3 or 5 lifetimes, as long as there was a trace of belief that was not destroyed, she would comprehend the way of heaven, one by one, and understand it in her heart. Zhang Xiaohua, who was like a lowly ant in front of the way of heaven, actually made such a grand wish in the pill room at the top of Shixin Peak. To be honest, she really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. However, how many things in the world could be predicted in advance by a layman like Zhang Xiaohua? If she understood the true vastness of the way of heaven, perhaps she wouldn't dare to have such thoughts in her heart. However, it was precisely this fearless belief of the ignorant that created the legends of countless heroes throughout the ages. Chapter 805. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua woke up from her meditation. Nothing had changed except that there was a trace of confidence in her eyes. It was a kind of confidence that seemed to be able to see through the 9 nether realms. There was also a kind of mystery that no one could understand. At this time, in the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace, the refining of the dozens of medicinal herbs was just right. Zhang Xiaohua did not delay. In the 2 pill rooms, she mixed these refined medicinal liquids together and began to melt them. Perhaps it was the improvement in the cultivation of the way of heaven a few days ago, or perhaps it was the enlightenment of the way of karma yesterday. Today, the melting process was unusually smooth. Even the qi in the meridians was consumed very little. It seems that the direction of understanding the way of heaven and the talisman is temporarily correct. Zhang Xiaohua was secretly proud of her wisdom. Coming down from the top of Shixin Peak, Zhang Xiaohua did not hide her whereabouts. She swaggered straight to Zhang Xiaohu's small courtyard. Now that Zhang Xiaohu's situation was rising, as the representative of the pill expanding hall, she expressed a little enthusiasm and paid a visit to her benefactor. Presumably, even the people of Lingering Fragrance Peak could not say much, right? When Zhang Xiaohua approached Zhang Xiaohu's small courtyard, sure enough, there were no traces of people in the past. There were only a few disciples going in and out, and it seemed to be very busy. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua, those who were familiar with her casually cupped their hands. Those who did not know her would also take a few more glances and did not forget to whisper to each other. Gosh, Zhang Xiaohua was embarrassed. Is this Xiaoxia's reputation really as bad as what junior sister Yi said? It seems that sometime, I also need to use the whitening pill liquid to wash it. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but sniff. It seemed that she could still smell the fragrance of Zhang Xiaohu's bath water at the entrance of the small courtyard. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua come in, Zhang Xiaohu, who was sitting in the main hall, had a smile on his face. He stood up and cupped his hands. Junior brother Ren, you haven't come to my place for a long time. What brings you here today? Zhang Xiaohua looked at the 2 disciples beside her and returned the greeting. She smiled and said, I'm not well informed. I just found out that senior brother Zhang has been promoted to the chief disciple of Ethereal Hall. You can't run away from the title of senior brother Zhang. You're too polite, you're too polite. Zhang Xiaohu invited Zhang Xiaohua to sit on a chair, and then he exchanged a few words with the 2 disciples next to him. Modestly, he said, everything depends on Tua Dan Hall, Qiankun Hall, and other brother halls Shidi's help. By the way, why did you stand me up last night? I've been waiting for you for a long time, but you didn't come. The last sentence was asked with a smile after the 2 disciples had walked far away. Hee, second brother, I met with something interesting yesterday. Following that, Zhang Xiaohua told him about Xiao Tian, Ding Chao, and junior sister Yi. Huh? When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he was also surprised and said, I didn't expect senior brother Ding to be so loyal to my misty school. This meridian nourishing pill is not wronged. But, Xiaohua, weren't your methods last night a bit sinister? Sinister? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I gave him 20 years of cultivation for free. Can't he check it out? That's true. If his temperament is not firm, it's better not to raise a tiger and invite calamity. However, senior brother Du has been in seclusion for a long time and has not come out yet. There is still no news from senior brother Ding. How about I go and take a look later? Forget it, second brother. He was frightened yesterday and may not believe it immediately. He must be thinking about the poison in his body. As Zhang Xiaohua spoke, he looked at the hut that had not changed at all compared to the first time he came here, and laughed. Second brother, I didn't expect you to be so busy now. I was thinking of helping you refine the medicinal power of the 2 elemental pills this morning. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he was amused. Wasn't that nonsense? Seeing that Du Feng and Ding Chao of the 3 beauties of the Misty School had all obtained 20 years of cultivation under his little brother's guidance, and were about to break out of their cocoons and reveal their ferocious faces, he himself was still condensing his inner strength bit by bit. Although he knew that with his own achievements, even if he did not add the dozens of years of cultivation that Zhang Xiaohua had promised him, when his inner strength had reached the large success stage, he would definitely be stronger than the two of them. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohu suddenly jumped up and said, "Xiaohua, it's better to choose the right time. Let's do it now. Those 2 elemental pills are really making my heart itch. If it weren't for your repeated warnings, would have swallowed them long ago." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was shocked and dissuaded. "Second brother, if that's the case, I don't dare to let you take any medicinal pills. Your mentality is really dangerous." "Bah," Zhang Xiaohu spat and said, "Do I need you to persuade me? I'm just joking with you. Last time in the Yulon Grand Canyon, I was almost possessed by the devil. How can I not know how powerful it is? Like I said, when did second brother become a rough young man?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled, then looked around and said, "It's just that your place is now extremely busy. It's not convenient for you to refine medicinal pills." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "It's fine, it's just early in the morning and there are some chores in the hall." Hall Master Yang considered that I have never participated in these matters before and sent someone to tell me about it and listen to my opinion. The disciple just now left, so it should be noon. There should be no one here at this time. Then, he walked to the door and locked it, then said, "This is good, the world is peaceful again." That's good. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. The 2 elemental essence pills were indeed a concern. It was better to take them as soon as possible. After Zhang Xiaohua placed a restriction around the room, she had Zhang Xiaohu sit cross-legged on the bed. She placed her hand on his back and sent a strand of true qi into his body. First, she looked at the black and white ball of internal energy in his dantian and saw that there were no changes. She smiled and said, "Second brother, your internal energy ball really doesn't seem to be full. It hasn't changed in the past few days. I wonder if taking these 2 elemental essence pills will make it bigger? Who knows?" Zhang Xiaohu said and took out a jade bottle. He poured out a elemental essence pill and asked, "Should I take them one by one or 2 at once?" Zhang Xiaohua's head was filled with black lines. "Second brother, is there even a need to ask? If you don't want to live, take one first." Hee hee. Zhang Xiaohu laughed and sent the fragrant elemental essence pill into his mouth. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to delay. She wrapped a strand of true qi around the pill and sent it into his dantian. Then, she slowly released the pill beside the black and white ball of energy. The moment the pill left Zhang Xiaohua's true qi, it was immediately absorbed by the black and white ball of energy. Then, without Zhang Xiaohua's instructions, Zhang Xiaohu circulated the elemental essence mental technique and extracted the elemental essence pill from the ball of energy. He sent it into his meridians to refine it. When she saw that Zhang Xiaohu's meridians were flowing smoothly, Zhang Xiaohua didn't stop to send the pill's medicinal energy into the ball of energy. In the time it took to eat a meal, the entire elemental essence pill was absorbed by the ball of energy. Zhang Xiaohu circulated his cultivation technique a few more times and completely refined it. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she asked, "Second brother, how do you feel? Are there any changes between the elemental essence mental technique and the ethereal divine art?" Zhang Xiaohu muttered to himself, "It's still all right." The ethereal divine art's internal energy actually increased along with the elemental essence mental technique's internal energy. However, the increase wasn't as much as the elemental essence mental technique, so there was a slight imbalance. "Let me circulate the ethereal divine art a few more times first." As he spoke, Zhang Xiaohu circulated his cultivation technique a few more times before opening his eyes. He said in surprise, "Xiaohua, I didn't expect that the elemental essence pill would have an effect on the ethereal divine art. The few circulations just now were enough to make up for the difference between the 2 types of internal energy. It's simply much faster than usual." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she fell into deep thought. Although the elemental essence pill was only effective for the elemental essence mental technique, due to the existence of the black and white ball of energy, Zhang Xiaohu's dantian needed a kind of balance. When the internal energy of one type of mental technique skyrocketed, it would also increase the internal energy of the other type of technique. It was truly amazing. The way of balance. This phrase immediately appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. Unfortunately, there was no outline of the way of heaven this time. There was no movement at all. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head in amusement and thought to herself, it seems that my comprehension of the way of heaven is almost to the point of being obsessed. Everything has to rely on the way of heaven. I don't even know if it's correct. Sigh, isn't the way of balance the way of heaven? However, Zhang Xiaohua was ridiculously wrong. The way of balance was needless to say. It was one of the principles of the way of heaven. It was extremely profound. How could Zhang Xiaohua comprehend it with just a little bit of feeling? Besides, this fellow was a little greedy. He had just comprehended karma and now he wanted to comprehend the way of balance. How could there be such a cheap thing in this world? Otherwise, true cultivation, immortal cultivation, and even divine cultivation wouldn't be so difficult. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua in a daze, Zhang Xiaohu asked nervously, Xiaohua, is there anything important? There won't be any problems, right? Zhang Xiaohua woke up and said with a smile, no, it's normal. It's just that I thought of something else. Oh, I'll take the last universal pill right away. After saying that, she let Zhang Xiaohu put the last universal pill into his mouth. Then, she manipulated her true qi to help Zhang Xiaohu refine the last universal pill. In fact, just when Zhang Xiaohua was laughing at herself for being a little sensitive, she was somewhat belittling herself. Although she hadn't seen any signs of the way of balance, she had a slight feeling of the way of heaven. That seed was quietly buried. As for when it would take root, when it would sprout, and when it would grow into a towering tree, it would depend on Zhang Xiaohua's luck in the future. Zhang Xiaohua skillfully manipulated her true qi and sent the medicinal power of the universal pill into the black and white qi. She watched as Zhang Xiaohu circulated the universal mental cultivation method and withdrew her true qi. But at this time, outside the restriction, outside Zhang Xiaohu's small courtyard, there was a sudden knock on the door. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but frown. Come, there are more chapters. Chapter 806. Zhang Xiaohua heard the sound of knocking on the door outside the small courtyard, and she couldn't help but frown slightly. If it was before, it would be very easy to understand. It must be a disciple who didn't respect Zhang Xiaohu and knocked on the door casually. But at this time, Zhang Xiaohu's status had changed, and he was already regarded as the leader of all the disciples. Who didn't knock on the door carefully when they came to find Zhang Xiaohu? Since there was such a sound, then, it must be something important. If it was really something important, it couldn't be delayed. Not to mention that there was a mistake, it would tarnish the reputation of Yang Ruping and Deputy Hall Master Feng. Even Zhang Xiaohu himself wouldn't be able to live up to the position he just got. Looking at Zhang Xiaohu, who was still cultivating, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. Although Zhang Xiaohu was disturbed by her, and it might not be a big problem for him to go berserk, he was still safe and sound after all. So she cast another spell on the light curtain around the restriction, and the noise immediately disappeared. Then, she put her hand on Zhang Xiaohu's back again. With one look, she knew that Zhang Xiaohu was still cultivating the Su Huan mantra to refine the medicinal power of the Su Huan pill. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and urged the wisp of true qi. Zhang Xiaohu's slowly flowing internal force seemed to have learned Zhang Xiaohua's imperial wind technique, and it quickly flowed along the meridians of the Su Huan mantra. Zhang Xiaohu was immediately scared out of his wits. Before he could react, the true qi had pushed his internal force through his meridians and completely refined the medicinal power of the Su Huan pill. What are you doing? Zhang Xiaohu opened his eyes and glared at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, I'm helping second brother. Damn. Zhang Xiaohu sweated and said angrily, is there anyone who helps others like you? Zhang Xiaohua still smiled and said, hurry up, draw out the internal force of the ethereal divine art. There are disciples outside who are attacking the door with all their might. It's probably something important. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, his face froze. He quickly closed his eyes and carefully drew out the internal force of the ethereal divine art from the black and white gas. But before he could send this internal force into his meridians, Zhang Xiaohua's true qi barbarically wrapped around it and rushed directly into the meridians of the ethereal divine art. In a few breaths, it had completed one cycle. When the ethereal's internal force of the ethereal divine art, Zhang Xiaohua withdrew hers true qi, she asked carefully, "Second brother, how is it?" Second brother's internal force? Zhang Xiaohu opened his eyes and glared at her. "It's balanced. With your little brother's help, how can it be bad?" Then, without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to speak, he warned, "I don't care if you secretly learn the circulation route of the plane mental technique. You can teach it to whoever you want. But without my permission, you are not allowed to reveal the circulation route of the ethereal divine art to anyone." Zhang Xiaohua slapped his forehead. That's right, he had been so quick with his thoughts that he had completely forgotten about this matter. She could only say embarrassedly, "Don't worry, second brother. The Misty School is both yours and mine. Of course, I will protect it like my own sect. I will never reveal the ethereal divine art to anyone." Zhang Xiaohu nodded and stood up. "Didn't you say that someone was attacking the door? Why didn't I hear anything?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she quickly formed a seal. Immediately, the sound of the door shaking could be heard. Zhang Xiaohu frowned and shouted, "Which disciple is it? How reckless! Don't you know how to cherish public property?" Zhang Xiaohua kept the jade talisman at the side and whispered, "Second brother, go ahead. I will go and see Captain He." "All right." Zhang Xiaohu nodded. Just as he was about to leave, he heard the disciple outside shouting, "Eldest senior brother Zhang, there is an urgent matter in the Misty Hall. Hall Master Yang, Vice Hall Master Qian, and Vice Hall Master Qin are waiting for you in the Misty Hall." "Got it, I will go immediately," Zhang Xiaohu replied. "Also, eldest senior brother Zhang, I heard from the disciple that the junior brother Ren of the Pill Expanding Hall is also here. Hall Master Yang has already sent someone to the Pill Expanding Hall to look for him. If he is here, quickly ask him to go with you. There is an important matter for him." After that, the disciple left. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Hall Master Yang actually has an important matter for me? What can it be?" Zhang Xiaohu pursed his lips and smiled. "If he only looked for me and said it was an important matter, I naturally wouldn't be able to guess it. But he actually called you. Isn't there a need to ask? It must be about the transaction between the Misty Hall and the Pill Expanding Hall." Zhang Xiaohua tilted her head and thought for a moment. She didn't have any clue and smiled. "I guess it is related to both of us. But, it can't be considered an important matter, right?" Zhang Xiaohu shrugged. "Who knows? Maybe the 3 hall masters think it is important. Anyway, what they said is what the entire Shixin Peak thinks is right. Let's go and see." The 2 brothers, Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua, pretended to be familiar disciples. They chatted and laughed as they came to the Misty Hall. But when they walked into the Misty Hall, they were stunned. It turned out that in the Misty Hall, other than the 3 hall masters, there were 2 familiar and unfamiliar people. "Everyone, who do you think they are?" "One is Elder Yu of the Huanxi Manor. The other is Senior Uncle Bai of the Misty Hall who lost an arm." Needless to say, if Elder Yu came to look for Zhang Xiaohua, Senior Uncle Bai would definitely be looking for Zhang Xiaohu. Seeing Elder Yu, Zhang Xiaohua's heart thumped. Could it be that O Yan's condition has changed again? Of course, she only told O Yan that she was a disciple of the Pill Expanding Hall and that she was at the Shixin Peak. She didn't say where she lived. If Elder Yu wanted to find her, not only did he have to pass through the disciple guarding Lingering Fragrance Peak, he also had to pass through Yang Rupiing of the Misty Hall. If O Yan's condition didn't change, why would Elder Yu suddenly come here to find her? Although Zhang Xiaohua saw Elder Yu, she still acted as if she didn't know him. Although Elder Yu was extremely anxious, he still sat firmly on the chair. Only when Zhang Xiaohua walked in did he seem slightly surprised. To be honest, these were all Chiu Tong's repeated reminders before Elder Yu came. They absolutely couldn't give away Zhang Xiaohua's identity. And, you don't say, it was really effective. When Mistress Qin and Vice Hall Master Qin of the Misty Hall saw Elder Yu coming to look for the pill-expanding hall's apprentice, she had some doubts in her heart. Hence, she purposely didn't mention that Ren Xiaoyao looked the same as Zhang Xiaohua 5 years ago. When Elder Yu saw Zhang Xiaohua's shocked expression and how she sat firmly on the chair, her doubts were completely dispelled. Elder Yu looked at Mistress Qin and asked in a low voice, Vice Hall Master Qin, this child behind Zhang Xiaohu, is Zhang Xiaohua? Or is she a little apprentice of the pill-expanding hall? Isn't Elder Yu also shocked? He's naturally a little apprentice of the pill-expanding hall. Let's not talk about whether Zhang Xiaohua is still alive. Even if she is, he wouldn't come to Shixin Peak. Furthermore, this little apprentice's martial arts are also very refined. That stupid Zhang Xiaohua can't be compared to him. When Elder Yu heard this, his gloomy heart turned into a slight smile. Zhang Xiaohua pretended not to know and followed behind Zhang Xiaohu to greet the 3 hall masters. After the greetings, Elder Yu and Martial Uncle Bai both opened their mouths and wanted to speak first. Yang Ruping looked at them and smiled, Martial Nephew Bai, don't be anxious. We're all family. Ren Xiaoyao is from the pill-expanding hall, so let's pay attention to outsiders first. Martial Uncle Bai looked at Elder Yu and nodded. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he asked curiously, May I know why Hall Master Yang has called this little one over? Is there an urgent matter? Before Yang Ruping could speak, Elder Yu asked anxiously, It's like this, Nephew Ren. My young lady's body isn't feeling well. Do you have the Spirit Awakening pill here? It's broken. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he knew that his guess was right. Oh Yan's condition had relapsed, but he still frowned and cupped his hands, I'll let Uncle know. The Spirit Awakening pill is a pill from Lingering Fragrance Peak. How can my pill-expanding hall have it? Even if we have it, how can a little apprentice like me have it? Elder Yu's face was filled with disappointment. Sigh, I thought your pill-expanding hall was famous for its pills. This Spirit Awakening pill would definitely be available. Yang Ruping also smiled, I knew it, Elder Yu. How can the pill-expanding hall have such a precious pill? You still don't believe me. I've already sent someone to Lingering Fragrance Peak to ask for the Spirit Awakening pill. If they're not lacking, they'll be able to get it in 2 days. Oh right, I wonder what illness Yen is suffering from. Why does she need the Spirit Awakening pill? Vice Hall Master Gao also interjected, the refinement of the Spirit Awakening pill is extremely complicated. There's very little stock of it in Lingering Fragrance Peak. If it's an ordinary pill, I can bring some with me. But this Spirit Awakening pill. I really didn't expect it to be useful. When Zhang Xiaohua heard everyone talking, he was already anxious. He cupped his hands and said, Hall Master Yang, Vice Hall Master Qian, Vice Hall Master Qin, it seems like there's nothing else for me to do here. Then, I'll take my leave first. When Elder Yu heard that Zhang Xiaohua was going to Huanxi Manor, he felt slightly relieved. Yang Ruping smiled and said, Since you don't have the Spirit Awakening pill, there's naturally nothing urgent. I'm sorry to trouble you to make a trip. Zhang Xiaohua quickly cupped his hands, I don't dare to. Hall Master Yang, it's a pity that I don't have such a precious pill on me. I can't help this uncle with his worries. I'll take my leave first. Yang Ruping waved her hand, gesturing for Zhang Xiaohua to leave. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Xiaohua and Elder Yu before slowly walking out of the misty hall. When she reached a secluded place, she looked around and made a hand seal, heading straight for Huanxi Manor. When Zhang Xiaohua appeared in Oyan's room, she immediately heard Oyan's sorrowful sobs. Oh Yan's expression was lifeless as she stared blankly at the empty space above her. It was as though she had lost her soul. This. Zhang Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air and asked, "Big Sister Chiu Tong, what happened to young miss?" When she heard the familiar and long-awaited voice, Chiu Tong could no longer suppress her sorrow. She sobbed and said, "Xiaohua, young miss, she was fine yesterday. But when she woke up this morning and finished her breakfast, she suddenly hugged her head and screamed. After that, she became like this." Chapter 807. This. Zhang Xiaohua was at a loss after hearing Chiu Tong's explanation. He had treated Oh Yan's illness based on the judgment of the lingering fragrance peak's godly doctor. He only knew that the spirit awakening pill was effective. Since the spirit awakening pill refined by the lingering fragrance peak could slow down the loss of Oh Yan's life force, then the spirit awakening pill refined by him would definitely have an even better effect. Zhang Xiaohua's judgment was also extremely accurate. Oh Yan immediately woke up after consuming the spirit awakening pill, and her life force stopped flowing. But as for why the spirit awakening pill was effective, Zhang Xiaohua had no idea at all. Zhang Xiaohua patted Chiu Tong's shoulder when she saw her crying. "Big Sister Chiu Tong, don't worry. Let me take a look at Miss again." "Okay." Chiu Tong had no other choice. She could only look at Zhang Xiaohua with pleading eyes. How could Zhang Xiaohua dare to look at Chiu Tong's pleading eyes? She could only avoid them and carefully observe Oh Yan. Oh Yan lay there in a daze. Her expression was frozen, and her eyes were motionless. She was no different from a dead person. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and realized that the life force that had stopped flowing after consuming the spirit awakening pill was now slowly flowing again. Could it be? Could it be that the Immortal Tao's pills are not effective? Zhang Xiaohua was at her wit's end. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua reached out and circulated her true energy to seal the major acupuncture points in Oh Yan's head. She stopped the flow of life force first. As the acupuncture points in Oh Yan's head were sealed, Oh Yan's eyes slowly closed, and she fell into a deep sleep again. Zhang Xiaohua heaved a sigh of relief when she saw this. If she could stop the flow of life force, then she could save Oh Yan's life. Although she could only be a sleeping beauty, it was still better than dying. Chiu Tong was also slightly comforted when she saw that Zhang Xiaohua had put Oh Yan to sleep again. However, Chiu Tong was a little hesitant. "Xiaohua, this. We can't just let Miss sleep like this forever. Is there another way?" Chiu Tong also knew that if Zhang Xiaohua had any other ideas, she would have used them a few days ago. Why would she wait until today? However, she really didn't want to give up any hope. What if Zhang Xiaohua forgot something and was reminded by her now? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and shook her head slightly. She took out a jade bottle from her bosom and handed it to Chiu Tong. "There are more than 10 fasting pills here. Sister Chiu Tong, take them first." Chiu Tong's face was filled with disappointment, but she still stretched out her hand and slowly caught the jade bottle. She carefully placed it in her bosom, as if it was the most precious thing in the world. Zhang Xiaohua turned around and faced Oh Yan, who was lying on her back on the bed. She subconsciously rested her chin on her hand and frowned in thought. Oh Yan took the soul-reviving pill. It can suppress her illness and stop the loss of her life force. This means that the soul-reviving pill has some effect. However, when her expression became sluggish and her life force continued to flow away, it can't be said that the soul-reviving pill has no effect. It can only be said that the medicine is not right for the illness. Therefore, even the magical pills of the Immortal Tao cannot cure her. However, when I hit the acupoint on Oh Yan's head with my true qi, it worked. It helped Oh Yan get out of her daze and return to sleep. This means that the root of Oh Yan's illness is still in her head. But there's nothing strange about her head? Then where is the root of the illness? Zhang Xiaohua frowned and released her divine sense again. She carefully scanned Yan's Muan palace over and over again. However, she didn't find anything. What should I do? Zhang Xiaohua slowly pondered in her heart. If it really doesn't work, then she can only be a sleeping beauty. After a period of time, I will unseal her acupoints and let her wake up for a while. She probably won't wake up in the future. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was thinking hard, in the misty hall, Zhang Xiaohu's face was full of shock. He looked at Martial Uncle Bai and asked in disbelief, Martial Uncle Bai, are you right? Martial. Ancestrally, he agreed to accept the help of the incense cult. Oh, no, the Misty Hall? Because he couldn't believe it, Zhang Xiaohu almost stuttered. Martial Uncle Bai looked inside the Misty Hall. Not only was Zhang Xiaohua surprised, even Yang Ruping, Gao Kunheng, and Aunt Qin's eyes were wide open and their mouths fell to the ground. He smiled and said, Martial Nephew Zhang, you are wrong. It's the help of the Misty Hall, not the other way around. Cough, cough. Zhang Xiaohu coughed twice and said apologetically, this disciple is indeed wrong. I should be punished. This news is really unexpected. I almost can't believe my ears. Yes, not only Zhang Xiaohu, but the three hall masters also couldn't believe it. Since the Misty School's Li Jian and Lu Qingyang came to the Shixin Peak, they were separated from the Misty School's young disciples according to the Lingering Fragrance Peak's wishes. They occupied a corner of the Shixin Peak and supported themselves. Not only did they achieve the goal of the Lingering Fragrance Peak, but they also became more isolated. They didn't even want to see anyone from the Lingering Fragrance Peak or the Misty Hall. They didn't accept anything. This of course made the leader of the Lingering Fragrance Peak feel gratified, but at the same time, it also gave her a headache. The leader's intention was that at the beginning, she was afraid that the Misty School's disciples who had been abolished would hate the incense cult. If this kind of attitude was passed on to the young disciples of the Misty Hall, it would not be conducive to her plan to stabilize the unity and peacefully develop the young disciples of the Misty School. However, the actions of Li Jian and the others directly proved to her that they were the true spirit of the Misty School. As long as they didn't compromise, as long as they didn't listen to the Lingering Fragrance Peak's orders, then the annexation of the Misty School by the incense cult wouldn't be over. They seemed to be a thorn in the flesh of the incense cult, making people feel pain but not easy to remove. At this time, Li Jian actually sent people to accept the help of the Misty Hall. Although it was only help and there was still a long way to go to compromise, but after all, this was the most crucial step. There was a fundamental change. Next to him, Deputy Hall Master Gao, who was beaming with joy, could almost see Li Jian and the others sitting in the Misty Hall, chatting and laughing with him. Martial Uncle Bai nodded and said, Martial Nephew Zhang, you didn't hear wrong. Since the day you came to our Misty Hall, you talked to Martial Uncle Li and Martial Uncle Lu for a long time. Needless to say, Martial Uncle Lu hid in a corner and drank a lot, but Martial Uncle Li pondered for a long time. Although I don't know what he was thinking, I occasionally heard something about even the direct disciples, and his face was very ugly. But after 2 days, he looked refreshed again. It seems that they have understood each other. Early this morning, he called me over and told me to come and find you to discuss the matter of accepting the help of the Misty Hall. Martial Uncle Li specially said that the Misty Hall now only accepts direct disciples, and he doesn't want to see anyone else for the time being. OMG, when Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he finally understood what kind of medicine Li Jian was selling in his gourd. However, Zhang Xiaohu understood it, but Yang Ruping, Gao Kunheng, and Aunt Qin didn't understand it. Gao Kunheng looked at Zhang Xiaohu with a fiery heart. He couldn't help but prostrate himself in admiration of the hierarch on the Lingering Fragrance Peak. The power of the direct disciples of the Misty School was really extraordinary. The hierarch had just drawn Zhang Xiaohu to the Lingering Fragrance Peak and had just rewarded him with the Suhuan mantra and the Suhuan elixir, which immediately produced results. After several years of preaching, the iron-like Misty Hall began to yield. This was the credit that Zhong Pei, who had been busy on the Shixin Peak for 4 or 5 years, failed to accomplish. He had only been on the Shixin Peak for a few days, but he had only raised the qualification of Zhang Xiaohu to participate in the affairs of the Misty Hall, and then pushed him to the position of the chief disciple of the Misty Hall according to Yang Ruping's wishes. That was all. This alone could bring him such great benefits. What if he followed the hierarch's wishes and supported Zhang Xiaohu well in the future? How much benefit would he get then? Thinking of the hierarch's promise before he came, Gao Kunheng could almost see the day his wish came true. Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin also looked at each other with joy in their hearts. They were clear about the predicament of the Misty Hall. Li Jian and Lu Qingyang were the direct disciples of Faction Master O. They didn't want to treat them badly and had long wanted to help them, but they didn't seem to appreciate it. Especially Yang Ruping, who didn't want to see them at all. Now that Li Jian could yield, it meant that his resentment towards Yang Ruping had eased a little. Thinking of Li Jian and Lu Qingyang, Yang Ruping couldn't help but think of her husband who had committed suicide like a hero on the Misty Peak. Her eyes became misty. Master Bai was very satisfied with the surprise of the people in the hall. He cupped his hands again and said, "Hall Master Yang, please send Martial Nephew Zhang to discuss with Martial Uncle Li as soon as possible. Don't let Martial Uncle Li down again." Yang Ruping had already controlled her emotions at this time. She said with a smile, "Martial Nephew Bai, don't worry. Go back and report to Senior Brother Li. We'll immediately grant Zhang Xiaohu the privilege to be fully responsible for the negotiation with Senior Brother Li. We'll try our best not to make any mistakes in the process." After that, she glanced at Deputy Hall Master Gao and Deputy Hall Master Qin and said, "Do you two have any objections?" Both of them nodded and said, "We'll listen to Hall Master Yang's decision." Good. Yang Ruping clapped her hands and said, "Zhang Xiaohu, we'll now appoint you as the special envoy of the Misty Hall. You'll be fully responsible for communicating with the Misty Hall on behalf of the Misty Hall. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohu secretly criticized Li Jian in his heart, but on the surface, he said respectfully, "Receiving Hall Master's order, I'll do my best to build a good relationship with the Misty Hall and handle the assistants properly." Master Bai saw this and immediately stood up. He cupped his hands and said, "I'll go back right away and report the situation here to Martial Uncle Li. Please come to our Misty Hall as soon as possible, Martial Nephew Zhang." After that, he took his leave. When Master Bai walked out of the Misty Hall, Yang Ruping frowned and said, "Zhang Xiaohu, didn't you go to the Misty Hall last time to talk to Senior Brother Li about the chief disciple? I remember you said that the situation was not good at that time, but you didn't mention it. You were going to find a chance to go there again. Why did Martial Uncle Li suddenly change his mind? What did you say on that day?" Chapter 808. Zhang Xiaohu snickered. What kind of bewitching words could he say? All he had to do was to treat the stone cow's joints and repair Zhou Mufeng's dantian. However, when Martial Uncle Bai was spouting nonsense, Zhang Xiaohu had already understood Li Jian's intentions. Now that he heard Yang Ruping's question, he immediately said, "Hall Master Yang, this disciple only went to visit Martial Ancestor Li and explained the recent situation in the hall. As for the matter of me becoming the chief disciple, I did not mention a single word." This disciple was also hiding his own selfish motives. Seeing that Martial Ancestor Li was in a bad mood, I was afraid that I would make him unhappy. If I were to be rejected this time, it would be hard to say what would happen in the future. When Yang Ruping heard this, she looked at Zhang Xiaohu thoughtfully. When she first came to Shixin Peak, she tried to get in touch with Li Jian. Not to mention from the perspective of Lingering Fragrance Peak, but as O Peng's widow, taking care of Li Jian and Lu Qingyang was also something she should do. Unfortunately, Li Jian did not even want to meet her, which made Yang Ruping extremely embarrassed. In the next few years, Yang Ruping extinguished the thought of taking care of them on behalf of her husband, but Zhong Pei never gave up on roping them in. Although he failed every time, he could still try again. Who would have thought that this inconspicuous Zhang Xiaohu only took one trip and actually got it done? Could it be that there was something she did not know? However, what could make Li Jian compromise? Well, taking a step back, what did Zhang Xiaohu have that could make Li Jian compromise? That's impossible. Compared to the past, Zhang Xiaohu had only participated in the Orchid Dusk refinement once. In the eyes of Lingering Fragrance Peak's disciples, it was just a little more exciting than the usual outing. Even though this year's Orchid Dusk refinement had a little accident and Zhang Xiaohu had a little chance and obtained a cinnabar fruit, but, in the eyes of Lingering Fragrance Peak, it was just a little bit of dog shit luck. It really did not count as anything. Then what was the possibility? Spiritual herbs. Zhang Xiaohu didn't have any of the 4 carriages worth of spiritual herbs. They were all taken care of by the disciples of the pharmacy hall. They were all stored in the warehouse. After pondering for a moment, Yang Ruping pinched the space between her eyebrows and said, "No matter what, Zhang Xiaohu, you've just become the chief disciple of the Misty Hall and you've already made such a contribution. This hall is really gratified. If I had known," speaking until here, Yang Ruping's heart moved. She immediately changed the topic and said with a smile, "Since Senior Li trusts you so much and our hall has appointed you as the special envoy with full authority, then you should carefully consider it. You should make a plan in your heart and go to the Misty Mountain Villa as soon as possible to contact them. And, if it's convenient, you can go this afternoon. The earlier the better. It will also show our sincerity." When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he complained in his heart. Nonsense, he couldn't provide the things that they wanted. He had to rely on Zhang Xiaohua. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua and Elder Yu who left in a hurry, Zhang Xiaohu knew that Yan's illness had relapsed. Perhaps, her illness was even more critical. Although his matter was important, it wasn't worth mentioning compared to Yan's life. Zhang Xiaohua definitely wouldn't leave Yan behind to go to the Misty Mountain Villa with him. Since that was the case, what was the use of him going there recklessly? Was he going to seal her acupuncture points and sit there for a while before telling Li Jian that it was a mistake? But then again, Hall Master Yang had sent him. How could he refuse? Even more helpless, Zhang Xiaohu braced himself and forced a smile. "I will obey Hall Master's orders." However, this disciple, Yang Ruping, frowned and said, "Zhang Xiaohu, do you have any other difficulties?" "It's fine. If you do, feel free to tell me. This hall has already helped you." Alright, Zhang Xiaohu still wanted to try his luck and stall for time. But when he saw Yang Ruping's frown, he cupped his hands and said, "It's nothing. This disciple just wants to ask. If Martial Ancestor Li has something to discuss with this disciple, what should I do if the time is delayed and he can't return at night?" This excuse was very reasonable. Yang Ruping looked at Gao Kunheng. Vice Hall Master Feng smiled and said, "It's fine, Martial Nephew Zhang. Since Hall Master Feng has already given you full authority as a special envoy, you can definitely handle such a small matter. Go ahead and do it." Lingering Fragrance Peak had a strict order forbidding the young disciples of the Misty Mountain Villa from privately meeting with the disciples of the Misty Mountain Villa. There had never been any cases of them staying overnight in the Taowu Mountain Villa. This matter really required Vice Hall Master Feng's approval. Zhang Xiaohu heaved a sigh of relief. He cupped his hands and bid farewell. "I will obey the orders of the 3 hall masters. This disciple will go and prepare." After Zhang Xiaohu left, Yang Ruping's expression was somewhat complicated. She looked at Aunt Qin and then at Gao Kunheng. It seemed as though she had something to say, but she also had some misgivings. When Gao Kunheng saw this, he smiled and said, "Senior Sister Yang, this disciple has already been at Shixin Peak for many days. After seeing Senior Sister manage the Misty Mountain Villa so well, I really admire you. In the future, I will still need Senior Sister's guidance. Please don't be stingy." Gao Kunheng had vaguely pointed out on the first day he came to the Misty Mountain Villa that his purpose this time was not the same as Zhong Pei's. He only came to assist Yang Ruping, not to compete with her. However, when he saw Zhang Xiaohu, the two of them had some conflicts that could not be considered as competition, which made Yang Ruping feel uncomfortable and somewhat guarded. At this time, when she heard Gao Kunheng call her senior sister instead of hall master, she knew that he had made some concessions. She smiled and said, "Junior brother Feng, you worry too much. The Misty Mountain Villa is our Misty Mountain Villa. It is our common wish to make it beautiful together." Cough, cough. Vice Hall Master Gao almost coughed out tears. However, he still cleared his throat and said, "Senior Sister Yang, just now did you feel that the change of Li Jian of the Misty Mountain Villa was a little strange?" Yang Ruping hesitated for a moment. In fact, she wanted to discuss this with Aunt Qin privately behind Gao Kunheng's back. When she heard him say it directly, she had to nod and said, "Yes." Not to mention me, even Zhong Pei met with a nose full of dust. Zhang Xiaohu only went there once. How could it be so easy for him to settle it? Gao Kunheng smiled and said, "Senior Sister Yang, as the ancient saying goes, those involved can't see the game clearly. You are in the game. Of course, you can't see it clearly as an outsider like me." Yang Ruping was even more surprised. Glancing at the silent Aunt Qin, she turned to Gao Kunheng and asked, "Junior brother Feng, please explain it to me." "I don't dare." Gao Kunheng smiled and said, "In fact, long before coming to the Shixin Peak, I have a general understanding of the situation of the Misty Mountain Villa. Although they have persisted for several years, their situation is getting worse and worse. Although Li Jian and others are supporting them, what can they do under our Shixin Peak? This compromise is just a matter of time." "Oh." Yang Ruping nodded slightly. Zhong Pei had said the same thing many years ago, but Li Jian insisted on being self-sufficient and used practice to refute Zhong Pei's fallacy. This reason was obviously not convincing enough. Then Gao Kunheng said again, "Of course, this reason is slightly insufficient. The more important reason should be." "Oh, Senior Sister Yang, have you heard of the story of the ancient people buying horse bones with 1,000 gold coins?" Yang Ruping was stunned and immediately understood. She said with a look of understanding, "Junior brother Feng, do you mean that the Misty Mountain Villa's compromise is related to our important use of Zhang Xiaohu, the direct disciple of the Misty Mountain Villa?" Gao Kunheng looked as if he had a card up his sleeve and said with a smile, "Yes, this is also the reason why the hierarch wants to use Zhang Xiaohu." Yang Ruping, on the other hand, was somewhat regretful. It was not that she had not thought of putting Zhang Xiaohu in an important position, but this so-called direct disciple's martial arts were just passable. It was not enough to convince the masses. Since the Misty Hall was newly established, they had to find some people with strong martial arts to support the facade and give Yang Ruping courage. This Zhang Xiaohu's name only flashed in the list of candidates and was forgotten in the corner. She didn't expect that the direct disciple could be used in this way and had such a strong appeal. Thinking of this, Yang Ruping was quite depressed. Once again, she felt that she was really not suitable to be the head of the Misty Mountain Villa. In fact, Yang Ruping also thought wrongly. As the ancients said, times create heroes. Well, there was also a saying, times are different. When the Misty Mountain Villa was newly established, the role of the direct disciple of the Misty Mountain Villa like Zhang Xiaohu was limited. Even if he was used by Yang Ruping, it might not be as effective as today. But now, the situation had changed, and it was the time for Zhang Xiaohu to rise. It was this kind of authentic direct disciple who was used at the right time that had such an unexpected effect. Of course, the timing and the situation were not what Yang Ruping and Gao Kunheng thought. The extreme asymmetry of the news determined that it was impossible for them to know the powerful driving force behind Zhang Xiaohu, Zhang Xiaohua. Gao Kunheng saw Yang Ruping's frustrated face and comforted her. "In fact, this is also the arrangement of the hierarch. How can we reach her wisdom? Senior Sister Yang, you don't have to do this." Then, he cleared his throat and said, "Li Jian and the others are all loyal to the Misty Mountain Villa. Their righteousness is just that, the Misty Mountain Villa should be the Misty Mountain Villa." Senior Sister Yang pushed Zhang Xiaohu to the front. Although they don't know that Zhang Xiaohu is already the first disciple, from this signal, they can see that senior sister Yang wants to borrow the strength of the original Misty Mountain Villa. So, they are willing to go with the flow and get off the donkey. Yang Ruping nodded and smiled. Junior brother Kuang is indeed farsighted. No matter what, it is a good thing for senior brotherly to make such a decision. Let's do this good thing until the end. I will follow Yang Tang's suggestion, Gao Kunheng said respectfully. Yang Ruping was very satisfied. Then, she frowned and said to Aunt Qin, who had been absent-minded, Deputy Hall Master Qin, don't you have any objections? Oh. Aunt Qin seemed to have just woken up. She forced a smile and said, no, I don't have any objections. I agree with what the two of you have said. And it was obvious that Aunt Qin was not listening at all just now. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.